Good morning and welcome to a sunny Darren Sammy Cricket Ground in the 2023 Windward Island Under 19 Cricket Tournament. Match number 5 is the Battle of the Saints, St. Lucia versus St. Vincent. These two teams have played unbeaten so far in the tournament. And with me in the commentary booth is former St. Lucia middle order batter, Dwight Thomas. Good morning, Dwight.
Good morning, Greg, and good morning to our viewers and listeners, wherever you are. We're in for a very good game. Like you said, both of these teams are unbeaten, so we're in for a very good game today.
Yes, certainly. These two teams coming in, they have played unbeaten, and we're looking at the St. Lucia team. Tariq Edward, who is the captain, Royce Paul, Jonathan Daniel, Shonil Edward, Theo Edward, Can Elcock, Kevin Gassi, Aaron Joseph, Sky Lafay, Noel Leo, the wicketkeeper, and Bolton Sayers.
And in terms of the St. Vincent playing 11, we have Luke Wilson, captain, Kobe Butler, Elron Glasgow, Newton Brown, Courtney Franklin, Watson Seaton, Ethan Gibson, Ian Gonzalez, Joe Williams, Devontae McDowell, and Javon Richardson. That's the 11 for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team.
So both teams in the lineup, a few very exciting players, some Windward Island players, under 19 players as well. So your general expectation, Dwight, of this game today, St. Lucia versus St. Vincent and the Grenadines?
Well, it should make for an exciting game. Like we said earlier, both these teams are unbeaten, and both these teams will actually be contesting the final on Friday. So it's an opportunity for them to get familiarized with each other, see what the strengths and the weaknesses are, and look to improve that for what is the big final. I see St. Vincent have actually made a couple of changes, so maybe in preparation for that final on Friday.
Yes, certainly the game today is a precursor to what would come through for Friday, which would be the big one. But certainly St. Lucia, we've had some notable performances from the likes of Leo. We saw him opening the batting in the last game. He got some 49 runs. But the batting of Bolton Sayers and the lower batting of Shonil Edwards on both occasions really having come into the party to see St. Lucia home.
Yeah, so far Bolton Sayers has been a revelation in the St. Lucia middle order. He's actually been able, both innings so far, been able to carry St. Lucia over the line to victories. It's for these players, it's not only about getting your team over the line or actually winning the championship, but for them as well, it's about the personal milestone. I'm sure a lot of these players are looking to get onto the Windward Islands team. So it's not only about the team, but actually being there, performing, and hopefully getting selected onto that Windward Islands team. And like you said, there's been some very good performances from the St. Lucians as well as from the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Roshan Lewis, I think, scored the first century in the last game. So definitely some wonderful performances so far from some of the players.
Yes, it's unfortunate that Lewis will be sitting out this game, but certainly we would be seeing him in the finals, because the result today really has no bearing as to the outcome of those two teams making it to the finals, because they both have won 2 matches. So basically, one could say it's a dead rubber, so to speak. It's just a question of players really getting the opportunity to put in some good performance. So St. Lucia, they have won the toss and they are going to be batting. Dwight, the first 2 matches they played against Dominica and Grenada, they were chasing. The first game against Dominica, we saw them chasing a moderate total of 156 for victory. And against Grenada, we saw them getting 238. So it was a much improved batting performance. And today, for the first time, we're going to be seeing them batting first in the tournament. What sort of total you think St. Lucia would be looking at?
Yeah, having chased in the previous 2 games, I think St. Lucia having won the toss today, I think they've decided to maybe challenge the batsmen going into the final, because you don't want to get into the final not having batted first as yet. So, but in terms of batting first, based on the way they approached the last game, I think St. Lucia will be looking for a total in excess of maybe 250, and a lot would be dependent on the start that they get, because if Noel Leo gets going today, the St. Vincent bowlers are going to be in for a rude awakening.
Yes, certainly not a bad idea to bat first, as you indicate. The first two matches they have chased, and knowing that the big finals is on Friday, you really do not want to be in a finals and batting first perhaps for the first time. So as you did indicate, the two openers, they are making their way out. Noel Leo, who had a knock of 49, just one shot of a deserved half century, but he really took the attack to the Grenada fast bowlers in particular.
Yeah, Noel Leo, knowing him on the local circuit, that's what he's really known for, being very aggressive. He's a very aggressive opening batsman, and normally he looks to make use of the power play, and the last inning he was able to do so. I know he is very disappointed not to have gotten to the half century, something that he deserved, but Khan Elcock played a really good inning the last game for St. Lucia by actually rotating the strike and allowing Noel Leo to do what he's known for.
So St. Lucia opening with two left-handers, and it's something of note as well, Dwight. We've seen a number of left-handers batters, both batters and bowlers in that tournament.
Yes, normally in tournaments you'd say there was a lot more right-handers, but so far, like you said, we've seen a lot of left-handed batsmen. I think the Grenada team, the top six, they had 5 left-handed batsmen, and the St. Lucia team is pretty similar. We have 2 left-handed opening batsmen.
So Leo will be taking first strike, and we just look into number 47 for St. Vincent and the Grenadians. Courtney Franklin would be opening the bowling from the players' pavilion end. So there's a change in the commentary position, and we're joined now by Jamal James. Good morning, Jamal.
Yes, good morning, Greg, and pleasant good morning to our viewers and listeners.
So the first delivery there, wide outside the off stump there by Franklin to Leo. Really looking to uppercut this delivery. It was clearly Jamal showing his intention from very early.
Yes, this batsman Leo would be riding on supreme confidence given his feat yesterday. He really stroked the ball and looked very positive, hitting, I think it was about 3 sixes, and he looked quite adept at facing fast bowling.
So this last delivery wide down the leg side, St. Lucia, you have opened up the account. And another delivery wide down the leg side. So Franklin not having the best of stats. Really have gifted St. Lucia 2 runs. So again, not the best of stats. Extras immediately coming into the 4.
Yes, and when confronted with this breeze at the Darren Sammy, playing here for the first time can prove to be a challenge. As
yes.
we see another wide delivery.
Yes, we could see the strong breeze there, and with the flag really fluttering in the distance there, so you could see a strong breeze from going from left to right. So certainly this perhaps would be one of the areas of concern for the bowler. Leo coming back and punches this one to the shot made off fielder, no run resulting. So finally Franklin really getting one on the money, and Leo very much equal to the task.
Yes, not the best of starts thus far by Franklin, but in just listening to many of the conversations,
and this one is driven powerfully through the cover region, and this one like a trace bullet. So what a way to open up his account there, Noel Leo.
Just yesterday we were speaking about how dangerous this young talent is, Noel Leo. We saw exquisite shots over the leg side yesterday, but this one was all class for the offside. Really sweetly timed, and he held the pose on this one, Greg.
Yes, this one was exquisitely driven through the extra cover region, and this one he goes for back foot drive, but really the foot going absolutely nowhere. It was all hands. He's indicating that the ball perhaps kept low a bit.
Yes, in contrast to the previous shot where he got that front foot out, a significant stride, bending his knee into that ball and stroking it delightfully through the offside.
So good comeback delivery there by Franklin. Again, much better delivery. Straight at Leo. Just defends this one back to the bowler, who feels off his own bowling.
Yes, and I really felt that yesterday we were robbed of seeing much more of Noel Leo. He raced to 49 yesterday, and his local...
Actually, it was the day before, Jamal. We had a rest day yesterday.
It just shows, Greg, I just couldn't stop thinking about that magnificent innings from Leo. I remember it as if it was yesterday, and St. Lucia would have felt robbed of seeing this talent Leo really going on. Raced to 49 of I think just 25 or 26 deliveries.
Yes, certainly it was a spectacular display of batting there by Leo the before yesterday, which would have been on Monday. So definitely he has a chance at the top of the order again to really set the place alight with his batting. So we're gonna see the bowler from the players pavilion end. It looked like Devontae McDowell.
Yes, and I was recently informed that McDowell has been doing well for his country, St. Vincent, that he would have picked up 6 wickets thus far in the tournament. And his figures from the last game very impressive, picking up 4 for 24.
So, not the best of start for McDowell. This one angling down the leg side. Signal wide by umpire Leo. So the score moves on to 8. Already extras. They moved on to 4. And we just into the second over. Another white signal, this time wide outside the off-stump, so he's overcompensating for the first delivery that was down the leg side, and on this occasion really pushing this one wide outside the off-stump.
Yes, he would have done well at the Grizzly playing field, but coming up to the Darren Sammy cricket ground, it's a different proposition here, having to negotiate the strong breeze. It would assist him in moving the ball back into the left-handers, but we've already seen that he has the ability to take it away even against this prodigious breeze.
Yes, so last delivery, much better delivery, just outside the off stump. Elcock allows it to go through to the keeper. Again, similar delivery. Can't really watchful. The first two matches, he has not produced the sort of innings that you would have wanted, considering he had two good innings of late. The finals of the National Under-19 where he got 100, and the finals of the school tournaments where he also got a century. So he would want to at least look to replicate one of those innings. And again, McDowell struggling outside the off stump. Another wide signal by umpire Leo. So some free wides in this over.
Yes, and Can Elcock did look assured of himself yesterday, but not really making the best use of the start that he was able to get yesterday. As we see him firmly behind this one. But I think, Greg, that Can Elcock, as well as all the St. Lucian batters, would feel that they have not done justice to their talents and abilities. In the two games that they have played thus far, no St. Lucian batter has gone past 50.
Yes, certainly it would have been a disappointing effort for the batters so far. Leo, the closest person to 50, got to 49. And good delivery there, really squaring Elcock. This one passes close enough to the edge of the bat, so good delivery there by McDowell.
Yes, he's getting this one right and beating Can Elcock here with some good movement. But whereas we would say that Noel Leo got to 49 yesterday and he was the closest, we could never forget the two innings of Bolton Sayers, getting to 40-odd not out in both his innings.
Yes, and this last delivery there, Can going for the big waft and really misses this one. So Elcock looking to be a bit aggressive out in the middle. And perhaps Jamal, he would be best advised, just look to rotate the strike earlier and allow perhaps Leo to take on the bowlers. And when he gets into his own, we know he can play the shots on both sides of the wicket. But looking to perhaps match Noel Leo out there, it may not be the best approach for Can Elcock so early in his innings.
Not at all. And it really underscores the importance of batting in partnerships, because we see that when Can Elcock was on strike, all the fielders on the offside were deep. They were hanging back on the circle, and he still went for those full-blooded drives as opposed to playing with soft hands and just rotating the strike and getting his feet moving early on in the innings.
So after two, St. Lucia, they are 10 without loss. This one angles into the body of the batsman. Comes off the 5 pad. So leg by signal by umpire. 11. So just looking at some stats been provided to us there by our statistician Roland Cox, we see Rashad Lewis. After 2 matches, he's leading the run table with 167. And we see Gerald Jeremiah from Grenada, 98. Kyron Phillips on 86 runs. This one outside the off stump, looking to cut this one. Can Elcock unable to make any contact. And at number 4, we see Bolton Sayers from St. Lucia on 84. Kellis Andrew from Grenada, 84 runs. Stefan Pascal from Dominica, he has scored 60. And Ethan Gibson from St. Vincent, and this one full ball. Canel Cock looking at the square leg umpire for height, but unable to get any run off this full delivery. You have Joel Leo from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 54 runs, and Noel Leo. Joel Williams here from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 54. Noel Leo from St. Lucia, 52. And Kirsten Murray from Grenada. This one is played into the cover region. They went for a quick single, resulting in just 1 run. And you have Kirsten Murray from Grenada, or 47. So these are 49. Sorry, these are the top 10 batsmen in the tournament. And Devontae McDowell would be the leading wicket taker with 6. Cut the this one, a chance gonna beg in there. Firmly struck there by Mervyn Leo. And this one was firmly struck there by Noel Leo, Jamal. A good effort, but a chance gonna beg in nevertheless.
Noel, you're really giving this one everything. In the previous over of Franklin, he stroked him all along the ground elegantly, but this time putting a bit of muscle in this one, not really opting for timing, trying to bludgeon this one. A sharp chance to the fielder. It went to his left, and it really went onto him quickly, and he was not able to hang on. And disappointment here for St. Vincent. They would have loved to have seen the back of Noel Leo, who seems quite intent on putting the pressure on them early on in this innings.
Yes, certainly Leo looking to take the attack to the bowlers. And this one wide outside the off stump. Sharp chance. And overthrow, and it's going to go all the way into the boundary for 4. So a poor bit of cricket there by the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team, really gifting St. Lucia additional 4 runs. So 5 runs coming off the last ball for St. Lucia, and the tally moves on to 18, and Leo's personal tally, it has gone to 5, and Elcock on 6.
Yes, Greg. On that last delivery, the ball going straight to the fielder, and he was looking to make up for that drop catch in the previous delivery, and pelted this one in very far away from the keeper, and the fielder at square leg not getting himself into position to back up this delivery, and this resulted in some extras for St. Lucia. But again, the fielders are really in deep on the circle and are not really putting the pressure on St. Lucia in terms of strike rotation.
Yes, and this last delivery again from Franklin, just back of a length and really squaring Can Elcock. So Can Elcock, every time McDowell has gotten it into the right area, seems to be in a bit of bother, and just flashes at this one outside the off stump. Not the best of shot. This one clearly away from the bat, he's playing away from the body, and now he rehearses what he should have done. So Can Elcock really struggling a bit early on in his innings.
With St. Lucia being presented with the opportunity to bat first for the first time,
And this one is caught behind again, just back of a length. And this occasion getting the outside edge of Can Elcock, as I just indicated. Just early on, he seemed troubled very early in his innings, and good result there for McDowell.
yes, I was just coming to that, Greg, but Can Elcock really not even giving me a chance to finish the sentence. He looked a bit unsettled, but I don't think that it was really because of the bowling. It appeared to be that he was just looking for what was not there. it looked like he played uncharacteristically for the time that he has spent at the crease. He is normally a batter who gives himself a bit of a chance early on, soak up some pressure and gets himself in. But the moment that he walked in, he seemed intent on playing the way that Noel Leo does. And a good delivery there from the left-arm bowler. He got this one right. Can Elcock had to play at this one and presenting a simple opportunity to the wicketkeeper, and St. Lucia has lost their first wicket.
Yes, one could say a soft dismissal there for Canel Cock. Caught wicketkeeper Gonzalez Bull McDowell. So in comes Theo Edwards, who had a decent knock in his last outing. He got some 34 runs. He really looked good in his last innings, but attempted a slog sweep, played right across the line, and he was bowled.
Yes, young Theo Edward is about to face up to the left-arm bowler. He really showed us just a glimpse of the talent that he possesses yesterday as his first delivery.
And an ill-advised shot there by Theo Edwards. First ball shot dug at him, and he goes for the pull shot. Really was not in the best of position and presented a relatively easy catch to the fielder at the mid-wicket region. So poor choice of shot, one would say, for Theo Edwards. Very first ball coming out in the middle.
Yes, and coming out as a number 3 batter with the team just having lost a wicket, the role of the number 3 would have been to just steady the innings and to consolidate and build a partnership. But Theo Edwards here, as we would see on a replay, really drawn in to that short delivery. He felt that it was one that he could have played, and just from that replay we're seeing that he was in no position to play that shot. It looks like the face of his bat was angled upwards, that he was looking for that boundary, either 4 or 6, but not having given himself the time to assess the pace, the bounce, just, we can say, gifting his wicket to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yes, so with the dismissal of Edwards, in comes Jonathan Daniel. So it means that the bowler McDowell will be on a hat-trick. So the possibility of seeing the second hat-trick here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. We saw the captain Tariq Edwards getting a hat-trick, and that was in the first game against Dominica.
Yes. Coach and umpire, noted umpire Dighton Butler, a left-arm bowler himself. We had a conversation about this talented youngster McDowell, and he told me that he picked up impressive figures of 4 for 24. So this youngster has been putting in the work, and let's see what he can do on his hat-trick delivery. This one angled down the leg side. The batter not really offering a shot to this one. Would have really loved him to have put this delivery full and straight to really challenge the new batter Daniel.
Yeah, certainly an opportunity for a hat-trick, and the ball was just angling down the leg side. I'd be a bit surprising that umpire Leo did not signal wide.
Yes, it definitely was a bit of a surprise there.
This one has slipped off the pads towards the backward square region. He has gone for one. The fielder from the long leg region goes across to do the fielding, and only 2 runs resulting. So Jonathan Daniel has opened his account with 2. And St. Lucia, they moves on to 20 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yes, and we see that McDowell continues to impress in this tournament. And we remember that Jonathan Daniel we've seen 2 innings from him thus far at the DSCG, has looked quite competent when playing the spin bowling. It's really the first time that he's walking in and having to negotiate the fast bowlers this early in his innings. But we saw this one was overpitched on the pads, and he played that delightful stroke, picking up 2 runs for himself to open his account. St. Lucia would really need for him to just steady things a bit in the middle in partnership with Noel Leo. I just wonder if those 2 quick wickets would impact the way that Leo plays the game right now.
This one is on his toes and he slaps this one through the Vican cover region, and the ball has raced to the boundary for 4. So I think Leo has answered your question in terms of his approach with St. Lucia losing 2 quick wickets. He's still on the attack, Jamal James.
Yes, an emphatic reply to the question posed to Leo. This one was short and wide outside the off stump, and he is again showing that he has the skill to go through the offside, all along the carpet, over the fielders in the circle, and he has unfurled some delightful pull strokes in this tournament thus far. And in response, all the Vincentian fielders are hanging back on the circle on the offside. So I'm hoping that Leo would recognize the play and just maybe pick up some easy singles now.
Yes, it's a 7-2 field. 7 on the offside. And this one he has gone for the full-blooded drive with ball peeling off the edge of the bat. And it has sped down to the third man fielder. 1 bounce. And the score moves on to 25. So Leo certainly is not prepared to take his foot off the accelerator. He's still going to take the attack to the St. Vincent and the Grenadines bowlers.
I can't complain about it at all, Greg. I think it provides a refreshing difference to the type of batting that we've seen thus far in the tournament. You would remember that we commended the Grenadian openers for the solid start. When they were here at the DSCG after 10 overs, they were only able to amass 28 runs, and they laid the platform in that way by just investing some time, giving themselves that opportunity to lay that significant platform for the team, and posted a challenging total. Remember the Dominicans with the likes of the impressive batsman and captain Pascal doing well at the top, just biding his time. So Noel Leo proving to be cut from a different cloth here. As Jonathan Daniel is beaten by a beautiful delivery by Franklin, and the keeper unable to collect cleanly, and the batters go through for the single, bringing back Noel Leo to the strike.
Yes, beautiful delivery indeed. Our statistician Ron Cox just provided us with some more stats in terms of the catches. So far, Tariq Edwards. This one is driven to the wide of the man at the mid of region, and the ball has sped into the boundary for 4. So again, good attacking stroke play there by Leo, getting himself 4 delightful runs.
I mean, what an exciting talent, this Noel Leo. He's shown me everything thus far in this innings. I would really love to see him really get deep into this innings. He's playing well. He's showing that he can bisect the gaps elegantly.
And this one, beautiful response there by Franklin. This one touching just outside the off stump, really drawing Leo into the shot. And the ball has gone through to the keeper. So good comeback delivery there by the bowler Franklin.
Yes, and this can prove to be Leo's undoing, because he's in that mode where he just wants to feel bat and ball, and this time the bowler just really tempting him outside the off stump.
This one is played over the second slip fielder, and good valiant effort there from the fielder coming across from the third man region to basically save 3 runs for his team. So good all-round cricket been played, and at the end of over number 5, St. Lucia, they have moved on to 32 for 2. Leo on 15 and Daniel on 2.
Yes, but the way that Leo is approaching this innings, it shows good signs for the future of Windward Islands cricket. We know that he would have already been a member of the Windward Islands under 19 team, but he would have been selected as the wicketkeeper and would have undoubtedly have been batting in position about number 6 or number 7. But there's just something about the way that he plays. It shows that he's worth the investment at the top of the innings. But the more that he plays, he would need to learn to temper that aggression.
And this one, he has struck this one, sort of gone for the inside out shot. It has gone through the covers, and they've gone for one. They've come back for the second, and they're coming back for the third. The fielder really flicking the ball back for his partner, but somehow there was no coordination, and the ball gone past the incoming fielder back towards the 40-yard circle, so giving Leo the opportunity of completing a third run. So the score moves on to 35. Leo has taken his personal tally to 18. So again, Jamal, good. He's continued the aggressive batting that he has shown.
Yes, but we cannot say that his aggression has been reckless either, because this one was pitched up wide outside the line of the off stump, and he played the appropriate shot. It's just that the timing was not there.
So this one played by Daniel to the wide of the fielder at mid-on, able to get an easy run. So Leo and Daniel would need to build a partnership for St. Lucia, having lost 2 quick wickets, the wickets of Elcock and Edward, that is Theo Edward, in successive deliveries.
Yes, and they would need for Leo to take it deeper today than he did yesterday, because you'd remember that St. Lucia would have reinforced the bowling department today, handing a cap to Aaron Joseph.
And he's comprehensively bowled on this occasion, looking for the big expansive drive, looking to hit this one over the long on region. Would have been best advised to play straight, and he was comprehensively bowled. So St. Lucia losing their third wicket. Noel Leo being bowled by McDowell. So McDowell continuing his good run of form, Jamal James.
Yes, Greg, and my apologies to Noel Leo. I think I may have just put the commentator's curse on him. I would have just mentioned that St. Lucia would need for him to take it deeper than he did yesterday, given the fact that they reinforced the fast bowling department. So they would have needed the batters in the top 6 to stand up in a way that they have not really done thus far. But Noel Leo did not really temper his aggression on that occasion. I think that he played across this one, because this one had outward movement, but he clearly played across the line and exposed those stumps. And the impressive McDowell picking up his third wicket. He has figures of 3 for 9 at the moment.
Yes, McDowell really putting the St. Lucia top order under immense pressure. And with the dismissal of Noel Leo, in comes Bolton Sayers. He has played 2 innings so far, and he has not gotten out. And I think, let me look at the Sayers would be number 4 on the aggregate of runs. He has amassed some 85 runs off his 2 innings. So 40 and 45. So certainly he's in very early today. We are in over number 6. And this one is driven to the fielder at the cover region. No run resulting.
Yes, we have all been impressed with the effort and consistency of Bolton Sayers. He would have been the batsman to have not been out thus far in the tournament, and St. Lucia now in a spot of bother, losing 3 wickets within the first 6 overs.
Slight mix-up, but they were able to scamper through for a quick single.
Yes, and with St. Lucia losing 3 wickets within the first 6 overs, they would really need another gigantic effort from Sayers to see them through to a respectable total. And just as I was saying that, St. Vincent would have picked up 3 quick wickets. In comes Sayers, and the field is still deep on the offside. That Sayers just pushing this one down the ground and picking up an easy single. So in as much as the bowling has been commendable, the fielding needs to support it.
Yes, those fielders hanging back on the 40-yard circle needs to be in a little tighter, because certainly St. Vincent, they are in the driver's seat right now. They really can dictate the pace of the game. St. Lucia losing some free quick wicket. This is the first time they have found themselves in this situation. But then again, it's a good dress rehearsal for Friday's finals. So Franklin would be continuing from the media center end. He has bowled 3 overs so far. A bit on the expensive side. He has considered some 25 runs yet to pick up a wicket. And his other bowling partner, Mark Dawalo, was bowled 3 overs, 10 runs, and he has picked up 3 wickets. So Franklin on this occasion, right on the money. And Sayers very much equal to the task. So Sayers certainly last year being on the reserve for St. Lucia under 19, he would have been very eager to make the team. This year he has done that, and he has proven his worth so far. And this one coming forward, just angling the bat, running this one to the fielder down on the footman boundary. So picking up his 2nd run. So good sensible batting there by Bolton Sayers.
Yes, and Greg, to be honest, I actually felt that, given that today, as you described it, is basically a dress rehearsal for the finals on Friday, that St. Lucia would have opted to have actually promoted Bolton Sayers to the number 3 position, given the fact that he had shown such composure and solidity. But opting to go with Theo Edwards, the youngster, but given the way that he has played, possibly a possible change, Greg?
Well, it could be considered, but I think he really is the glue to hold the middle to lower order together. I think the number 5 position, the sort of role that he's playing, if St. Lucia, as we have seen today, losing 3 quick wickets, he could really come in and stabilize the middle to lower order. So I think he could be batted at the number 5, but again, number 3 position with Theo Edward, the youngster, it's a bit of pressure where he's coming in at number 3. So there could be a change in terms of the batting order. And this one wide outside the off stump, and we've seen Sayers just a slight lapse in concentration. Really reaching out for that delivery.
Yes, I would agree with you that the talent that is Theo Edwards, he is definitely up for it. But given what we have seen thus far, the effort of Sayers, just the way that he bats, it just looks like he could be an ideal player at number 3. He just looks to be the guy that you would want to come in after the fall of that early wicket to just slow things down and just take that initiative back towards you.
Well, Sayers, in his time playing for his school, he opened the inning on quite a few occasions. He used to be one of the opening batters. So if St. Lucia loses an early wicket, this would be very familiar territory for him. So on this occasion again, we've seen him working this one to the wide of the fielder at the point region, and they're able to go through for easy run.
Yes, we're just speculating here, Greg, and with this being the dress rehearsal, it provides an opportunity to just try new things. So we see that St. Lucia trying something new, reinforcing the bowling department with Aaron Alexander today. So it could have been a wonderful opportunity to have seen other batters in different positions. I actually felt that they would have re-employed the services of Amari Venner back into the 11 today.
Yes, Vary Venner is out for the second consecutive game, but with the guest St. Lucia, they may say they are spoiled for choices. But with the young man being on the reserve last year, one would feel that he perhaps would have featured a little more in the St. Lucia team, unless he's carrying an injury that we are not sure of. So at the end of over number 7, 42-for-3, more from Jamal James, and it's going to be Dwight Thomas.
Yes, the impressive McDowell continues. He has really tormented the St. Lucian bowling thus far. He has picked up figures of 3 for 10 in his 3.1 overs. It must be noted that left arm seamer McDowell is the leading wicket taker in the tournament. At the moment, his tally, he would have come in with 6 wickets before this game, and picking up 3, his tally moves on to 9. This one is competently driven for the offside. A slight misfield here. Some miscommunication in the middle from the St. Lucian batters, and they decide against the second run. Welcome, Dwight.
Yeah, good morning to our viewers and listeners, wherever you are. And with the introduction of myself, I think the St. Lucians will be hoping for some, hopefully some runs. St. Lucia right now on 43-for-3. They're in a spot of border, I would say, having lost Noel Leo, Can Elcock and Theo Edwards so far. Very good bowling by the St. Vincent bowlers so far. Frank Lean so far has bowled the 4 overs, considered the 30 runs, but the pick of the bowlers has been Devontae McDowell, has picked up 3 wickets, and he's been very impressive so far, James.
Yes, and St. Lucia would recognize that he is into his 4th over, and we remind our viewers and listeners that the rules for this tournament dictate that a fast bowler is only allowed 4 overs in a spell. So it would be wise of the St. Lucian batters to just see out the threat that is McDowell.
And again, McDowell just wide out the off stump. Some really good carry there. And like I said earlier, he's been very impressive. Bit the bat on numerous occasions when Can Elcock was at the wicket. Eventually got him to nick one behind to the keeper. Theo Edward went first ball off his bowling as well, a short delivery. Edward looking to pull, was only able to find the man at mid-wicket. McDowell, who was the leading wicket taker coming into this game, and so far he's improved his tally by 3. Very good looking shot there from Daniel, straight to the man at mid-off. They've gone for 1, a bit of a fumble, but they're going to remain at 1. Daniel now moves on to the 5. He's been in for the 10 delivery. He's looked very positive, and St. Lucia will be hoping to get a big partnership. Bolton Sayers, who's been one of the St. Lucia's leading batsmen so far, they'll be hoping that he could repeat the feat that he's been able to achieve in the first 2 games. Then good delivery, very good looking shot there from Bolton Sayers. That's a fantastic drive. That's probably the shot of the morning so far. McDowell guilty of over pitching, and Sayers just stride forward and stroke that past the bowler. 4 good looking runs.
Yes, and if this is your first time joining us and hearing about Bolton Sayers, that drive there is an exposition of the elegance that we have been describing. And he really needs to be the man for St. Lucia today. He has proven to be the man thus far in the tournament. No bowler can say that he has gotten his wicket having 2 not outs thus far.
This time a lot shorter, and Bolton Sayers handles that comfortably, just pushes it back to the bowler. And with that, we've come to the end of the 8th over. Team St. Lucia has now moved on to 48 for the loss of 3 wickets. Bolton Sayers not out on 8, and Jonathan Daniel not out on 5. But so far, you would say the first 8 overs has actually belonged to the Vincentians.
Yes, having picked up 3 wickets within the first power play, the match definitely swaying in favor of the Vincentians. But St. Lucia really cannot complain with the rate of scoring at the moment. After 8 overs, they're on 48, going at 6 runs to the over. This is actually a good start, because we have seen very slow starts at the DSCG by opposition teams. We remember that after 10 overs in one of the games, that Grenada was only able to amass 28 runs. So after 8, with St. Lucia being 48, each batsman thus far has had a productive stay at the crease.
And we've got a change of bowling from the media center end. It's Kobe Butler, the new bowler. The first delivery just short of a length outside the off stump, and Daniel just runs that down to the man at third man and gets an easy single. St. Lucia now move on to 49. Kobe Butler, that's the new bowler from the media center end. Butler is going to be bowling to Bolton Sayers. Good lift in delivery, but again very well handled by Sayers, just pushing it to the man at short mid wicket.
Yes, and earlier on, I was lamenting that as well as Sayers has looked unbatted, that based on the tallies that he had to chase down, that he was unable to get a half century. But with St. Lucia winning the toss today and electing to bat, and with him being in within the first 10 overs, it presents us an opportunity to just see what this youngster can do.
Yeah, it gives him an opportunity to bat long. There's still maybe 47.3 overs left, so there's lots of time. That's a wide delivery. Yes, called wide by the umpire. Kobe Butler just bowling a bit too wide, but it gives Bolton Sayers an opportunity to bat. There's still just about 43 overs left. So it gives them an opportunity. As a matter of fact, it gives every single one of the remaining batsmen an opportunity to get a big score. So far, Team St. Lucia has not recorded a half centuries yet, so it gives the remaining batsmen an opportunity to do so. The wicket is pretty flat, despite how impressive the seamers from the St. Vincent team has been. Again, good delivery outside the off stump, but Bolton showing the patience that he's shown so far in this competition by letting that one go by to the wicket keeper.
As Dwight, you would have mentioned the wicket, but at the DSCG, it provides such an entertaining exposition into the talent that our players have, and the fast bowlers in each team. Just mentioning the fast bowlers there, we see that he's drawing the batsman into that false stroke. But the fast bowlers in this tournament, and even regionally and internationally, will always tell you that there is no better place to ply the trade, given the response of the surface. They always seem to extract movement and bounce that they can't seem to find on any other ground in the region.
And Kobe Butler, it's third wide of the over. He needs to continue the good work done by the opening bowlers. So far, he's bowled just the 4 legal deliveries, and he's also bowled 3 wides. So guilty of just giving the St. Lucians a few runs. They've now moved on to 52 for 3, and we're still in the 9th over. This time a lot closer, much better line, much better length, but very well played by Sayers, just pushing that into the offside, and the backward point comes around, and there is no run. So much better area, much better line, much better length, and that's what he's going to be hoping to do for the remainder of this spell. This partnership is a very important one for the St. Lucians. So far, they have put in 16 runs, Jonathan Daniel and Bolton Sayers. Again, that's full, and Sayers goes for a big drive, and he misses it, but the umpire calls wide to the surprise of the St. Vincent fielders. They're not happy with that call, but good delivery nonetheless. He drew Bolton Sayers into what I would say was a false shot.
Yes, and not many bowlers have been able to do that, but as well as Sayers has been handling himself in this tournament thus far, I really like the look and approach of Jonathan Daniel thus far.
Okay, that one wide outside the off stump, but the Bolton lets it go by to be taken by the wicket keeper, the umpire on this occasion. There's not called that one a wide, so we've come to the end of the 9th over, and St. Lucia has now moved on to the 53 for 3 at the end of 9 overs. Once again, if you're just joining us, the batsman out, and Noel Leo, who bowled McDowell for 18, Can Elcock, who went for 6 off McDowell, and Theo Edward was also gone first ball of McDowell, who's bowled so far he's bowled 4 overs, and he's gotten 3 for 16, the pick of the bowlers so far. And it looks like we're going to have a change of bowling from the players' pavilion end.
Yes, and that change of bowling, we can honestly say only due to the fact of the rules that a fast bowler must be rested after bowling 4 overs. The Vincentian team would have loved nothing more than for leading wicket taker, left-arm seamer McDowell to continue tormenting the St. Lucian batsmen, having picked up all 3 wickets to fall thus far. But another left-arm bowler is introduced from the pavilion, and it looks to be Elron Glasgow. So a Windward Islands under 15 player being employed by the Vincentian under 19 team.
Yeah, and they'll definitely be looking to keep the pressure. McDowell bowled a very good spell, and he's now been replaced by another left-arm spinner, like you said, in Elron Glasgow. So they will be hoping for similar rewards, and I'm sure if he hits the areas that McDowell was able to hit, there's going to be an opportunity or 2 being created. But so far, Jonathan Daniel has, for the most part, looked very untroubled. He's been in for the 12 deliveries, and he's faced the 6. He's gotten the 6 runs. So far, he's looked very comfortable, very compact in attack and in defense. And Glasgow bowls, that's an outside edge. They've gone for 1. It's going down to the third man boundary. It's going to be hauled in. Yes, very good fielding there by the man at backward point, and they've gone for 2. So that's another 2 to Jonathan Daniel. Looking for maybe a big booming drive, but was only able to get the outside edge. So good areas from Glasgow so far.
Yes, first look at Glasgow, and he seems to be bustling into the crease, but doesn't appear to have the sort of pace that can trouble Daniel. Daniel and Glasgow would have been members of the same Windward Islands under 15 team, as we see some aggressive running by Daniel again, just steering this one past the fielder at a gully. It looks like picking up another comfortable 2. So there is some familiarity with Daniel and Glasgow, having just completed a regional under 15 tournament together.
Yeah, and so far from what I've seen of Jonathan Daniel, one of his strong areas seems to be the backward point foot man area. Vast majority of his runs so far. As soon as I see that one was wide down the leg side, and Daniel looking to whip that over mid wicket, was not able to make contact, and the umpire has signal wide. And as well as the medium paces of the St. Vincent team has bowled, I think they're going to be disappointed with the extras. So far they've bowled 14 wides. Good delivery, a lot straighter this time, and Daniel just works it to the man at mid wicket, and there is no run. But so far they've been guilty of bowling 14 wides, and we're only in the 10th over, so they've given St. Lucia an extra 2 overs and an extra 2 balls. So they're going to definitely look to tighten that up. I think the St. Lucians will be worried about the scoring rate. They're still above 6 runs and over so far. That's short, and that's pulled away. That's gone for 6. Even against the breeze, Jonathan Daniel was able to get that one over the line. Glasgow way too short on that occasion, and very positive intent being shown by Daniel. He whipped that over the man at deep fine leg for what would be a very good shot. St. Lucia now moves on to 64 for the loss of 3.
Yes, we have the benefit of the replays today, and we see that Daniel getting inside the line of this one. He looked quite an accomplished player on this one. We were just mentioning that at first glance, Glasgow really doesn't have the pace to trouble the batters. But then again, a fast bowler at the Darren Sammy cricket ground, you could just believe that you could do anything.
Yeah, he doesn't have the pace that the opening bowlers had. And that one, much better line, much better length. I think he's better off bowling in those areas of the lack of pace that he had compared to Franklin and McDowell. But we've come to the end of the 10th over. St. Lucia now moving on to 64 for 3. So despite losing 3 wickets, they continue to score quite quickly.
Yes, and Jonathan Daniel, we must mention that he is into his first tournament at the under 19 level, but he has not looked out of place. He has looked a positive player, looks to take advantage of loose deliveries, and he has looked quite compact defensively.
Yeah, so far coming into this game, Daniel was able to amass 43 runs so far with a top score of 31. So he has looked good for the most part. He's not gotten that big score that he would have liked. So today he has a fantastic opportunity to do so. And so far he's good enough to an okay start. And that's full toss, as a matter of fact. Daniel looking to drive that. No, it was Sayers looking to drive that through the offside, not making contact. He'll be disappointed to have missed out on what was a full delivery wide outside the off stump. And Sayers coming into this inning was St. Lucia's leading run scorer. So far he's amassed the 85 runs in the 2 games played, and he's not gotten out so far. So a lot would be dependent on him. Very good delivery there. Very good delivery from Butler. Much better line, much better length, and Sayers showing the patience that he's shown, that he continues to show in this competition by letting that one go by.
Yes, Sayers showing that he has all the attributes of a really good player. He's been very watchful at the start of the innings. He's looked technically sound.
This one a lot straighter from Butler, but again, Sayers up to the challenge, just defends that into the man on the offside. Sayers has been in for the 17 deliveries, and he has the 8 runs so far. Jonathan Daniel, who's on 16 of only the 17 deliveries, they've now put on 28, so somewhat of a rebuilding after having lost the 3rd wicket. And again, good delivery outside the off stump. So Kobe Butler seemed to have found his line and length in this over. Previous over he bowled the 4 wides, but so far he's been very tight in his 2nd over.
Yes, just operating on a nice and tidy line and length outside the line of the off stump, and has teased Sayers and has induced the false strokes, and there is a fielder awaiting the outside edge at first slip.
And Butler committing a cardinal sin on that occasion and no ball. So it now gives Bolton Sayers an opportunity at a free hit, an opportunity to free his arms. And Sayers will be looking to maximize this delivery. Let's see what Butler has in store, whether he decides to go Yorker. And he tries a foolish delivery that's going to be signaled no ball again, but excellent fielding by the man at deep fine leg, keeping the Bolton Sayers down to 1. But again, that was well over the waist height, so that's going to be another no ball and another opportunity at a free hit. This time, Jonathan Daniel will get the opportunity at that free hit.
Yes, the fielding from St. Vincent has not really been up to par thus far, but on this occasion here, a wonderful attempt at stopping this one.
It's going to be a wide delivery. The umpire signal wide, so the free hit is still on. So Butler, after bowling 2 very good deliveries, he's now bowled the 2 no balls and a wider, so we still have a free hit. So Jonathan Daniel will still get the opportunity to free his arms. So Kobe Butler been a bit ill-disciplined so far. He's bowled 5 wides and 2 no balls only in his 2nd over.
Yes, Daniel looking for that expansive shot, but I believe that if he were just able to come across the stump a little bit. Whoa,
and that's shot into the wicket. That's gone way over the batsman's head, way over the keeper head, into the boundary for another boundary. This time it's going to be 5 wides. So again, Butler seemed to have lost his head a bit here, and maybe the captain should have a word with him. So again, we still have a free hit on.
This one dug into the pitch, and the bounce and carry at the Darren Sammy cricket ground, just taking this one over the wicket keeper. Free hit still on.
And much better delivery for this time from Butler. Good comeback. Daniel giving him the charge, looking to deposit him somewhere over wide long on. Was not able to make any contact with that. Maybe he's better off served staying in his crease and swinging, but he decided to give him the charge on that occasion and not making contact.
Yeah, so albeit that Butler has bowled those extras, in my opinion, he has looked quite threatening as we see this one, another wide signal. I think his idea was right, because he tried to bowl that delivery outside the line of the off stump. And when the free hit came, he attempted the Yorker, but this one clearly slipped out of his hand, and he ended up bowling another waist-high full toss. And for the free hit that followed, you could see that he attempted something different. He attempted his first bouncer, and I don't believe that the batsman would have been expecting that. But he found a length on the Darren Sammy cricket ground pitch that just took this one over the head of the keeper. So he has had the right idea, but the execution just was not there.
Yeah, Butler has so far bowled 11 deliveries in that over. And this is going to be the 12th ball, hopefully the final one. And yes, it is. So if he's come to the end of his second over, and he's now considered the 15. And so far, we're only in the 11th over. The St. Vincent and the Grenadines team has given away St. Lucia 25 extras, which includes 21 wides and 2 no balls. That over has now taken the score to 74 for 3. So good recovery. Having lost their third wicket, they've now this partnership has now put on 38 runs between Jonathan Daniel and Bolton Sayers.
Yes, and in as much as the fast bowlers have enjoyed success at the Darren Simon Cricket Ground, for some reason they have contributed extras significantly to the opposition teams. So they have been really struggling with the movement, and especially what we've been speaking about game after game, that big breeze at the Darren Simon Cricket Stadium. So the fast bowlers need to get it right. As we see the first signs of spin, we see the wicket keeper putting on that helmet, and has the captain changed his mind? No, it looks like it's gonna be spin. It looks to be a left arm spinner, Watson Seaton. Yes, Watson Seaton, a left arm spinner, coming into bowl. First signs of spin here, and he has a slip awaiting.
Yeah, Watson Seaton replacing Elron Glasgow, who bowled just that 1 over, and he considered 11 runs. And Bolton Sayers just drove that one into the man at short cover, who fumbled what should have been an easy single, maybe even 2, turned into a dot ball. So very poor communication there by the 2 St. Lucian batsmen. That should have been an easy single.
Yes, there was a chance there for 1.5. I'm not sure what went wrong with the calling from the St. Lucian batters.
Left arm spinner just shot outside the off stump, and Sayers for a moment they maybe thought of running that down to third man, but decided against it and allowed it to go by. Again, full outside the off stump. Sayers just lets that one go by. Again, very patient. He's just continuing where he left off in the previous 2 games. So far, he's gotten the 9 of the 23 deliveries, just the 1 boundary. So he's prepared to bat long and bat deep.
Yes, and he backs his ability to have a better strike rate the deeper that he bats.
Again, that's full and pushed into the man at mid-on. Easy single, good communication on that occasion, and Sayers goes through for a single. That mid-on fielder was at long on prior to this delivery. The captain brought him into mid-on, and even with him being in the circle, they were comfortably able to take a single. So good cricket from Bolton Sayers.
Yes, our first look at Watson Seaton, the left-arm spinner, looks to be a simple, repeatable action, and we see some turn. So good signs there in the first over from the left arm spinner.
Yes, he's bowled his one delivery away from completing his first over. He's only considered a 1 run, and he ends really well. Good delivery. Jonathan Daniel on the front foot. So good end to the first over, first sign of spin that we've seen for the day, and he's only considered the 1 run. So very good start from the left arm spinner. That's Watson Seaton.
Yes, and earlier on, commentator Greg Wilson and yourself, Dwight Thomas, you would have discussed the amount of left arm batters that we have seen in the tournament, but quite a number of left arm bowlers as well.
Yes. There's plenty of left-handers, whether it be bowlers or batsmen, on show in this Windward Islands Under 19 competition. And prior to today, Seaton has only gotten the 1 wicket so far in the competition. But at the end of the 12th over, we now have a drinks break with St. Lucia on 75 for free. So just to recap what has happened earlier, St. Lucia 75 for free. The batsman out, and Noel Leo was bowled McDowell for 18 of the 15 deliveries. Can Elcock caught Gonzalez, bowled McDowell for 6. Theo Edward caught Seaton, bowled McDowell without scoring. And the not out batsman at Jonathan Daniel, who's on 16, and Bolton Sayers, who's on 10. In terms of the bowling so far for St. Vincent, Courtney Franklin, 4 overs, considered the 30 runs and went wicketless. The pick of the bowlers so far has been Devontae McDowell, who's bowled 4 overs, 3 for 16. A very outstanding opening spell from the left-arm pacer. Kobe Butler, he's bowled the 2 overs, considered 15 runs. And also wicketless, Elron Glasgow, who only bowled the 1 over, considered 11. And the last over was bowled by Watson Seaton, the left-arm orthodox spinner, only went for 1 of his first over. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines took some early wickets, but there's been some sort of a rebuilding so far by Daniel and Sayers. They've now put on 39, and just what was needed for Team St. Lucia.
Exactly what was needed. And those two players have looked good. They've batted in stark contrast to what we've seen from the top 3. We saw some really aggressive play by Noel Leo, but sometimes they say, Dwight, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. He continued with that aggressive intent and lost his wicket in that manner, trying to play across the line towards the Johnson Charles stand. Then we saw the very first delivery that young talent Theo Edward faced, that he was attempting the pull stroke in no position to play that shot. Then we saw the dismissal of Can Elcock, also played aggressively, wafted that deliveries outside the off stump, looked a bit uncharacteristic and unsettled. So it's quite refreshing to see a different approach from Sayers and from Daniel. But Daniel has still maintained a positive approach, but appears to be more tempered in his aggression. And St. Lucia are going along at a good rate of 6.25. You did mention a very impressive partnership of 39 runs between those two, and St. Lucia would be hoping that they can continue.
Yeah, definitely. Jonathan Daniel, despite the fact that he's a very young man, especially at this level, he's been very impressive so far, as well as Bolton Sayers again coming into this game. He was St. Lucia's leading run scorer, and as a matter of fact, in terms of the competition, I think he's maybe third on that list. So St. Lucia will be hoping that he goes on to get a big score today. So he's actually 4th on the list, but he's not been out so far in the competition. And looks like it's going to be a change of bowling also from the media center end.
Yes, more signs of spin. So the previous spinner bowling quite tidily, just conceding the 1 run. So St. Vincent opting for a double change. As we saw in his warm-up there, he looks to be a leg spinner. It's going to be Javon Richardson. Again, both teams coming from a break, and as a point of note, every time there's been a break, something has happened. Now, it has not just been a fall of wickets, but we've seen batters come out with more aggressive intent after the break. So it remains to be seen who is going to come out on top within the next few overs.
You see full delivery, good delivery, a bit of turn there. Leg spinner finds his length immediately. And some sign of turn here. That's going to excite the St. Vincent leg spinner. So far, we've seen a few leg spinners so far in the competition.
So I would have remembered that the leg spinner from Dominica really tormented the St. Lucian batting as well, picking up 3 quick wickets.
There's an appeal for LBW. Pius is not out. That looks like it was just heading down the leg side, but so far the leg spinner just 2 deliveries in. He's already found his line and he's already found his length, already causing problems for Bolton Sayers. That one full, and Sayers just drives to the man and wicket, half stop, but they're still gonna get through for that single. A full toss there, and maybe Sayers should have been looking to be a bit more positive with only 1 man out on the leg side.
Yes, but we've seen Dwight that he's a player who tries to eliminate risk from his game and opts to just push the ball around early on in his innings. But we know that Jonathan Daniel has shown more intent when facing the spinners.
Okay, good delivery from the leg spinner, bit short of a length, and Daniel just gets back and just pushes it back to Richardson, who fields off his own bowling.
Yes, but immediately as the leg spinner has come on, the captain opted to place 4 fielders on the boundary with the deep cover, the long on, the long off, and a deep mid-wicket. So the opportunity it presented for the St. Lucian batsmen to pick up some singles to those sweepers.
Yeah, but having lost 3 wickets and having it been the first over leg spinner, I think they may be better off maybe having 1 or 2 of these fielders in and forcing the St. Lucians to go over the top again, a full toss. And this time Sayers once again just drives it to the man at long on. They've gone through for another easy single. And we've come to the end of the first over after the drinks break. And St. Lucia has now moved on to 78 for 3. Sayers on 12 and Jonathan Daniel on 17. And we've seen the introduction of spinners, 1 at each end. The left arm orthodox from the pavilion end and the leg spinner from the media center end. So after a very good start from the medium pacers from the St. Vincent team, they've now opted for the spinners.
And in as much as the batters have not been ultra aggressive against them, it must be noted that they have maintained that rate of 6 runs to the over.
Bowls good delivery. Sayers again just pushes it down to mid-on, and there is no run.
Yes, and Dwight, importantly, when the left arm orthodox, that finger spinner is operating, the long one has been brought inside the circle to mid-on, so not really giving that easy single to Sayers. We see a variation delivery there, and this one is angled down the leg side and neatly clipped off the pads by Sayers, picking up 2 runs.
Yeah, the left arm spinner guilty of maybe just straying down the leg side, and Sayers doing the right thing, just rolling his wrist, and was able to get 2 comfortable runs. So far, not much turn for the left arm orthodox spinner, but he's been putting it in the right areas for the most part. And again, that one a bit shorter, and Sayers just turns it into the man at square leg. Very tidy so far from Watson Seaton, despite the fact that there is not much turn on offer. He's not giving much away. He's only considered the 3 runs so far in his second over. Again, that one is full. Very good looking shot there from Sayers down to the man at long off. It's only going to be 1, but very attractive looking drive. And so far, he's been very good on those half volleys. He looks a very good player off the front foot when he's driving.
Yes, we've mentioned that he looks the picture of elegance on that front foot. But here is Jonathan Daniel. No elegance in this one at all. Just dispatching this one over wide long on. The fielder was in the circle, and this is the aggression that we've been speaking about from Daniel.
Daniel being real positive there. The spinner guilty of overpitching, and Daniel realizing that the mid-on is actually in the circle, just deposits that over the mid-on boundary for a maximum. And with that 6, he's prompted a change in the field, so the mid-on has now gone on to long on, so it presents an opportunity for him to now maybe get a single down the ground. But with that 6, he moves on to 23, and much flatter this time from the left arm spinner Seaton, and he ends with a dot ball. But with at the end of this over, St. Lucia has now moved on to 87 for 3, and with that 6, they've now put on a 50-run partnership. That's between Jonathan Daniel and Bolton Sayers. So they're doing the repair job for Team St. Lucia right now.
Yes, and off and on, just putting the foot on the accelerator. We would have mentioned that Daniel has shown confidence against the spinners in terms of going over the top, and we would have recognized him for being a no-nonsense player. The spinner on that occasion, Dwight Thomas, just told the viewers and listeners that there was not much turn on offer. Daniel recognizing that and felt free to just go over the top.
That's a full toss presented to Sayers, who swings that down to the man at deep mid-wicket. There's only one. Again, Sayers would feel like he missed out on that opportunity with just that one fielder there at deep mid-wicket. He could have easily maybe gone over square leg with that one. But he moves on to 16 with that single. The leg spinner will be hoping for a better length. And yes, much better length this time, but very well played by Daniel. Pushes it out to the man sweeping. They've gone for one. Positive running. They're coming back for the second. And that's fantastic running. There's an opportunity for a foot. They're thinking about it. An excellent running. The keeper fumbled that one, and they've now gone through for free. So that's excellent running. Positive running from both Daniel and Bolton Sayers.
And this is what I've been discussing. I really like the look of Jonathan Daniel. Not just a one-dimensional player with his positivity and aggression. He really pushes the fielders out there. And this is the second occasion where we've seen some overthrows gifting runs to St. Lucia. St. Vincent would really need to tighten up on the fielding.
Leg spinner full. Very good delivery. Very well played as well from Bolton Sayers. This is more of what the leg spinner will be looking to do, more of the areas that he wants to hit. But Sayers was very comfortable so far. He's looked rather untroubled. That one is short and wide, and Sayers cuts it, but straight to the man at short cover. Again, he's very disappointed that he was not able to find the gap, and he found the gap there. Could have easily been one, at least a single down to the sweeper on the offside.
Yes, this one dropping short, it looked to me like an attempt at the googly from Richardson.
That one is a lot full and well driven by Sayers, and that's a misfield of his own bowling. The man at long on fields, and again they've gone for another single. Again, every time Sayers gets onto that front foot, he looks much more comfortable on the front foot driving. Young leg spinner will continue to Daniel. And that's a full delivery that's driven back past the bowler down to long on for another easy single. So the runs are coming quite easily for the St. Lucians right now. At the end of this over, they're now moved on to the 93 of the 15 overs. So despite again losing 3 early wickets, they've been able to maintain the run rate of 6.2 so far.
Yes, after the first over of spin from the left arm spinner, before we went off for that break, this showed good signs for St. Vincent and the captain. So they would have felt that they could have maintained this. But again, after the break, the St. Lucian batters coming out with more positivity, and we saw that with the stroke play from Daniel and Bolton Sayers finding a way to just get those singles. So good signs for St. Lucia at the moment.
And Seaton continues from the pavilion end. A lot straighter this time, and Daniel just works it to the man at short mid-wicket, sitting into his third over. He's considered the 10 runs so far. He bowls that short, and Daniel pushes that down to long on for an easy single. Jonathan Daniel looks rather comfortable against the two St. Vincent spinners right now. He now moves on to 28 of only the 29 deliveries. He's hit 2 sixes so far in his innings.
Yes, and Jonathan Daniel, remember that he would have been coming into this tournament with some form behind him. He would have registered his first regional half-century for the Windward Islands under 15 team, and playing that final where we mentioned that Can Elcock got a century, Jonathan Daniel also got a half-century.
That one is full and straight. There's a bit of an appeal, but the umpire says not out. We have been an inside edge. But very tidy bowling from Watson Seaton, not giving much away. This time again, full straight, and Bolton Sayers right on the front foot, just pushes it back to the bowler. So very tight bowling by Watson Seaton, keeping Bolton Sayers very honest in his defense. And Seaton bowl this time is a lot fuller, and Sayers just works that down to the man at long on for another easy single. And with that, we've come to the end of the 16th over. Team St. Lucia 95 for 3. And we have some change in commentary. So after some comments from Jamal James, we're going to have Greg Wilson to join us.
Yes, this partnership from St. Lucia really going well. They have moved on to 59 runs together, and Bolton Sayers has moved on to 18 with Jonathan Daniel on 28. With the 18 runs scored by Bolton Sayers thus far, although we're not sure of what is happening at the other venue, Bolton Sayers would have moved into second place on the tally chart for the leading run scorers behind Rashawn Lewis. So a good effort being shown here by Sayers and by Daniel. Welcome back, Greg.
Thanks, Jamal. Certainly a good fight back by Sayers and Daniel. This one driven down to the long on region for one. So Daniels has looked very impressive in his batting so far, Jamal.
Looks an attractive right-hand batter, a no-nonsense player once you bowl a bat ball. And the leg spinner is going to need to be careful bowling to him. See, this one here is a full toss, and he spanks it down the ground, but only able to get the single.
Yes, a good rotation of the strike between Sayers and Daniel, and again Sayers being the glue that really holds the middle to low order for St. Lucia. Third consecutive match that he has really put his head down, and this occasion drives this one in the extra cover region. Fielder filling halfway, resulting in just run. So the St. Vincent and the Grenadines fielding has not been the best today, Jamal.
Yes, they had an early opportunity to see the back of Noel Leo, and they would have presented some overthrows to St. Lucia and have not made the cleanest of stops. And even when the ball has been hit in the outfield, what should have been just the single, they've allowed extra runs to the aggressive running of Daniel and Sayers.
So Richardson shot on this occasion. This one is firmly struck, and the man at the short mid-wicket region able to scamper to his left and prevent a run.
And so just as we were about to criticize the fielding, we see some good fielding here. So improving as the day goes along, it seems, Greg.
Yes, the end of a tight over there by Richardson, conceding only 3 runs. And St. Lucia inching closer to the 100. And certainly it would be a good boost for them to get through to 100 without any further loss of wickets. 62-run partnership so far between Sayers and Daniel.
Yes, at one point in time, there would have been a lot of worry and concern in the St. Lucian dugout having lost their 3 wickets. But this partnership would have certainly settled that. And just seeing Bolton Sayers onto that front foot with that compact defense, all those nerves would have been settled by now.
So Bolton Sayers turning out to be Mr. Reliable for the St. Lucia team in this tournament thus far.
Yes, and Greg, while victory is always the aim in these tournaments, with there being a lot of national pride to play for, one of the main purposes of this tournament is to gain selection onto the Windward Islands under 19 team. And certainly the performances of Bolton Sayers really giving the selectors something to think about.
Yes, he certainly has put up his hands in the 3 matches for St. Lucia so far. Another run there for St. Lucia. This one driven to the long on fielder. So 1 run away from 100 for St. Lucia. So the end of another tight over there by Seaton. Just 1 run coming off his over, and so far he has bowled some 4 overs for 13 runs. And Richardson is 3 overs for 12 runs. So the spinners, they are doing a reasonably good job for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team.
Yes, in the last 2 overs, we've seen some very tidy bowling. They have kept the St. Lucian batters quiet. They would have prevented those bad deliveries, and the St. Lucian batters quite content to just get behind the ball and just push for the singles when available. And it looks to be a change in bowling. We see the captain, Luke Wilson, employing himself into the mix. Luke Wilson would have been a member of the Windward Islands under 19 team last year, but I believe that he would have picked up an early injury in the season and would not have been given that many opportunities. But a chance for him here today to really restake his claim on the back of a good performance today.
So the captain, Vincent, a 63-run partnership, has taken his ball, hoping that he could get a breakthrough. And good first delivery there by Captain Wilson, right on the money.
Yes, just seeing his action here, he looks to be someone who can impart some spin on the ball. This delivery ball at a really good pace. Yes, you can see him really trying to get that spin off the surface.
Good start to the over so far. And this one turning back sharply into Sayers, but he's equal to the task.
bowling a lovely line. And this is the line that the off spinners are encouraged to bowl. Just outside the off stump, trying to spin that ball back in through the gate of the right-handed batters. This one a little wider, and Sayers attempting that late cut, but making that mistake of pulling his body away from the line of the ball, Greg.
Yes, certainly was not in the best position to play that dab shot. So the end of a very good over from the captain Luke Wilson, maiden over. So after 19, St. Lucia 99 for 3, still maintaining a healthy rate of 5.21.
Yes, a good comeback the last 4 overs from the Vincentian spinners. They have done well, and whereas we thought St. Lucia would have gone past the 100 mark about 3 overs ago, the tight bowling of the Vincentian spinners really preventing that. But of note, Jonathan Daniel would have been starved of the strike for a little while, Greg. And sometimes that can prove to be the undoing of positive players such as Daniel.
Yes, so Daniel needs to continue the good work he has started so far for the St. Lucia team. And this one just outside the off stump, allowing it to go through to the keeper. Daniel faced 35 deliveries for his 29, and he has struck 2 sixes. So certainly quite a few overs after this one. This will be the 20th over, so some 30 overs remaining after this.
And Daniel quite content that when the ball is placed outside the line of the off stump, to just let it go by, just shouldering arms. 3 balls bowled there, and he has not offered a shot. But on this occasion, lured into the drive and can only find the fielder at short cover.
Yes, a good sensible batting there by Daniel. Again, allows this one to go through to the keeper. So the St. Vincent and the Grenadines bowlers looking to exert a bit of pressure on the St. Lucia batsmen. They've not given them any freebies in the last few overs, trying to keep things as tight as possible. But the St. Lucia team, Sayers and Daniel, they are very much equal to the task, looking to play every ball on its merit. So good contest out in the middle between bat and ball.
Yes, truly the battle of the Saints, and this was the second successive maiden over. So spin really doing the job for Captain Wilson, and St. Lucia would have taken their foot off the gas just a little bit and really allowing St. Vincent to come back into the game, Greg.
So it appears that the captain Wilson has come off the attack after just 1 over, and he would be replaced, looked, by Joe Williams, number 3.
A very interesting move here by the captain, and he would have just bowled a maiden over and now entrusting a new bowler from the commentary end, another off spinner. Very good to see that the mid-off is in the circle for Bolton Sayers to just prevent that productive shot, that drive to mid-off for him.
An attempted loft drive playing across the line, and Bolton Sayers strapped LBW, playing a shot in aggression there. ill-advised shot, Jamal James. Perhaps the fielder that was placed in the shot made-off region where they took away his scoring areas, he decided to really on this occasion go across the line and was hit right in front of the stump and was adjudged LBW. So further success there for the Dominica team, the St. Vincent Grenadines team, picking up the wicket of Bolton Sayers, who was really batted admirably in the 3 matches for St. Lucia.
Yes, and while we could not have seen it at the time, really a stroke of genius by Captain Luke Wilson, introducing his off-spinner Williams, and brings immediate success that no other bowler thus far in the tournament has been able to get. The prize wicket of Bolton Sayers from the St. Lucian batting lineup. So St. Lucia would definitely be in a new territory, uncharted waters now, having to continue some 29.4 overs without the services of Bolton Sayers, who I believe may have had a lapse in concentration, Greg.
Yes, certainly a lapse in concentration, uncharacteristic of Bolton Sayers. We saw it was very same deliveries. He was very much contented in just driving them to made-on, made-off, and on this occasion looking to be a bit cute, going across the line and completely missed this one and was adjudged LBW. So with dismissal of Sayers, in comes the St. Lucia captain, Tariq Edwards. And he too have not done well with the bat, so today we will hope that he can come good. And first opportunity, getting the outside edge. The ball goes to the left of the fielder. My apologies. It looked like by. It appeared there was some sort of deviation, but there was no bat involved, as signaled by the umpire.
Yes, Greg, but I really didn't understand that move from skipper Tariq. It's his first delivery, having come in at the loss of Bolton Sayers, something that had not happened previously. But this one tossed up outside the line of the off stump, and he's going for that full-blooded drive. He needs to really settle things down for his country.
This one played at the point region, and just before the dismissal of Bolton, St. Lucia, they did face some 15 dot balls, so certainly a bit of pressure was created by the St. Vincent and the Grenadine bowlers.
Yes, we were just alluding to that, Greg, where St. Lucia were going at a rate of 6 runs per over with the same partnership, but they would have taken their foot off the accelerator slightly and would have allowed St. Vincent to come back into the game. And good captaincy by Wilson, bringing in some fielders, realizing that St. Lucia had eased up on the pressure, and Sayers really playing uncharacteristically, a shot that he had not attempted in his 2 innings thus far, going for the slog sweep, and this leading to his undoing.
Yes, so the last over there, St. Lucia getting a bye. They were able to bring up 100 runs on the board. So 100 for 4 after 21. And from the northern end.
Yes, it looks to be a change of end basically for the captain, Wilson.
Yes, the captain has reintroduced himself from the players' pavilion end. So basically there will be 2 off-break bowlers in operation.
And he will be bowling to the captain of the St. Lucian team, Tariq Edward, who is also an off-spinner. And you had just mentioned previously, Greg, that Tariq would have been disappointed not to have contributed anything of note to his team's totals in the past 2 games. Really has not done justice to his talent and abilities thus far.
And this one is driven to the fielder at the long off region. So easy single taken.
Yes, and we did mention that he is a player who does have the batting credentials, being singled out as the most valuable player in the West Indies under-19 tournament concluded last year. So it's not a matter of ability, as this one is hit straight to the captain, and he puts down a simple opportunity.
Yes, certainly. St. Vincent just missed out on an opportunity of getting 2 wickets in 2 overs. You see Daniel just driving this one straight back to the captain Wilson. A very poor effort indeed there by the captain. So Wilson putting down Daniel. Daniel lives to fight another day. Hope that he could really capitalize on that opportunity given to him, because he has been out there for a while. Some 30 runs off some 44 deliveries, so he really needs to dig in deep.
It's really disappointing there from Daniel presenting that opportunity. A ball that he would have normally just driven down the ground. But as you mentioned, possibly the mindset of the batters have changed over the last few overs due to the economy of the Vincentian spinners. This one being tossed up here right in the slot, a ball that the class and quality of Tariq could have just driven down the ground for the single. So pressure being created by the Vincentian spinners.
So this one tossed up by Wilson, driven by Captain Tariq to the long on region, resulting in just 1 run. So perhaps a bit of complacency has set in the batting of St. Lucia, Jamal.
Yes, Daniel really needs to refocus and rediscover his aggressive intent. He's been around for 44 deliveries. And there is Daniel playing across the line of a straight delivery, coming back to a full one, in no position to play that shot, feet stuck together, and loses his middle stump.
Yes, a delivery. He should have been on the front foot driving, looking to come back and hitting this one to the square leg. Attempted to hit this one to the square leg region, and really got ball, middle and leg. So a poor choice of shot there by Daniel, and just after St. Lucia losing the wicket of Sayers in the previous over to the bowling of Williams, now they have lost the wicket of Daniel to the captain Luke Wilson. So St. Lucia really losing 2 quick wickets for the loss of just 4 runs, because they lost the wicket of Sayers on 99 and now the wicket of Daniel. So a poor bit of batting there by Daniel.
Yes, Greg, this type of batting is really difficult for me to wrap my head around. Both Daniel and Bolton Sayers batting uncharacteristically, because this is a ball that Daniel would have normally come back and showed some stout defense or push down the ground. But this time, if his feet stuck together, playing across the line of this one, he really batted himself into a hole once he had changed his aggressive intent.
So with the dismissal of Daniel comes in Royce Paul. And Royce Paul, in the 2 matches we have seen previous to this one, has gotten out stump on both occasions.
So St. Lucia would be looking to Royce Paul to bat well with his captain Tariq. Both Royce Paul and Tariq Edward are off spinners facing up to the off spinners of the Vincentian team, so they would know a thing or two about this kind of bowling.
And Edwards looking to force this one through the offside of the back foot. only finding the man at the extra cover position. Just comes forward and smothers whatever spin on offer. So certainly the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team, they have exerted a bit of pressure on the St. Lucia team, and it is paying dividends.
Yes, but at the same time, I can say that I like what's happening because it really gives Captain Tariq a chance to shine with bat in hand. He has plenty of overs, and we know that he is the type of player that once he gets in, he can really hurt you. And just look at how classical he looks playing that shot of the back foot, and look at that aggressive running as well.
Yes.
So if he could just spend possibly at least 10 overs at the crease, he could really change the complexion of the game.
Yes, certainly this last delivery played out the back foot, punched through the extra cover region, and good aggressive running. As you indicated, he was back for 2 in a flash. So at the end of 23, St. Lucia, the 23rd over, they are 105 for the loss of 5. So they would need another good partnership from these two. Just what we saw between Jonathan Daniel and Bolton Sayers, where they had a 60-odd run partnership. So St. Lucia need a partnership from these two to really get them to a respectable score.
Yes, and Tariq and Royce Paul would have been playing for St. Lucia together for a number of years. Even from their under 15 days, they would have both attended the same secondary school, the sports academy. So the camaraderie is there, the communication should be there, and they do have the talent and ability to see St. Lucia to a total of respectability.
So the captain, Tariq Edwards, needs to play a captain's knock today. So look, Edward bowling to his opposite number, Tariq Edward.
Yes, Greg, and sometimes we have to see the positivity in what appears to be bleak situations, because the underbelly of St. Lucia's batting has not really been exposed thus far. The batting lineup has not really gone past the likes of Shawnil Edward. So with plenty of time to bat, and as you coined it, a dress rehearsal today, it gives a wonderful opportunity to see what the lower half of St. Lucia's batting is really made of.
Yes, certainly if St. Lucia were to have a bad game, you would want the bad game to be today and not Friday's finals.
So we saw that in the case of the St. Lucia women. As we see Royce Paul making use of a bad delivery and getting 4 runs. I believe that this is the type of shot that Jonathan Daniel was possibly attempting, but this one angled further down the leg side. Royce Paul just swiveling on this one and able to get it to the boundary for 4.
Yes, bad delivery, angling down the leg side. All Royce Paul had to do was get a bit of bat on to, and he was able to get 4 easy runs. So he certainly has opened his account, and he's 4 without loss. Tariq Edward, the captain, on 4 as well, and St. Lucia's total 109 for 5. So a lot would rest on the shoulders of these two. This would be a very crucial partnership for St. Lucia. If we look at the scorecard, the batting lineup, most likely Shawnil Edwards would be coming in next, but this one is worked through to the fielder at the square leg region, fumbles. A bit of hesitation between the two.
Yes, but Tariq out there for, I think, the longest amount of time and delivery that he would have faced in the tournament thus far, and he looks to have gotten the real measure of the pace of the surface, and we can see that that ball, we can hear it as well, is hitting the middle of his bat now.
This one has gone down the leg side. And look at the signal, white signal by umpire. So St. Lucia will be credited with 5 runs.
Yes, and this has been one of the disappointing things for me, because whenever the Vincentian bowling has been on top, they have somehow found a way to ease up the pressure, and they've been presenting St. Lucia with some extra runs, whether it be via wides or overthrows. This is actually the second time that we're seeing 5 wides, the ball angling past the keeper, and he's not able to collect cleanly.
So this one is pushed back past the bowler. Ball goes down to the long on fielder, and they're able to go through for an easy run. So the captain, so far, he has batted sensibly.
Yes, and he looks to be doing it quite easily. And as we were alluding to earlier, Greg, Royce Paul, he too has good batting credentials, because he would have come into bat at number 3 for St. Lucia in one of the games last year, the final game, with St. Lucia needing to chase down a total quite quickly, and they elected to promote Royce Paul up the order, and he was able to secure the win for the country and came out with a good score for himself of, I believe it was 43 not out.
So this one angling down the leg side, white signal by the umpire, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines really have gifted St. Lucia quite a few extras, some 33 extras, so extras really have top scored for St. Lucia.
Yes, and the bowlers really need to clean up their act. But while we do recognize the all-around ability of Royce Paul, we saw that Shawnil Edward, he too has not been dismissed for the tournament thus far, making some crucial contributions to St. Lucia, and in partnership with Sayers in the previous 2 occasions, really seeing St. Lucia home. So they would be buoyed by the fact that he is due to come in next. It's just that after Shawnil, we have not really seen what the batting has to offer.
Yes, so the likes of Gassi and Lafayette, they have not gotten a chance to bat. Aaron Joseph is coming in for his first game. So at the end of another tight over there, bowled by St. Vincent and the Grenadines, I think with the 5 wides they considered in terms of runs off the bat, it was a very economical over. So they continue to do well. St. Lucia would need a partnership from the captain Edward and Royce Paul after losing some 2 quick wickets. And
yes, but I just love the idea of Captain Tariq getting some time out in the middle. I just feel that this is what he needs to get things going for himself, and if he could just possibly bat up until the 30th over and hang in there, we can possibly see the best of what this youngster has to offer. Locally, he is known as a very dangerous player, especially against the off-spin bowlers.
this one just making some room, looking to hit this one through the cover region, and the ball spinning back sharply, getting the inner portion of the bat. So looking to hit against the spin, Jamal James.
Yes, and he would have known of the quality of his opposition captain Wilson, as he just strokes this one pleasantly down the ground for the single. So a quality off spinner himself, the captain of the Vincentian team, he has really hit some good areas and has put that stranglehold on the St. Lucian scoring. Yes, but we saw in that previous delivery where Captain Tariq was just being given that easy single, we saw that it had happened to Bolton Sayers when that scoring option was blocked, that he tried to do something different. And we see again to Royce Paul, he's just driving pleasantly once more and getting that easy single down the ground. These two batters would have just come in, not spent much time at the crease as yet, and being let off the hook, in my opinion, Greg.
Yes, certainly. So at the end of the fourth over there, ball by Wilson, still continuing to be very economical. He has bowled some 4 overs, considered 8 runs, and he has picked up 1 wicket. And Joe Williams, his 3 overs, he has bowled 1 maiden, 10 runs, and he too has picked up 1 wicket. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the last 7 overs, they have only considered 19 runs, but most importantly, they have picked up 2 wickets.
A master stroke by the captain Wilson, employing his 2 off spinners, himself and Williams in tandem. But just as we were discussing his 2 off spinners, he has made bowling change and has brought back his left arm off spinner, the likes of Seaton, who has bowled economically thus far.
And this one shot on this occasion, and it was firmly struck past the fielder at the cover region. It has gone down to the boundary for 4. So not the best of start for Seaton, really letting down the pressure that was created by William and Wilson previously.
Yes, he would have had a long break, just coming back into the attack, and for some strange reason, the captain opting not to give his spinner protection out there in the offside acreage of space there. And as mentioned earlier, Royce Paul does have the quality. Just look at him there in that replay, pouncing on this one here, hopping back into his crease. It had the room, and just slapping this one, getting 4 for his team.
Yeah, sitting right on the money, drawing Paul forward.
It's a much better delivery there from Seaton. Needs to settle into good areas for his team. Drawing the batter forward there once more. A much better line and length from Seaton on this occasion.
Shot again. Plays this one on the back foot. The fielder comes off the extra cover boundary. Just 1 run resulting. So 124 for the loss of 5. So St. Lucia in the midst of a recovery. 21 run partnership between Captain Edward. And this one, he makes some room there, looking to cut through the backward point region. Ball going between the keeper and the first slip, and it has gone down to the vacant third man boundary for 4. So Tariq Edward getting a fortuitous boundary there, given a life at slip.
definitely alive here, Greg. The fielder out of position and looked to be reacting a bit slow, not alive to the opportunity to snatch up the St. Lucian captain. Good bowling here by Seaton. After that initial boundary of the first delivery, he has really gone back to a good line and length, and unfortunate for him that he was not able to be successful getting the wicket of Tariq Edward.
And something of note, Jamal, we have seen in all the matches so far, we have seen at least a opportunity of two have gone a begging. It has gone between the slips and the keeper. So certainly the slips, they are not in the right positions.
Would you attribute that, Greg, to the breeze? What exactly? As an experienced player yourself, a former Windward Islands batter, what would you attribute that to?
In terms of the fielding?
The placement of the slip fielders.
Well, certainly the first slip fielders, they are a bit too wide. And if you realize, most times by the time they react, whether to the left or the right, the ball has gone past. So they're more between 1.5 slips, so to speak. So I think certainly they are standing a bit too wide.
Yes, we know that generally the slip fielders are taught that you take your first jump from the wicket keeper's right foot and then take one step to your right, and that would usually place you in the right position. But he seems to be a bit too wide, even for this bowler here.
So 128 now for St. Lucia.
And even so, Greg, when the right arm off spinner is operating to the right-handed batter, the slip fielder has to be even finer.
So the partnership so far between Edward and Paul, 25. And a quick single there taken. Ball played into the mid-wicket region. So good communication between Royce Paul and Tariq Edward. And as you have indicated earlier on, they would have played quite a bit of cricket from under 15. And they were at the St. Lucia Sports Academy together as well. So there should be good communication, good understanding between these two.
Yes, and they would also be members of the grassroots team in the Monrepo League.
And Edwards on this occasion wanting a run, but Paul not responding.
But the partnership, the recovery has been good. The partnership moving on to 25.
And a bit of hesitation between the two, but they were able to complete the single in the end. So just as we were saying that there should be good communication between these two, there was a bit of hesitation in taking the last run, but all well ends well. So
yes, but one thing that is noted with these two is that they're both very quick between the wickets. So granted, the communication was not the best, but they had what it takes to get back safely.
So 130. Both Edwards and Paul, they are on 11. And this one, Royce Paul is in defense. And it looked like there's going to be a drinks break. So at the end of 28 overs, St. Lucia 130 for 5. Just looking at the scorecard very quickly. Leo was Bol McDowell for 18 or 15 deliveries with 3 fours. Canel Cock caught Gonzalez, Bol McDowell for 6 with some 14 deliveries. Theo Edward was caught Seaton, Bol McDowell for 1. Jonathan Daniel was Bol Luke Wilson for 30 of 45 deliveries, which included 2 sixes, Bolton Sayers, LBW Williams for 21 of 55 deliveries with 1 4. Tariq Edward, the captain, is not out on 11 of 22 deliveries with 1 4, and Royce Paul not out on 11 of 18 deliveries with 2 4s. So certainly St. Lucia would need this to continue batting for as long as possible, Jamal. With a 27-run partnership so far, they would certainly need to continue the recovery for St. Lucia and get them past perhaps 125, 150, to 180 before any further loss.
These two, Royce Paul and the captain Tariq Edward, we have discussed that they do possess the batting credentials to A, survive, and B, operate aggressively against the Vincentian bowling. It's just a matter of getting into their work. They are now discussing with coach and former West Indies player Gary Maffrey and Donald Albert, the manager, as to the best way of approaching it. I believe that that approach should contain some more aggression, because they do have what it takes to take the aggression to the Vincentian bowlers.
So at this point, with the drinks break, we'll take a quick break ourselves, and we will resume very shortly. So welcome back. We're about to resume after the drinks break with Edwards not out on 11 and Royce Paul not out 11. That is Edward, the captain, Tariq Edward.
Yes, St. Vincent continuing with their left arm spinner, Seaton. As we see Tariq here attempting that drive, so possible indication that he is going to approach the rest of this innings with some more aggression.
But Jamal, with some 31 plus overs remaining, I think the sensible thing to do would still push around, get as many runs as possible up to about, say, the 40th over, and with the last 10 they could show a little more intent in the batting, because remember, St. Lucia, they have lost half of the batting order.
Yes, as we had discussed previously, the top order of St. Lucia really have not done justice to their talents and abilities. And I think that trend has continued this year. We remember last year that St. Lucia would have won the under-19 tournament, and although they won, not one batsman was able to register a half century, and we have not seen one from a batter in this competition. So I would not say worrying signs, but it concerns me, Greg, with the amount of batting talent that is in that dugout.
Yes, certainly the top order, we have not seen anyone gone on to register a half century. The closest would have been Joel Leo on Monday when he got 49. And Sear as well got in that very same games 45 not out. So the end of a good over by Seaton. Just one run considered.
Yes, and Seaton has just shown us a simple, repeatable action. Not much fuss in his bowling, but he has bowled really intelligently. The St. Lucian batters, once the ball has been placed outside the line of the off stump, many a time they have not even offered a shot to his bowling, and he's done nothing more but just place it there time and time and time again. And this is what happened, and this allowed for an extreme amount of pressure to come upon Bolton Sayers and Jonathan Daniel. And there were 15 dots before the loss of a wicket. So Sitton really playing his role here for his Vincentian captain Wilson, who's operating from the pavilion end.
Yes, so Wilson continues. He's into his 5th over.
And Wilson himself into his 5th over and only conceding the 10 runs. But good batting thus far by the St. Lucian batters, picking up 2 singles of his first 2 deliveries, really over pitching on those 2 balls.
Yes, good batting there by Edward and Paul. Just good rotation of the strike. And Tariq goes for the big hit. This one is lofted high in the air, and it has gone all the way. So certainly that strong breeze certainly aided Tariq in getting that 6, because for the longest while the fielder coming off the long off boundary looked like he was interested. He settled only to realize that the ball would have fallen quite a few yards past the ropes. So good shot, but he was very flirting with danger there, so to speak, with the man back on the long off boundary.
Well, Greg, as they say, no risk, no reward. And the captain coming out after the break trying to dictate terms to the Vincentian spinners. We had discussed that locally he's a very good player of off-spin bowling, doesn't allow them to settle. So it's good to see that he is backing his ability. This one was tossed up into his slot, but I think he was deceived in the flight on that occasion. There we saw his hand really coming off the bat. Thankfully for him and for Team St. Lucia, that big breeze at the Darren Sammy ground really assisted him.
So not the most convincing of shot there by Edward. But like they say, Jamal, fortune favors the... And on this occasion, he was very fortunate to have gotten off. So in the process, St. Lucia, they have moved on to 139. And Captain Edward, he has moved on to 18. So 35-run partnership. So good partnership in the making there between Royce Paul and Tariq Edward.
Yes, and I really love the intent that they have come out with. They are fully able to clear these boundaries and exert some pressure onto the bowling. the bowling which I believe has been allowed to really bowl well. The Vincentian team continuing with left arm spinner Seaton, who has bowled his 7 overs thus far for only 24 runs. He's bowled intelligently and tidily.
Yes, Seaton continues to do good work there for Captain Wilson.
That's great, but there we see it again. Every time that he has bowled that ball outside the line of the off stump, the St. Lucian batters not even offering a shot, when they could simply, in my opinion, just push that ball within that wide gap out to the sweeper and collect the single.
And this occasion, Paul just coming back to a short delivery. He plays this one to the wide long on region. Captain Edward wanted 2 runs, but Paul certainly was not interested. And this one playing very lazily there and caught behind Tariq Edwards, so the captain goes for 18, and finally Walton Seaton has been rewarded with good persistent bowling, getting the wicket of Captain Tariq Edward. A soft dismissal there, Jamal.
Really happy for Seaton. His tight bowling deserved a reward. But Greg, this is what I was speaking about. Many a times when the ball was placed outside the line of the off stump, the St. Lucian batters opting not to go for it. But this one was a bit closer to him, and he chooses to force this one. So an error in judgment leading to the undoing of the St. Lucian captain, who walks off for 19 of 38 deliveries, yet to really advertise his batting capabilities in this tournament.
So with the dismissal of the captain Tariq Edward, comes in Shawnil Edward, and the 2 previous matches for St. Lucia he has played unbeaten. He featured in a winning partnership of 54 for St. Lucia against Grenada on Monday. So he has an opportunity with some 20 overs remaining to really continue his good batting form.
Yes, Shawnil Edward has really worked himself into a very good all-rounder.
And first delivery pushes this one down to the long off region.
Yes, and just look how competently he has played that first delivery. He seems to be a man in form. This ball really pinging off the middle of his bat.
Yes, certainly comes off the middle of the bat.
Yes, but Royce Paul really needs to show some seniority out there. Has been playing this tournament for a while, has been in national colors from the time he was, I believe, 13 years old. And St. Lucia really needs a big performance from him as one of the premier all-rounders in the team.
Yes, a good opportunity for Royce Paul to come good today, with some 19 overs remaining in the St. Lucian inning. He does have a chance to, if he could bat out deep into the St. Lucia inning or the remaining 19 overs, he certainly would be in a good position to register a half century for himself and the St. Lucia team. But with 141 runs scored so far, Jamal, some 19 overs, and St. Lucia having lost 6 wickets. What would be a good competitive score you believe St. Lucia should be aiming at this point?
Well, Greg, they're really in uncharted waters at this present time. Shawnil Edward as good as an all-rounder that he has shown us that he is, hasn't really been asked to bat for this length of time. So he is capable, and so is Royce Paul. With the 19 overs remaining, I would think that St. Lucia would be looking for a minimum of 100 runs. So they would certainly be looking for something in the range of 250. But remember, McDowell would have really tormented the batters in the opening stages of the innings, and he would still have a further 6 overs to have a strong say on proceedings.
So Wilson continuing from the pavilion end, and he has bowled admirably thus far. 5.3 overs, 1 maiden, 18 runs, and he has picked up a wicket. This one just out. And Royce Paul very much contented in allowing this one to go through to the wicket keeper. So good tight stuff there by the captain, Luke Wilson.
Very good bowling, very impressive stuff. Wilson is really showing us why he was selected onto the Windward Islands under-19 team. Very economical bowling, being able to land those deliveries in good areas, and just conceding the 2 runs in this over. So he's completed his 6 overs for just 19 runs and would have picked up an important wicket. Good bowling.
Yes, an economic rate of 3.17 for Wilson. So far, Glasgow, he bowled his solitary over. He went for some 11 runs. So just about one of the more expensive overs that we have seen in the St. Vincent and the Grenadines bowling effort. But with some 18 overs remaining, 143 for 6. I think St. Lucia first would need to get to the total of 200 and then look to push on from there.
Yes, but Greg, 200 is really a long way away. It would take some really good and sensible batting from the 2 batters out there if this is to happen. And we see Royce Paul just striding and just pushing this one down the ground for an easy single.
Yes, Jamal, but with some 17, almost 18 overs remaining, 17.5 overs, one can safely say if St. Lucia bats sensibly, they should be in a position to get an additional 57 runs. So hence the reason why I said their first target should be 200 and afterwards really look to push on from there.
Yes, Greg, you're spot on. But I'm not really sure about this. Do you think that this is a systemic plan by the St. batters? Every time Stephen just bowls this delivery outside the off stump, they're not even attempting a shot. All the batters have shown that he's just being allowed to escape with this type of bowling.
This one is driven powerfully into the extra cover region. Fielder comes around. They've gone for 1 and they've come back for 2 easy runs. So good positive drive there by Shawnee Edwards. Yes, so good tight stuff there by Seaton. St. Lucia 146 for 6. So Royce Paul has been out for some 29 deliveries. He has been out in the middle, and St. Lucia would hope that he could come good today, because in the 2 previous matches he has gotten out stumped on both occasions and he has batted sensibly. So with Shawnil Edward, who has been not out in the first 2 previous matches, we'll hear more from Jamal James, and then we'll see the return of Dwight Thomas.
It has been very impressive bowling by the Vincentian spinners, and their captain, Luke Wilson, really leading from the front with some economical bowling. He's really kept things quiet out there for his team. Welcome back, Dwight Thomas.
Yeah, good afternoon, listeners and viewers. And for a good looking shot with my introduction, Royce Paul drives that one through the offside, and that goes over the boundary for 4. So good start for Royce Paul, and he now moves on to 19. And like you were saying, Jamal, the St. Vincent spinners have actually bowled quite well. They've taken a couple of wickets, but importantly they've been quite economical as well, and they've applied some pressure on the St. Lucian batsmen, which has actually caused some false strokes being played for the previous 2 wickets, I would say.
Yes, but we saw that the captain, Wilson, looking to get one above the eye line of Royce Paul, who proved that he was equal to the task, really driving this one elegantly against the turn, bisecting the gap on the offside, where there is acreage of space with no sweeper being employed by the captain, Wilson.
Yeah, Wilson a lot tighter this time. Again, giving it some air, but Royce Paul just pushes it to the man at short cover. In terms of what score St. Lucia will get, a lot would be dependent on this partnership, because I think so far we've not seen Kevin Garcia, Aaron Joseph or Sky Laffey bat in this competition. So they've not had an opportunity to bat as yet. So a lot would be dependent on Shawnil Edward and Royce Paul.
Yes, Dwight, and call me biased, but I would really like to see what these youngsters in the back end of the batting for St. Lucia could do. I'm not calling for a wicket anytime soon, but it would be lovely if these youngsters could get an opportunity. We know that Kevin Garcia would have been an all-rounder of note for the Windward Islands team, especially in the recently concluded Windward Islands Under-17 tournament last year. So a very good opening bowling display from him, but he has yet to have been given the opportunity to shine with the bat. But he's fully capable of doing the business for St. Lucia as well.
Yeah, Kevin Garcia I think he would refer to himself as an all-rounder. He's definitely shown a batting ability locally and even at the regional level as well when he's played. So he's going to be quite confident that he will be able to do the job like you said, but that's full and driven into the offside down to the man at sweeper. They're pushing for 2, but they're going to settle for 1. A 2 would have been suicidal, but it's going to be Watson Seaton to continue from the media center, and he's actually into his final over. So far he's bowled the 9.1 overs considered 30 runs, but he's taken a wicket as well. And very tight to Royce Paul. Royce Paul showing restraint. Normally he's a more aggressive batsman, and I think so far he's been stumped in the first 2 games. So far he's showing much more restraint, having faced the 35 deliveries for 19.
Yes, it has been intelligent batting from Royce Paul. We saw him driving gracefully for the offside in the previous over, and he has looked for the singles down the ground predominantly. But on this occasion, the fielder stationed that cover, moving quite smartly to his right to prevent one of his more productive areas.
And this one is flighted. Royce Paul looks to it. He's gone over the bowler, But excellent fielding by the man at long off. Cuts it off 2-1. It's a good piece of fielding there, but Royce Paul on that occasion looking to be a bit more aggressive, showing some intent. Didn't get as much bat on it as he would have wanted, but he gets a single that now moves him on to 20.
Yes, I believe that Royce Paul in the previous game, he would have gotten 19 runs before he was unfortunately stumped looking for a big drive outside the line of the off stump. So it's good to see that Royce Paul making another good contribution, getting 20 of 34 deliveries thus far. But there is really something pleasant to the driving of Shawnil Edward. He really looks good.
Yeah, Shawnil Edward has been one of the, better batsmen for St. Lucia so far. In the first 2 games, he was actually not out. So he's yet to be dismissed so far in this competition. And he's bowled quite well as well. So he's proven himself to be quite the all-rounder. And it looks like it's going to be a change of bowling from the media center end. It's going to be Devontae McDowell to return, who bowled a fantastic opening spell where he took 3 wickets and considered the 16 runs off his 4 overs. To be very honest, I'm a bit surprised that he was not introduced earlier.
Yes, we would remember that the stipulations dictate that after 4 overs, the fast bowlers must be given a mandatory rest. But the option was there to reintroduce him much earlier, but possibly the captain would have felt that spin doing the job at the time and giving his fast bowler a longer rest. He has been nothing short of exceptional in this tournament. He would have come into the game with 6 wickets and having cleaned up the top order of St. Lucia, being employed to clean up the tail right now. Some late movement from him and an appeal straight away.
Yeah, Captain Luke Wilson senses an opportunity to maybe bowl St. Lucia out. So he's now brought in his strike bowler, and like you said, who's actually the leading wicket taker in the competition so far. And he started right on the money. First delivery, there was a bit of an appeal for LBW, but that looked like it was just sliding down the leg side. But right on the money in his second spell, the left arm pacer. That one is shot outside the off stump. Royce Paul just pushes it to backward point, and there is no run. But again, McDowell continues right where he left off in his first spell. And in terms of field placement, he's only got the third man, fine leg, and a man at deep square leg. These are the fielders out on the boundary. Everyone else is in the circle trying to save a single. And Royce Paul plays that one down to the man that I just spoke about at deep square leg. Thinking of a second, but there is no opportunity for a second run. Very good fielding there by Elron Glasgow out on the deep square leg boundary. And St. Lucia has now moved on to 153 for the loss of 6 wickets, and they're in the 36th over.
Yes, Dwight, and although they were only able to get the single, it's really good to see the energetic effort of the running between the wicket. And there we see it again, as we see Shawnil Edward looking for 2. Many times young players are criticized for not running the first single hard, as we would say in this game. But it's good to see this effort from Shawnil Edward and Royce Paul.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I think it started from the captain Tariq Edward, and Shawnil Edward has actually continued it. On that occasion, there may have been 2, but Royce Paul decided against it. With the situation St. Lucia find themselves in, they really need to rotate the strike, at least for maybe the next 10 overs or so. And hopefully in the back end, last 5, try and push on, because they only have 4 wickets left. And like we said, these are the last 2 batsmen that have actually batted so far in that competition. We've not seen Kevin Garcia, Aaron Joseph, or Sky Lafay with the bat. So a lot will be dependent on that partnership. And very good looking drive there by Royce Paul, but not able to find the gap. Straight to the man at cover. But another very good over from Devontae McDowell coming back for his second spell. He's now bowled the 5 overs, only considered the 17 runs, and he's got 3 for 17. At the end of the 36 over, the score remains on 154 for 6.
Yes, and it looks like it's going to be a double change. So, Captain Wilson deciding to employ fast bowling at both ends, bringing back his opening bowlers. This time it will be Franklin from the media center end coming back to operate, and it's a good move once you see the captain bringing back his strike bowlers.
Yeah, Luke Wilson, as they say in cricket, is probably going for the kill here. He sensed an opportunity to really bowl St. Lucia out, and he's looking to capitalize on that. But it's Courtney Franklin from the media center end into his second spell. His first spell, he bowled the 4 overs. Went wicketless, considered the 30 runs, but he was impressive in his opening spell without getting that breakthrough. But he's going to be hoping to get a wicket or 2 in this spell. But Sean Edwards so far has looked very good in defense and very good when he's looked to be aggressive. This one is short, and again right behind it, just pushes it back to Franklin, who picks up off his own bowling. So Sean Edwards has been very impressive with the bat and with the ball. He's proven to be a very good all-rounder for the St. Lucia and the 19 team.
Yes, Dwight, and possibly just putting his hand up for selection onto the Windward Islands under 19 team. It's going to be pretty interesting to see what team the selectors come up with, and each player would be looking to cause that selection headache by putting in some good performances.
Yeah, definitely. Some of these players, I know they would want to win it for their respective countries, but it's also about personal gain and trying to gain selection onto the Windward Islands and the 19 team, and hopefully the West Indies and the 19 World Cup team. I'm sure a lot of these players have set their goals, and that should definitely be one of the goals for every single one of those players playing this competition, to move to the other level. And that's short and wide. Royce Paul looking to maybe hit that one through the offside, not making contact. I think he would be disappointed not to have gotten some bat on that, with everyone on the offside in the circle with the exception of the third man. Any bat through the offside that could have easily gone for another boundary. But Royce Paul has been in for the 45 deliveries. He's scored 21 so far, which has included 3 fours. This one, good delivery, tight on the off stump. Again, very good bowling there by Franklin, but even very solid in defense. Royce Paul looks quite comfortable out there.
Yes, Royce Paul in with a good opportunity to put up his hand and say to the selectors that, hey, I'm ready for regional honors. Plenty of time for him to bat and show us what he could do, as he's driving once more through the offside. This time we see that the sweeper was posted, and Royce Paul picks up another single, and with that ends the 5th over of Kirk Franklin. He's bowled his 5 overs and has conceded 32 runs, and we see that St. Lucia has moved on to 156 for 6 after 37 overs.
Yeah, Luke Wilson bringing back the opening pair of Courtney Franklin and Devontae McDowell, hoping to get a couple quick wickets to put even more pressure on the St. Lucian team. With 13 overs left, I think the St. Lucians will be hoping to get in the region of maybe 230, which will be par, I think, on this wicket. The wicket is pretty flat. They themselves, they were able to chase 230 odd in the last game. So hopefully they would be hoping for a few more, but they would have to bat extremely well if they are to do so. McDowell shot on the off stump, and again Royce Paul right in behind it.
Yes, but I really liked the idea from the St. Lucian management that they would have won the toss today and would have decided to have taken first knock. They would have won 2 of the previous games chasing down the runs. So it's always good to mix things up in a tournament just to see what you're able to do, to put the players in different situations.
Yeah, having won the first 2 games chasing, and both teams, as a matter of fact, have actually qualified for the final. So I guess the St. Lucian team wanted to put themselves in a position to actually bat first, just in case that they're asked to do so in the final. You don't want to get to the final having been asked to bat first for the first time. But good run there from Maurice Paul pushes that into the offside, and good communication between he and Shawneel Edward, and they've crossed through for a single. So very good communication there. But again, McDowell very impressive, not giving much away, tight bowling, very straight. If you miss, I hit type of bowling from the young man.
Yes, I believe that the majority of his wickets would have come with the new ball in hand. There we see him straying down the leg side, possibly looking for the Yorker. The wicketkeeper really had no chance of stopping this one. And we see it time and time again. Consistency being a weak area for the fast bowling department of all teams.
Yeah, we're just speaking about how well McDowell has bowled so far for the day, but on that occasion, that one may just have slipped out of his hand. Full toss way down the leg side, not really giving the keeper an opportunity on that occasion. But this time he's back on it outside the awesome. That's driven for the offside. The third man fielder cuts it off. Great fielding on the third man boundary, and they've gone for 2. Shawneel Edward looking to drive that one off the front foot, maybe coming out of the outer portion of the bat, but he's able to get for 2, and the St. Lucia score now moves on to 164. So far, he and Royce Paul, they've put on 24 for the 7th wicket.
It's really good lower order batting from Shawneel Edward and from Royce Paul. This time he's wrapped on the pad, but this one, again, the extra bounce on offer at the DSCG, probably working in Shawneel Edwards' favor. He looked to have played across the line of this one. Would be better advised to keep presenting the full face of the bat, that which he has been doing so well up until this point.
Very good delivery from McDowell to end his 6th over. And so far he has figures of 6 overs, 3 for 25 into his 2nd spell. And at the end of the 38th over, St. Lucia 164 for 6 with 12 overs left in this inning.
Yes, Dwight, and you would have been one of many to have been singing the praises of McDowell. You would have seen possibly all fast bowlers on show, and you would have highlighted that the players, despite playing for the country and national pride, they're all playing in an effort to move on to the next level. So I'm just going to ask you, Dwight, which fast bowlers have really impressed you in this tournament thus far?
Well, I think it would be very hard to go past Devontae McDowell. This morning he bowled a very impressive spell. And again, Franklin, very good delivery, good carry there. That one seems to bounce a bit extra on Royce Paul, looking to run that one down to third man, not making contact, but good carry, good pace from the young opening bowler. But again, McDowell has been the most impressive fast bowler, and it reflects in terms of the fact that he's now the leading wicket taker with 9 wickets so far in his 3rd game. That's short, and Royce Paul looks to pull. That's in the air, and he's gone. Caught at mid-on. Royce Paul looking to pull that one over mid-wicket, but that rushed him a bit, and Franklin picks up his 1st wicket and well deserved.
Yes, right. You were just mentioning that it would be difficult to look past McDowell, but Harris Franklin saying, "Don't forget about me." He is digging this one and this one lands in a very good area up by the neck of Royce Paul, presenting a good opportunity for the fielder who runs in and takes that catch. Royce Paul really caught off guard by this one, the sharp bounce by Franklin, and just skying this one. He would have been better advised to maybe ducked under this one. But again, at the Darren Sammy, Dwight, you are really being rewarded for your effort as a fast bowler.
Yeah, there's definitely something in there for the fast bowler. And as we saw on that occasion, that one got to Royce Paul a lot quicker than what he was expecting. And Royce Paul unfortunately has to go for 23 of the 52 deliveries. He did bat well. He did build a partnership with Shawnil Edward, but unfortunately this partnership has come to an end, and St. Lucia now finds himself 164 for 7 with the new batsman, young Kevin Gassi. He's definitely got ability with the bat, but like we were saying previously, this is first opportunity to show this in this competition.
Yes, Franklin putting up his hand for his captain and for his country.
And that's short and good pace again. Good carry there from Courtney Franklin with a long follow through, letting Kevin Gassi know that he's around. So good first delivery to Gassi, letting him welcoming him to the crease. And Courtney Franklin took his first wicket. This is his 6th wicket of the competition. As a matter of fact, the two openers in Devontae McDowell and Courtney Franklin are now the leading wicket takers so far in this competition. So Luke Wilson brought his paces back and they've delivered. And that one is full and straight and is bowled. Speaking of how good the opening bowlers have been, Courtney Franklin full straight through Kevin Gassi. Unfortunately, Kevin Gassi has to go back without scoring, but the St. Vincent fast bowlers are doing the business.
Excellent fast bowling here, Dwight. Again, you are just single out McDowell and Harris Franklin saying, "Don't forget about me. I have the bouncer," and Harry showing you that I have the Yorker. Just looking at this one on replay, this is a fast bowler with his tail up, really completing that action there, and Gassi not getting the bat down in time. We were mentioning this earlier. Gassi not having an opportunity to have faced a ball previously in the tournament. This is due to the wonderful batting of Sayers and Shawnil Edward. But today, a different day. The batting really struggled. Gassi, an all-rounder of note, not dealing well with this full pitch delivery.
Yeah, that one was way too quick for him. Courtney Franklin in the midst of a brilliant spell. He's bowled 4 deliveries so far in this over, and he's taken 2 wickets. Double wicket maiden so far. And the incoming batsman for St. Lucia to face the fire of Courtney Franklin will be Sky Laffey. Again, his first time batting in this competition. And Franklin and the St. Vincent fielders really sense an opportunity to maybe bowl St. Lucia out well within the 50 overs.
Yes, and Sky Laffey could be considered another good all-rounder. Playing locally, he would have batted at number 3 for his district team. So he does have the ability to negotiate. But this one here, again, Franklin really steaming in. This one hitting the shoulder of the bat. I really love the look of Franklin, Dwight.
Yeah, he's bowling some real aggression. And he's actually following through as well. Again, letting the batsmen know that he's around and he means business. But he's one ball away from completing a double wicket maiden. And that's short, very short bouncer, and the umpire signaled as a wide. So in the umpire's opinion, that's a wide, a bit too short there from Franklin. But once again, good aggression to the number 10 batsman.
Yeah, a pretty tight call here by the umpire at square leg. But this is honestly some beautiful bowling. It's going to be difficult for the selectors to confine themselves to about 4 or 5 bowlers with the quality that we're seeing at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. A venue that really provides an entertaining exposition, I would say, into the skills of the fast bowlers in this regional tournament.
Again, very good aggression there from Franklin. There's definitely some assistance for the fast bowlers at the DSCG. Maybe not as quick as it has been previously, but there is definitely some bounce and carry if you do put in the effort. And we've come to the end of the Courtney Franklin 6 over. It was a double wicket maiden, so he's now bowled the 6 overs, considered 34 runs, and he's taken 2 wickets. Oh, there was actually a wide in there, so nothing off the bat, but he did bowl that bouncer that went over the head of Sky Laffey. But the Vinci players are right back into this game. St. Lucia 165 for 8. 11 overs left. Do you think St. Lucia will be able to bat out the 11 overs?
With Shawnil Edwards still at the wicket, yet to be dismissed in the tournament, I think that he would be the one that St. Lucia would need to take charge as they go forward. He would need to have the majority of the strike. But remember that Sky Laffey is actually a noted all-rounder in this team, although he is batting late in the piece at number 9. But he does have the ability. The team again is just packed with with so many good all-rounders that he just finds himself there. And I'm hoping for St. Lucia's sake that he brings that batting quality into the party right now.
Shawnil just continues to play his own game, I would say. Again, still yet to be dismissed so far in this competition, showing his all-round ability. So a lot would be dependent on Shawnil Edward in terms of getting St. Lucia at least firstly over the 200 mark. And that's a good delivery from McDowell, but Sky Laffey up to it, just pushes it to mid-wicket. But McDowell in his second spell, this is his 7th over, and once again we're going to remind you he's already taken the 3 wickets. So a total of 9 wickets so far in the competition, closely followed by his opening partner Courtney Franklin, who now has 7 wickets so far in the competition. The 2 leading wicket takers are the 2 St. Vincent opening bowlers. And that one is full straight, and Kai drives and he's going for a non-existent single, but there's a misfield at mid-off, so they are going to get 1. They are going to go back for the 2nd right now. So the score moves on by 2. A bit of poor fielding there at mid-off. What should have been a dot ball has now turned into 2, but very good looking shot there from Sky Laffey.
Yes, we were just talking him up and letting our viewers and listeners know that this youngster does have batting ability. He presented the full face of the bat on this one, albeit a full toss. A slight mix-up in communication, but they were able to get through for 2 in the end. But McDowell really persisting with that excellent line and length outside the line of the off stump. Really good bowling from this youngster.
Yeah, just on and about the off stump. Sky Laffey just allowing this one to go by. I think first and foremost, the first job for the remaining batsmen is to actually bat out those 50 overs and try and get as many as they can. But that's a good delivery, full by McDowell, but well played by Laffey. He just pushes it into the offside. And we've come to the end of the 40th over. So 10 overs left. St. Lucia 168 for 8. In a bit of trouble, I would say, on this flat wicket.
Yes, the possibility is definitely there for St. Vincent to clean up the lower order of St. Lucia. And with 10 overs left and a possible 3 overs from McDowell and 4 overs from Franklin, who has had his tail up bowling with a good bit of gas, some great steam. He's really in the midst of a beautiful spell.
And news coming in from the Grosley playing field is that Dominica have gone down to Grenada. So Grenada has actually won that game quite comfortably. And it's going to be Franklin to continue. This time short outside the off stump, and Sean Hill pushes down to the man at backward point. They've gone through for a good single, good communication. As a matter of fact, they're coming back for the second. There's a chance at the bowler's end, and he misses. It would have been very interesting had that been a direct hit. Had that been a direct hit, I think Sky Laffey would have been in serious trouble. And the last thing the team St. Lucia wants is actually a run out.
Yes, the communication with those two, it has not really been the best. But again, the fielding from St. Vincent, they're really not supporting this excellent bowling that we're seeing from them at the moment, as umpire Vanillius Gabriel signaling a wide there. But Franklin really bowling with some gas and some real heart for his captain and for his country.
Yeah, that one was short, signal wide by the umpire. That was a bit close one, but benefit of the doubt, I guess he went with the batting team. That's full, good slower delivery down the leg side, and his signal wide again. So 2 wides, Franklin mixing it up, trying to searching for that 9th wicket, mixing up his pace. Previously he was running hard, bowling some short deliveries, but on this occasion he decided to bowl a slower one, but misdirected a bit. This time he's short, and that's gone in the air. There's a chance for the man at fine leg, and he's dropped it. He's dropped an absolute sitter. That's an absolute sitter there. Sean Hill Edward looking to pull that one, got the top edge down to fine leg, and the man at fine leg made a meal of it, and disappointment for Courtney Franklin.
Yes, Dwight, I'm really disappointed for Franklin here. He really deserved that wicket. You see this young fast bowler really steaming in, bending his back, extracting some significant bounce from the surface. Really had Sean Hill Edward here playing that delivery there up by his face. He was really discomfited by this one, and a simple opportunity. He had ample time to settle under that one here and just letting down his team. And we see this one again, passing by the face of Sky Laffey. This is excellent bowling here from Franklin.
Yeah, Franklin is working up some pace here. He's got his tail up, and as a matter of fact, that catch was actually dropped by his opening partner in Devontae McDowell. So Courtney Franklin doing just what Captain Wilson asked of him, come in running hard, take a few wickets. He's done that, presented another opportunity, but that was grasped. And this time he's short. Sky Laffey looking to give himself room, not making contact. Laffey giving himself room, looking to hit it over the offside, but again not making contact. A bit too quick for him there, and Franklin is really working up the pace.
Yes, it was a good option there by Laffey. If the bowler is going to be digging the ball into the surface, the cross-barred shot is definitely on. But just as we saw that attempt from Laffey, we see the fielder being positioned on the offside in a sweeping position.
That's an outer edge down to the man at third man for an easy single. Not cleaned up by the wicket keeper, but good backing up there. Sky Laffey now moves on to 3. He's been in for the 9 deliveries, and St. Lucia is 173 for 8. Sean Hill Edward, like we've said previously, has not been dismissed so far in this competition. He presented an opportunity a few deliveries ago, which was not taken. Good delivery right for him, too quick for him. And Courtney Franklin has come to the end of his 7th over. A very good one indeed. Again, he presented the opportunity for a wicket. It was grasped, but a very good over from the young fast bowler at the end of the 41st over. St. Lucia 174 for 8 with 9 overs remaining in this inning.
As we were discussing earlier that at the DSCG, it is really the best place to expose the talents of a fast bowler. And here we're seeing some real steam from Franklin, really cranking up his pace. He has shown you the bouncer, and he has shown you that he can get the bouncer accurately at the badge of the batter. We have seen the yorker from him. We have seen the slower ball. He is really showing that he is the complete package, albeit that he is not the finished product, but he has all the makings of a good fast bowler.
Yeah, the two opening bowlers for the St. Vincent team has been very, very impressive. Quality fast bowling, aggressive fast bowling, and between them they've been able to take the 5 wickets. So a very good bowling from those two young pacemen. But we do have a change from the media center end. It looked like it's going to be the captain, Luke Wilson, who's going to come in to bowl his off spinners. His first spell, he bowled the 7 overs and got 1 for 23. He replaces Devontae McDowell, who's bowled the 7 overs, 3 for 28. So we're going to have some off spin. Captain has decided to take on the responsibility of maybe bowling St. Lucia out himself.
Yes, Dwight. I'm a bit surprised by the move, given how well McDowell was bowling. And remember that the rules stipulate that the fast bowler must have a rest after 4 overs in a spell. However, McDowell had just bowled 3, but we can't argue with Captain Wilson because he's made some master moves today, which have yielded rewards for his country.
And he's hoping that this move pays off in the form of a couple of wickets. But Sky Laffey would have different ideas. And this time Wilson right on the money, and he's bowled. Gone straight for Sky Laffey. And another master stroke from Luke Wilson. James, you were questioning why he came on and not after taking off his opening bowler, but he's answered it by getting Laffey first delivery, clean bowled.
Everything that this youngster has touched today, his decision making has been spot on. While we may have been asking questions of him, but he seems to know best, bringing himself on at the right time. There we see Sky Laffey not covering his off stump at all, giving this one some room to bowl him. It really was a straight delivery here. Sky Laffey possibly expecting some turn, but again, as I was just saying previously, a master move by Captain Wilson.
Yes, taking the responsibility, and it has paid off. First delivery, getting the wicket of Sky Laffey, bowled, and with that, Sky Laffey goes for the free. Bowled Luke Wilson of the 10 deliveries, and the new batsman, number 11, is Aaron Joseph.
Yes, Aaron Joseph getting his first opportunity in this tournament, would have been rested for the first 2 games of the tournament. Really brought in for his bowling ability, the left arm seamer, but he's batting at number 11 today. But St. Lucia would really be hoping that he can just survive and just rotate and play for his batting partner, the all-rounder in the team, Shawnil Edward.
I think Luke Wilson and the St. Vincent team will be fancying their chances to get Aaron Joseph out before this over ends. Shawnil Edward, on the other hand, will be hoping to get on strike, and he now needs to take the responsibility of trying to get as many runs as he can.
Yes, Captain Wilson really showing his class here in terms of his tactics as well as his right arm off spin bowling, really deceiving Sky Laffey here, beat him in the flight and the dip, and he's playing for turn and cleaned up the off stump. A proper off spinner's dismissal.
That one is flighted, and Joseph pushes it to the mid-wicket region. They cross for a single. I think exactly what is required, so well done to Aaron Joseph. He now gets the Shawnil Edward back on strike. Again, Shawnil Edward now has to take the responsibility of trying to get as many runs as he possibly can and face as many deliveries as he possibly can, being the senior batsman.
Yes, that Sean Hill, strapping figure, he does have the ability to get some good runs for his team, as this one is wide down the leg side. Sean Hill unable to get some bat onto this one, but three essential runs really being gifted to St. Lucia by Captain Wilson.
And right now, the Solutions will appreciate and be happy for every run that they get, considering that they're for 9 in the 42nd over. Still lots of overs left. Wilson bowls straight, and Shawnee leaves that one down the leg side, and umpire signals that as a wide. So Luke Wilson guilty of bowling a bit too straight in the last 2 deliveries. He's decided to come around the wicket now, so he's gone from over to around the wicket. And that one much better line, much better length. Sean Edward is only able to push that into the offside. That's more of the area Wilson will be looking to bowl. Down is flatter, faster, pushes again to the man at the backward point, looking for a single, but there is absolutely no run. And it's going to be interesting to see what Luke Wilson does with his field. He's got 2 deliveries left in this over. There's some communication between he and the long off, and they've decided to make a few changes to the field. Looks like the long on is actually coming to a mid on, and the man out sweeping is now coming into the circle.
Yeah, so the effort here is to really keep Sean and Edward on strike so that they could expose Aaron Joseph to 6 balls of the fast bowler in the next over. So Sean Edward will need to play these last 2 deliveries intelligently.
And with the mid-on coming in, Sean Edward now decides to go over that mid-on into the long-on boundary for 4. Good aggressive shot and good thinking by Sean Edward with the mid-on brought in. That's a safe shot. With 1 delivery left, it's going to be interesting to see whether Sean decides to go for the single or he looks to go for another aggressive shot.
Yes, just discussing that he's going to need to play this phase intelligently, but I think that he would have outsmarted the Vincentian skipper on that occasion, and now the fielder who was just brought into the circle is now dropped back, possibly given the chance for the single.
But not on that occasion. Very straight, very flat, fast. Shawnee looking to work that into the onside. A bit of a leading edge back to the bowler, but there is no run. So Luke Wilson keeps Aaron Joseph on strike. It's exactly what they wanted to do, so they've gotten what they want. But Luke Wilson has come to the end of his 8th over. He's got 2 for 32, and at the end of the 42nd over, St. Lucia 183 for 9. And it's going to be the fiery Courtney Franklin to continue from the media center end. This is going to be the last over of his spell, which is going to be the 4th over. And so far, he's bowled the 7 overs and he's got 2 for 40.
Yes, so Aaron Joseph exposed now to the quality of Franklin, the quality and the fire of Franklin. But in that previous over, was a good battle between bat and ball, but not only bat and ball, a good battle of intelligence, really. And this is what you would really want to see, especially in this fixture, the Battle of the Saints.
Franklin again short, well played by Aaron Joseph. Just pushes that to the man at backward point, and there is no run. I'm a bit surprised Luke Wilson doesn't have a first sleep, considering the pace that Franklin has been bowling with and the fact that he's bowling to the number 11.
Yes, right. You really need to give your bowler the best chance of cleaning up the tail. He's been brought on for just that reason. But thankfully for St. Lucia, no batsman in the team could really be considered a tail ender. They all look good technically.
Good delivery from Franklin, but well negotiated by Aaron Joseph. Just gets that one down to third man for a single. But more importantly, he gets Shawnil Edward back on strike. Shawnil Edward on 16 of the 26 deliveries. And again, he's still yet to get out so far in this competition. He now has to take the responsibility of trying to get St. Lucia over 200. But Courtney Franklin has other ideas. He's going to be looking to pick up his third wicket.
And just as we were mentioning, the batting of St. Lucia, we see that Aaron Joseph really getting on top the bounce of this one and getting the single.
That's short and push to the man at backward point. Good fielding, good sharp fielding. Aaron Joseph considered a single for a moment, but Shawnil decided against it.
But Dwight, wasn't it interesting that Aaron Joseph is showing the eagerness to get down to face Franklin?
Yeah, Joseph backs himself. Like you said, he's not what we'd call a tail ender. He does have batting ability. And good delivery again, but very well played by Edward. Just running that down to third man for an easy single. Shawnil Edward continues to look very good despite giving a chance. I think in the previous over he's looked very good, very compact, very confident, and he continues to do exactly what is required of him.
Yes, but in the previous two games, Shawnil would not have faced deliveries like that with a bowler really cranking it up as much as Franklin has. And he is a very tall batter, and no bowler has really threatened him on the line of his
good looking body. Shot there. For good looking shot there by the number 11, Aaron Joseph. Franklin over pitching on that occasion, and Joseph just came onto the front foot and drove that through the covers for 4. So fantastic shot there from the number 11, clearly showing that he has batting ability.
Yes, many of the top order batsmen were not able to play strokes like this. This one really looked elegant, bending that front knee into the ball, high elbow, textbook stuff here from Aaron Joseph. So it really speaks to what we were discussing a while ago, Dwight, that there is all-around quality in this team. Locally, Aaron Joseph would not be a man batting in this position, but based on the batting talent in this team, he finds himself there. And again, with the score being 189 for 9, Dwight, none of our batters have really done justice to that ability that we keep speaking about.
Yes, with 1 wicket left in St. Lucia's third inning in that competition, I would say our batsmen have had the opportunity to bat on 3 occasions, and up to this point, no one has gotten a half centuries yet. Maybe Shawnil Edward would be hoping to put that right. So far, he and Aaron Joseph, they've put on 15, so 15 valuable runs for that 10th wicket. And beating all ends up there. Luke Vincent just pushing that one for a bit quicker, completely deceiving Shawnil Edward.
You see, Dwight, the thing is that it could be said that they have not really needed the half century from the batters, because remember, even in the previous tournament, St. Lucia would have actually won the tournament comprehensively, and no batter had put forth the half century either. So it has just been some good all-around performance, as we see some more sloppy fielding here by the Vincentian unit, allowing Shawnil Edward to get 2 runs.
Yeah, and that stems from the pressure being put by Shawnil Edward. He drove that down to mid-off, and straight away he was looking for 2. The fielder at mid-off, long off, trying to prevent the second run. Threw the ball in quickly, but not where he would have wanted it. So they did get the second run quite comfortably in the end. And that shot down the leg side, signal wide by the umpire. So St. Lucia score moves on by 1 to 192.
Yes, so for the first time today, Captain Wilson really being put under pressure in his bowling.
Okay, good looking drive by Edward, but on that occasion not finding the gap. St. Lucia 192, and I could see Shawnil Edward asking how many balls left in the over. So he's definitely thinking of how he can face most of those deliveries, and this time again beating outside the off stump a lot quicker this time from Luke Wilson. 192 for 8, which means St. Lucia only 8 away from 200. Straighter driven, good looking shot there down to long off. They've gone for 1, and Shawnil Edwards settles for 1 with only 1 delivery remaining in the over. You'll be hoping that Aaron Josephs is able to see out this over.
Yes, and Aaron Joseph has looked quite good in his 5 deliveries. Has presented the full face of the bat, has shown that he could really negotiate the pace and steam of Franklin, and was able to get off strike in the previous over of Wilson.
And very well played, very well negotiated. Job done. If you're Aaron Joseph, job done. Over to you now, Shawnil Edward. We've now come to the end of the 44th over. Score 193 for 6. Shawnil Edward not only showing his ability with bat and ball, but he's definitely a thinking cricketer as well, and trying to see how he could get as many runs as possible if he's number 9. The partnership now is now 19 valuable runs for Team St. Lucia.
Yes, and a new bowler, based on the rules of our competition, is going to be introduced from the media center end. It looks like it's going to be Kobe Butler coming in for his second spell. He had only been able to bowl 2 overs thus far and has conceded 15 runs.
So yes, it's going to be Kobe Butler from the media center end to bowl his 3rd over. Did bowl 2 overs in his first spell, but 2 expensive overs considering the 15 runs. He was guilty of giving away 7 wides and 2 no balls. So he will be looking to put this right in his second spell.
Yes, but he did hit some very good areas, albeit he gave away those extras.
And speaking of extras, he bowls one way down the leg side, and that has actually gone into the boundary for 5 wides. So Kobe Butler, despite it being his second spell, he's actually just continued where he left off in his first 2 overs.
And this is why I'm a bit surprised at this move, Dwight, because I know that he struggled early on, as we see some more sloppy fielding there on this replay. He struggled early on to contend with the breeze on offer. From this end, I actually felt that he would have been reintroduced from the players' pavilion end. He has this open-chested action. That front foot, when he lands, is pointing towards fine leg. So he's really angling everything down the leg side. So the skipper could have really assisted this movement by allowing him to operate from the other end.
And Shawnil Edward showing real confidence in his batting partner Aaron Joseph by taking the single off the first delivery. With that single, St. Lucia is now 199 for 9, so they're 1 away from that 200 mark. Aaron Joseph is on strike. He's going to be facing up to Butler. He's on 6 of the 6 deliveries. The previous over at the media center, he played a very gorgeous looking cover drive, which actually went over the ropes. So he's going to be looking to at least repeat that. But Butler would have other ideas. And this time is short, and Aaron pushes it into the onside. They've gone for a quick single. There's an opportunity for a run out, but great running, great communication, excellent stuff by Aaron Joseph, doing exactly what is required, getting the more experienced Shawnil Edward on strike.
And Dwight, with that single, St. Lucia has actually brought up their 200th run. And quite frankly, I'm a little disappointed with the field placing being employed by the captain. There was Aaron Joseph on strike, and They just allowed him to have the easy single. All fielders will set deep on the circle. So although we know of the batting ability of Aaron Joseph, one would think that once a number 11 comes in, that you would place some pressure on him by not allowing him to escape so that you can bowl the majority of deliveries at him.
I think they missed a trick there. Butler again continues with the extras. The previous delivery was a wide. That one is a no ball, and Shawnee Edward ensures that he gets back on strike for the free hit. So Kobe Butler again, despite it being his second spell, he just continues to bowl those extras. He's now bowled 9 wides and 3 no balls, and he's only in his 3rd over. It's very expensive, and he's gonna have to bowl a free hit. And Shawnee Edward is going to be looking to dispatch that hopefully somewhere over the rope.
Butler really struggling today, and Shawnee gets a chance to unwind.
And that he does. He goes for the big heave, only able to get an inside edge down to fine leg, and they're going to take a comfortable single. Shawnee looking to hit that maybe over the Johnson Charles stand end, but only able to get the inside edge. He now moves on to 24. The score 205 for 9. So St. Lucia has definitely gone past the 200 mark. Aaron Joseph is now going to be on strike with 2 deliveries left in this Butler over. That's full, and that's very well played. Good looking drive down to the man at mid-off. There is a fumble. Aaron is looking for the run, but Sean Hill says no. With maybe 1 delivery left, Sean Hill is maybe thinking of keeping the strike.
Dwight, in all honesty, if I had just walked into the ground and I was not able to see the scoreboard and just looking at Aaron Joseph, one would have thought that this is number 3. Just look at him. He's looking very good out there.
Yeah, he's looked very good, very compact in defense. He's been in for the 9 deliveries, and so far he's gotten the 7 runs. He's doing exactly what is required. So far, he and Shawnee Edward, they've put on 31 for the 10th wicket. And I think with that partnership, that's probably the highest 10th wicket partnership in the competition so far. This time, Joseph looking for the big drive. Doesn't make contact, but we've come to the end of the 45th over. St. Lucia 205 for 9.
Yes, and with the confidence being placed in Joseph, it appears that St. Lucia are really trying to maximize the remainder of the overs. So it's not just going to be about Shawnee Edward farming the strike. He's allowing Aaron Joseph to have a go as well. He has not looked out of place as a batter in this innings. He's shown some good temperament, positive stroke play, and he's shown a good defense. But Shawnee Edward is going to have to really put his foot on the gas right now. He's a strong lad, muscular individual, and he does pack a good punch.
Yeah, I've been very impressive with Edward, both with bat and ball, and now with the way that he's been using it, the way that he's been not only batting, but the way that he's been batting with Aaron Joseph has been very impressive, clearly showing that he's a thinking cricketer. And from the pavilion end, we're gonna have a change of bowling.
Yes, and previously Shawnee Edward would have amassed 37 runs in the 2 games, but with his 24 now, he has actually moved on to number 5 on the tally charts for the leading scorers, as we see the reintroduction of spinner Joe Williams into the attack.
He bowls to Shawnee, and Shawnee swings that down to the man at mid-wicket. There's an opportunity for a catch. No, just drop short. They've gone for 1, and that's all it's going to be. There was an opportunity to get Shawnee out, but the man at deep square leg was not able to get there. Finally dive in the end, but that did not go to hand.
But do I just calling it honestly? This was not a good effort by the fielder on the boundary. This one spent a very long time in the air. He had ample time to settle under that one. Sean really favoring the matchup with himself and the off spinner, choosing to play the slog sweep. But again, the Darren Sammy venue has something for everyone. The spinner has the opportunity to get the batsman to really hit against that strong breeze. Had that been on the other end towards the Johnson Charlestown, it would have been at least 15-20 rows back.
This time Williams bowls to Aaron Joseph well forward. I think Sean Edward is better off maybe looking to play those shots from the other end, hitting with the wind. And Aaron Joseph again just plays that down to the man at short mid wicket for no run. Again gets Sean Edward back on strike. And we've come to the end of the 46 over. Score is 206 for 9. 4 overs left. St. Lucians will be looking to maximize those 4 overs and try and get as many as they can. I think past score on this wicket would actually be maybe 230. So first and foremost, they'll be looking to get past that 230.
Yes, right. And this is why I was really in support of Sean Edward trying to take on the off spinner. He does have the power to do it, but the higher you get the ball, the more elevation that you get on this end, the ball is going to hold up more. We've seen some flat sixes being hit here over the last few days. But still, I would respect that with him being the senior player, trying to get as many as possible of the remaining overs, he has to take those risks.
And we've got a change of bowling from the media center end. It's Erland Glasgow. First delivery on the pad. Sean Hill turns that into the leg side, and they're going to come back for 2. Again.
Just look at that aggressive running, Dwight. Really good batting here shown by Sean Hill Edward, and good response from Aaron Joseph.
Yes, Sean Hill Edward showing that he's a thinking cricketer. Decided to work that into the onside and came back quickly for the second run, which keeps him on strike importantly. He's now moved on to 27. Again, that's straight down the leg side, signal wide by the umpire. So the score moves on by 1 to 209 for 9. Partnership now moves on to 34-35, and this is the best partnership number for the 10th wicket that we've had so far in this competition. Glasgow wide. Shawnee looks to go over the top. There's an opportunity of a catch here at mid-off, and he's dropped it. The long off has dropped it. Shawnee Edward, and they're going to come back for 2. Again, an opportunity presented there, but not taken by the man at long off. Shawnee Edward gets his 3rd life, living a charmed life.
He's doing the right thing, Dwight. And now is the time to really let loose. This one, again, the fielder had ample time to get under this one. The captain not pleased with the effort, and we're seeing a change in personnel. A different fielder comes to the long off boundary, and Dwight, sometimes that could be pretty embarrassing as a fielder.
Yeah, the captain moving Javon Richardson was responsible for that drop chance, moving him across, but good delivery, good comeback from Glasgow. So they're now taking Richardson out of the firing line at long off. He's now at cover. And the man with responsibility for maybe taking the catch now is now Kobe Butler. Has now gone to the long off position. This time full from Glasgow, and Shawnee walks into the onside. Good looking shot. That's going to go close to the boundary. It's only going to be 2, but 2 good looking runs there. As a matter of fact, they're considering the 3rd. No. But again, Shawnee there with good looking shot. Glasgow full. Shawnee just worked that for the vacant mid wicket area, and he's gone back for 2. So St. Lucia has now moved on to 213. So Sean Edward doing the business once again with the bat for St. Lucia.
It's really making the best use of his 3rd life. And there was an opportunity here for 3, but Sean Hill possibly fancying his chances against the bowling here.
And again, excellent cricket from Edward. Just drop that into the offside and set up for the single, knowing it's the last ball of the over. And again, he gets back on strike. Now it's 1 delivery left. He's going to have a word with Aaron Joseph. But Sean Hill Edward doing all the right things here. He now moves on to 42. And once again, we're going to say this is his 3rd inning of this competition. And he's not been out so far.
Yes, and he has moved past. We're not sure of what has happened in Grizzly at the other venue, but we know that Dominica had been bowled out for 48. So more than likely, with the 42 runs being scored by Sean Hill Edward.
That's an edge. That's a drop chance. Glasgow creating the opportunity, but not taken by the wicket keeper.
Yes, with the 32 runs now on the board for Sean Hill Edward, he would have passed Stefan Pasca, whose tally was 60, and Sean Hill would now move into the number 6 spot in terms of the tally of leading run scorers in the tournament. So Sean Hill doing, as you mentioned, Dwight, quite well with the ball, picking up, I believe, 4 wickets thus far, and now he has moved into number 6 in terms of the batting aggregate. So this really underscores how well he has done thus far.
Yeah, he continues to impress with both bat and ball. The St. Lucian all-rounder. He's got 3 overs left, and he's going to be looking to get as many as he can for his team. He's 18 from what would be the first half century. First half century for St. Lucia.
In 2 tournaments, Dwight. We recall that St. Lucia would have won. They are the defending champions of this WINLOTT under 19, and in the previous tournament, no batsman would have registered a half century. They have survived based on the all-around efforts of the players, and Sean Hill Edward is one of the chief architects of that.
And we've got a change of bowling from the players pavilion end. It's going to be the ever impressive Devontae McDowell to bowl his 8th over.
So McDowell having his tally of wickets at 9 at the moment, leading the pack. Would love the opportunity to bring up number 10 and seeing the back of Sean Hill Edward.
That's wide. Looking to maybe go for the Yorker. Was very full, but he needs to line it up. That's wide outside the off stump, signal wide by the umpire. And so far, don't think you were going to believe it, but so far the St. Vincent team has given away 57 extras. 50 of those are wides and 3 no balls. So 57 extras, that's definitely the top score for St. Lucia. Good delivery from McDowell on this occasion. Shortish delivery outside the off stump. Edward looking to maybe run that down to 3rd man, not making contact.
Yes, McDowell has been impressive, and ideally this is what you would want as a captain. You would want a bowler that can take the ball away from the bat. Being the left arm seamer, you just see him angling the balls away, as Sean Hill just pushes this one down the ground quite competently, moving his tally up to 33.
Yeah, very good looking shot from Sean Hill. Again, he gets Aaron Joseph back on strike with 4 deliveries left in the 48th over. He's going to be hoping that Joseph gets him back on strike. On the other hand, St. Vincent is going to be hoping to see the back of Aaron Joseph, the number 11, who's now batted very well, played his role very well. He's 17 of the 16 deliveries. I think his job right now is just to try and get Sean Hill Edward back on strike.
Yes, and it appears as if the Vincentian team are hell-bent on making that job much easier. with no man who can really say that he's preventing a sharp single.
It's full straight McDowell down the leg side. Joseph works it down to fine leg for a single. So he's done his job. He's gotten Shawnil Edward back on strike. The score now moves on to 217. Devontae McDowell is now his 8th over. He's gotten 3 for 31. Very impressive opening spell. But he's been brought back to clean up the tail. And this time full and Edwards drives. Again, no run. Shawnil Edward has been in for the 44 deliveries and he's scored 33 so far. And he and Aaron Joseph, they've put on 43 for the 10th wicket. Just what St. Lucia would have wanted when they lost the 9th wicket. Good delivery. Edward lets that one go by to be taken by the wicket keeper.
Yes, right. And earlier on, you were mentioning that with the 3 quick wickets, it would have put some pressure on the batting lineup, and with this being a dress rehearsal for the final, it would have given us an opportunity to see what the underbelly of the St. Lucian batting lineup was like, whether it was a soft underbelly or a firm one. But here we're seeing Aaron Joseph really showing some intelligence and good batsmanship, and Shawnil Edward still showing that he has enough within him to lead his team to a total of respectability.
It's wide outside the off stump, called wide by the umpire. Very wide. Shawnil looking to get some bat on that to get off strike, wasn't able to do so. But the extras goes up by 1. Now 59 extras. 52 of those are wides. So the St. Vincent coaching staff would be very disappointed in terms of the amount of extras they've given to the St. Lucians today. We're now at 59 in terms of extras. But good delivery, very good delivery there from McDowell. Good way to end the over. Shawnil was looking to get off strike by running that down to third man, but he's not able to do so. So we've come to the end of the 48th over. St. Lucia 219 for 9 with 2 overs left.
Yes, unable to get that important single. However, he has shown confidence in Aaron Joseph, who has shown himself to be equal to the task. And with 2 overs left, what do you think, Dwight? Do you think that Aaron Joseph should continue to feed Shawnil the strike, or do you think that it's time for him to take the attack to the bowling with any opportunity that he gets? How should Aaron Joseph play, Dwight?
Well, with 2 overs left, I think Aaron Joseph would be best served getting Edward back on the strike as the senior batsman and the informed batter. Edward has shown some power, so Aaron Joseph should look to get a single, get him on strike, and Edward on the other hand would be looking to face as many of those 12 deliveries as possible.
Yes, but he's up against the likes of Franklin once more, who we saw was working up a bit of pace.
And Franklin is in. A change of bowling from the media center end, and that's full and straight down to third man. They've gone for 1. They're coming back for the second. So Shawnil Edward showing some confidence in his batting partner, Aaron Joseph. But Kutney Franklin has been very impressive, very aggressive with the way that he's bowled. He's now coming in for his 3rd spell, and this is going to be his 9th over. He's taken 2 for 48 so far. And this time he's short, and Aaron Joseph looks to pull. I think he's got more glove than bat, but he did get off strike. and puts Edward back on strike, exactly what the St. Lucians would have wanted.
Yes, and now Shawnil Edward would have a chance to really express himself, and he would be hitting towards the Johnson Charles stand, an area of productivity for many batsmen when they're looking to have a go at the bowling.
Well, the wind would definitely favor him if he chooses to go over the onside.
Yes, but we have seen that Franklin has all the tricks up his sleeve. He does have the bouncer, he does have the yorker, and he does have the slower ball.
They've got 3 men out on the leg side. And that's short. Oh, signal wide by the umpires. Again, good aggression from Franklin, but that one was well over the head of Shawnil Edward. He's got 3 men out on the leg side, so that could be the plan. He's got the fine leg, he's got him on a deep square leg, and the long on the boundary. So clearly the plan is to get Shawnil hitting into the leg side. But this time just a bit too short, and the extras column has now gone on to 60, which at that level is not acceptable. But Franklin bowls this time short wide, and Shawnil hits that for the offside. They've gone for one, and they're thinking of the second, but good fielding. There's no opportunity of a second run there, and they stay on one. So that now moves the score to 244 for 9. Edward now moves on to 34 of the 48 deliveries.
Yes, and if the Vincentians take an honest assessment of the fielding performance today, they would say that they have not been up to standard. But on that occasion there, we see them preventing that single, but here is Aaron Joseph looking to force this one into the leg side. This one peels off the outside edge, and they're able to scamper through for another 2.
Yeah, Aaron Joseph score now moves on to 13, and with that they've gone past 50 partnerships. A very important partnership between Shawnil Edward and Aaron Joseph. They've now put on 52 for the 10th wicket, and this is the highest 10th wicket partnership so far in the competition.
Yes, and from that last shot here we see that Aaron Joseph being given full license to have his way with the bowling.
Not straight, there's an appeal for a leg before. May have gotten an inside edge. That's the only thing that could have saved him. Very full, very straight, but the umpire says not out.
Yes, I heard a very woody sound on this occasion, but Aaron Joseph looking to access the acreage of space on the onside. There was really no sweeper out there, so Franklin really confident in his ability to get this ball outside the off stump. We saw Joseph walking across his stump.
And a shot down the leg side, not called on wide. The umpire maybe taking an extra second or two has finally decided to signal wide. So again, extras now move on to 64, 54 wides, and St. Lucia 227 for 9. Good recovery. At one point St. Lucia looked like they would have to bat extremely well to get up to 200. Now they're already 227, and that's a good delivery by Franklin to end his spell, and he's bowled the 10 overs, 2 for 57, and 1 over left.
Yes, we're about to see the final over of the innings, and the good thing for St. Lucia is that Shawnil Edward would be on strike. He has shown some good hitting ability. He has batted with intelligence in the way that he has shepherded the tail. In partnership with Aaron Joseph, they have recorded the highest 10th wicket partnership of the innings, putting on 53. But Shawnil now would have a full license to go for the boundary on every delivery that he gets a chance to face.
And it's going to be McDowell to bowl the final over of this inning, and the final over is 9th over. It's going to be bowling his 9th over, so far 3 for 33. Shawnil Edward would be looking to maximize the next 6 deliveries. He's on 34. Pretty defensive field. We have the third man, a man sweeping out on the offside, long off, long on, and a man at deep mid wicket. These are the fielders out on the boundary. So Captain Luke Wilson using his full complement of 5. And first delivery, Shawnil pushes that down to long off. They've gone for 1. And that's all it's going to be. Very aggressive fielding there by the man at long off.
Yes, I really thought that Shawnil would have swung more violently after this pitched up delivery, but opting to just push it down the ground. And they were able to come through for the single on that occasion, as the fielder at long on is not really positioned on the boundary.
Aaron Joseph pushes that down to the third man area. They've gone for 1. They were going to come back for 2. A bit of a fumble there, but 2 runs comfortably in the end. Aaron Joseph, being the number 11, has been rather impressive. He's now put on 56. He and Shawnil Edward, they've now put on 56. Doing a bit of a rescue job there for Team St. Lucia. Aaron Joseph now moves on to 15.
That's right, and Aaron Joseph really giving the St. Lucian management a thing or two to consider with the batting display that he has put on. He has certainly, if we're honest, looked more compact and more competent with bat in hand than some other members of the lineup.
Yeah, Aaron Joseph showing his batting ability just when St. Lucia needed it most. But he's got 4 deliveries that he needs to try and maximize. That one is wide again as a second wide in the over. McDowell may be looking to bowl wide outside the off stump for Aaron Joseph to hit into the wind, but 2 wide on that occasion.
Yes, right, but with 2 men behind point on the offside, there is a massive gap in the cover region. So Aaron Joseph has already shown the ability to get the ball through that area for 4. So, and in addition, there is no sweeper out on the offside. So I'm not quite sure why that is. This might just be an error in the field placing, right?
And McDowell bowls this time down the leg side. It's another wide, and Aaron Joseph just decided to run down the wicket. There was an opportunity for a run out. Direct it, he would have been gone.
Yes, I think that he told himself that no matter what, he was going to get Shawnil Edward on strike. But this one, really in the gloves of the keeper, a risky single, and had the keeper effected a direct hit, this would have represented the end of the innings for St. Lucia.
3 consecutive wides, and this time it's straight. There's an appeal for LBW, but they're going to go for the leg by. Aaron Joseph does the right thing, responds to Shawnil Edwards' call and gets him back on strike. So with 3 deliveries left, Shawnil should take the responsibility and try and maximize those last 3 deliveries. They moved on to 234.
Yes, didn't really swing violently at the first delivery of the over that he faced. I'm hoping that for the remaining 3, we really see that he puts his back into it and tries to muscle it over the ropes.
This time McDowell full. Shawnil drives straight to the man. There's a chance for a run out, and he misses, and that might be over for us. As a matter of fact, it has gone into the boundary now for 4. So it's actually going to be 5 runs. What again probably should have been a dot ball has now cost St. Vincent 4 extra runs. So Shawnil's total and St. Lucia's total moves on by 5. Direct hit would have been interesting, but unfortunately the backing up was poor, and that has gone into the boundary for 5 runs.
Yes, they had time touched down for the single, and the fielder just pelting this one. An ill-advised throw, could have just held it. You saw the agony on the face of McDowell. This one really affecting his excellent figures. But the beautiful thing for St. Vincent is that they get a chance to bowl at Aaron Joseph as opposed to Shawnee Edward.
And McDowell does just that, beats the bat. There is an appeal for caught behind. And the umpire says not out. So with one delivery left, unless this delivery is a no ball or wide, Shawnee Edward would be not out for the third time in 3 games.
A very good effort by Shawnee Edward thus far. Important to note is that he has touched 40 for the first time in this competition. The final delivery of the innings, you see Aaron Joseph attempting to dispatch this one into the Johnson Charles stand, but not making contact, and was just able to get the single. This one actually came off the glove there. The umpire awarding the single to Aaron Joseph, who finishes on 16 not out of 25 deliveries, Dwight.
Yeah, very good partnership. 10th wicket partnership of 66. So Aaron Joseph and Shawnee Edward putting on 66 for the 10th wicket. At one point, it looked like St. Lucia may have been bowled out, but they've done the first and most important thing. They've batted the entire 50 overs. So St. Lucia, from a spot of but has recovered nicely to 240 for 9. So the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team will have to bat extremely well if they are to overhaul this 240.
And just a quick recap of the scores for St. Lucia. We saw Noel Leo opening the batting today again, scoring 18 runs. Can Elcock scoring 6. Theo Edward getting out for what we will call a golden duck, being out on the first ball that he faced. Jonathan Daniel getting to 30 today. Bolton Sayers getting out for the first time in the competition, scoring 21. Captain Tariq Edward scoring 18. Royce Paul getting 23. Shawnee Edward not out on 40. Kevin Gassi faced 2 deliveries and got out without troubling the scorers. Sky Lafay getting 3, and the impressive Aaron Joseph batting at number 11 getting 16 not out. So St. Lucia making it to 240 for 9. It is now lunchtime at the DSCG. We will see you back once the action gets underway.
am doom ji ka partir de ce bugas ko si mana yang dong le jual jana ya bola dong ni ka ya like
And welcome back to a sunny Darren Sammy Cricket Ground in the 2023 Windward Island Under-19 Cricket Tournament, match between St. Lucia and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. St. Lucia won the toss and elected to bat. They amassed a score of 240 for 9. And for St. Lucia, he had the top score of Sean Edwards he scored 40. Jonathan Daniel 30. Royce Paul 23 and Bolton Sayers 21. And the main wicket takers for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Franklin, he took 2 for 54. McDowell 3 for 45 and Luke Wilson 2 for 56. So I want to say welcome back to Jamal James. How do you see this second inning between St. Lucia and St. Vincent and the Grenadines?
Yes, Greg, thank you so much, and a pleasant good afternoon once more to our viewers and listeners. St. Lucia would definitely be the happier of the two teams at the moment, registering 240 for 9. They were really in a spot of bother, losing 3 wickets within the first power play, but the recovery effort from the lower order there, it really has the momentum going the way of the St. Lucians. We can just hear them chopping out there. They're really on top at the moment, and the new ball bowling partnership has done well for them. Kevin Garcia has picked up wickets early.
Yes, certainly it was a good effort for the 10th wicket, some 66-run partnership for the 10th wicket between Aaron Joseph and Sean Edwards. So the first delivery. This one is split down through the Whiteford-Man region, resulting in 1 run. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines would really have to bat well to overhaul that total of 241. But must be very concerning for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Jamal, they considered in excess of 60 runs in terms of extras. So certainly that aided St. Lucia in getting to a respectable score of 240.
Definitely, and our co-commentator Dwight Thomas was just mentioning that at this level of cricket, it's really unacceptable. 60 extras, way too much. But then again, all bowlers have really struggled to negotiate the breeze and the lateral movement on offer at the DSCG. Well, St. Lucia into the 4th game here, they're hoping for an improved performance, the 3rd improved performance in this game.
So this one down the leg side. Look like it may have come off the trousers of the batsman. So we have Gibson and Gonzalez opening the innings for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
And important to note, Greg, that Kevin Garcia has been exceptional when bowling to left-handed batters.
And this one is whipped off the pads down into the vacant backward square region for 4, and also no ball signal by umpire Leo Amidi. So not the best of starts for Kevin Garcia.
Yes, I may owe him an apology. I was just praising his efforts to the left-handed batters, and just as I said that, you see a lovely shot by the left-hander clipped off the pads. The timing on this one was superb, and being awarded with a free hit as well. Let's see what he can do.
Looking for the big drive. Ball has gone to hand, but it would not have mattered really had he held on to it. So Gibson only getting 1 for his effort of the free hit. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they are moved on to 7 without loss. So Garcia big expansive drive through the cover. Better effort was required. And this one just sped into the cover boundary, just going through the fielder at short cover. And it has sped down to the boundary for 4. So good positive intention shown there by Gonzalez and Gibson.
Yes, Greg, but not a very good effort by the fielder at short cover. He really went down in installments. What should have been a simple stop resulted in the boundary.
And this one is struck firm past the bowler and the non-striker, who had to take evasive action, and the ball just sped down to the boundary for 4. So consecutive boundaries struck by Gonzalez.
I really love what I'm seeing here from the Vincentian opening pair. This is exquisite batting. We know that Kevin Garcia often looks for that movement. He tends to pitch the ball up, but on this occasion here, he's met with aggressive intent and a straight bat, and that's 4 runs down the ground.
So it's last delivery. Garcia right on the money, but a good start to St. Vincent and Grenadines. Very expensive over there. First over by Kevin Garcia, considering some 15 runs. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines up and running. Certainly a good start by Gonzalez and Gibson, showing clear intention that they are prepared to take the fight to the St. Lucia bowlers.
Yes, and in previous games, Kevin Garcia would not have faced such treatment. That exquisite shot down the ground here really signaled the intent of the Vincentian batters. We saw Noel Leo playing in that aggressive fashion in the power play, but he's being matched by some impressive stroke play by Gonzalez.
So Shawnell Edwards, who had a terrific effort with the bat when St. Lucia batted, he was the top scorer for St. Lucia, 40 not out. And Jamal, in the 3 matches that St. Lucia have played so far, Shawnell Edwards yet to get out.
Yes, and he would have climbed up the rankings in terms of his aggregate. He would have now positioned himself as the 5th highest run getter in the tournament, certainly with the highest average.
So good first delivery.
And we have seen some aggressive bowling from him in the 2 previous games. We saw one, the first game, he preferred that short length and having the batters play up on the toes. And the second game, he really wowed us with some impressive new ball bowling, opting to pitch the ball up, and he went past the bat on numerous occasions.
And this one just came out the grasp of the bowler. No ball signaled by the umpire. Perhaps a bit of sweaty palms there by Shawnell Edwards.
Yeah, this one just slipping from the hand. A good time to remind our viewers that bowling with the new ball is a special skill. Not anyone can do it successfully.
And this one is shot at the body of Gibson. Did not handle it as well as he would have wanted to, but was able to get it into the vacant backward square region. And he was able to pick up an easy single. So Shawnell Edwards showing a bit of aggression.
Yes, and that would be needed by the St. Lucian outfit, because we've seen the Vincentians have really come out to fight fire with fire. They really said that they would not be dictated to. But I had a conversation earlier with the former West Indies player and current West Indies umpire, Dighton Butler, who functions as the coach of the team, and he would have told me that Gibson has been doing impressively well for them.
So on this occasion, Gonzalez just clearing the right leg, the left leg, sorry. Looking to heave this one into the mid-wicket region. Did not make full contact, but was still able to get 2 runs. So 18 without loss. With Gonzalez on 11, and Gibson on 6. So clearly, the openers, they have come out with really positive intention to take the attack to the St. Lucia opening bowlers. And this one is short. Poor delivery there, going down the leg side. And just pull this one over the man at the short fine leg region. And this one has sped down to the boundary for 4. So the sort of dream start that St. Vincent and Grenadines would have wanted, and they really put in the St. Lucia opening bowlers to the sword.
It's just the way that he executed that pull shot. He reminded me a bit of Johnson Charles there, who international bowlers know to keep away from that length. So he seems to enjoy just clearing that front leg, opening up the hip. So Captain Tariq and the left arm seamer Shonil should really pick up on that quickly and possibly look to target this batter more outside the line of the off stump.
And good response there by Shonil Edwards. Short pitch delivery directed right at the body of Gonzalez. Really was struck on the glove, looking to get on top of this one. It really got big on him. So good response there by Shonil Edwards.
Yes, and this is the kind of contest that you want to see, where the bowler was outclassed on the previous delivery, but here is the young, aggressive fast bowler, Shonil Edwards, digging this one in, the ball climbing on the batter. Very good contest.
And just outfoxed him with the slower ball. We saw the field change. Cornell Cock being brought in from the long leg region back into the short fine leg, and the mid on was dropped to long on. So clearly a bit of thinking there by Shonil, and mixing it up with a slower ball, the last delivery. So a good end to the over there by Shonil Edwards.
Yes, and we had mentioned previously that Shonil had shown us an array of tricks. He's shown us the bouncer. He's shown us that he can move the ball away from the left-handed batters and into the right-handers. And now we're seeing some good thinking. Gonzalez clearly on the attack and just bowling that slow ball to deceive him. So good bowling from Shonil here.
So Gassi will be continuing from the Players Pavilion end. Certainly he was in for a bit of rough treatment for his first over. He considered some 15 runs. This one down the leg side and called wide by umpire Leo. So the tally moves on to 23.
Yes, you had mentioned earlier on, Greg, that St. Vincent were very gracious to St. Lucia, presenting them with some 60 extras. And there we see Kevin Gassi really struggling on that occasion, not finding his line to the left-hander, and Captain Tariq removing a fielder from the offside and placing him at backward square.
This one, Gibson in defense, plays it out to the cover region. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the current run rate 10.6 and the required rate 4.56. So certainly they are way ahead. And this one is driven to the backward point region where Elcox put in the dive but unable to stop this one, and it has sped into the boundary for 4. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines continue to hit the boundaries. That's the 5th boundary in just 2.2 overs, Jamal.
There's something about this left-hand batter. Gassi, when he has been bowling to the left-handers early on, he tended to really wrap them on the pad and thud those balls into the hip. But this batter here seems to be quite classy off the pads. He's not allowing those scoring opportunities to go to waste.
So Gasty will want to respond better, and is firmly driven outside the off stump to the man at the long off region. No run resulting. Looks like Aaron Joseph.
Yes, but this youngster Gibson, he looks easy on the eyes as well.
Yes, very
Elegant stroke play.
Very pleasant on the eye. He has played some good shots, timed them to perfection. And this one is driven on the mix-up, but the fielder Bolton Sayers slow to respond. The non-striker was not backing up, but Sayers could not get the throw in time to the keeper Noel, and they were able to go through for what turned out to be a very easy single.
Yes, Sayers just hanging back on the circle there on that occasion, and this may have been because of the pressure being exerted by the Vincentian batters. They've really put the bowling to the sword, and the majority of the fielders are just on the circle.
So St. Lucia a bit shell shock at the response of the opening pair from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This one dug in, and no ball signal by Leo Amede. So Gasty striving for that extra pace, transgress the line, and another extra to the total for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They moved on to 30, so a bit of indisciplined bowling there by Gasty. This is his second no ball in as many overs.
Gassi seems quite rattled at the moment, and this is not the start that St. Lucia were hoping for from him, and he has gifted the Vincentians with another free hit.
Big fish edge that has gone over the short foot man where Shawnell Edwards fields, and they have gone for 1 run. But Jamal, Gassi really is struggling in his opening spell, but St. Lucia does have the luxury of Sky Laffey and also Aaron Joseph, who is coming for his first game.
And we can't forget the likes of Bolton Sayers, who has really been impressive with his pace as well.
Yes, also Bolton pairs. So there are about 3 seamers that Captain Tariq Edward can turn to if Gassi is struggling with his opening spell.
Yes, and St. Lucia really spoiled for choices.
And again, another no ball. So Gassi really struggling at the moment. And Jamal, is of note that the Gassi continues to bowl the no balls, but I have not seen him look to remark, his mark and what have you. He just continues to go back to the top of his mark. One would have thought that after the second no ball, he would have looked at perhaps if he needed to adjust the run-up, but nothing of sort was done. And this one is he has been struck by Gibson to the wide of the mid-wicket region, and it has sped down to the boundary for 4. So the St. Vincent Grenadines opening batsmen are continuing to take and take. Opening bowlers, Gas in particular, they are very severe on him. His 2 overs so far, he has gone for some 28 runs, so he's going for at 14 and over his economy rate. So not the sort of start that St. Lucia would have wanted, and perhaps the captain Edward should give Gassi a break and introduce the likes of Aaron Joseph.
Definitely Kevin Gassi not looking the part today, and he's giving skipper Tariq a few things to think about. But this batter, Gibson from St. Vincent, he looks a thing of class, and just being able to whip that one from outside the off stump into that vacant area, looking really good opening the batting.
Yes, so far Gibson has looked good. It certainly shows that he can play on both sides of the wicket. And this one outside the off stump. Gonzalez allows it to go through to the keeper Noel Leo. So St. Lucia certainly been rattled there by St. Vincent and the Grenadines early on, and they need to get an early break. And this one is up high, and Leo has called for it, the wicketkeeper, and the catch is taken. So just as I said that St. Lucia needed a breakthrough, we saw Gonzalez going for a pull shot towards this leg side, the ball going across, not getting full contact, and the ball went high, and wicketkeeper Leo called very early, and he took a relatively easy catch. So good breakthrough for the St. Lucia team. After being rattled by Gonzalez and Gibson, they have lost their first wicket 35 for 1.
Yes, St. Lucia's star player of the day thus far, Shawnil Edward, really answering the call of his captain Tariq to try to arrest the situation, which was really running away from them. Shawnil digging in that short delivery, forcing the batter to play one which was around the neck area, and he was trying to hit with that big breeze towards the Johnson Charles stand, but this one was onto him in a flash, much quicker than he expected, and just presenting a simple catch to wicketkeeper Noel. Shawnil doing the business for St. Lucia once more.
Yes, so Ian Gonzalez beaten for pace by Shawnil Edward, and he was caught wicketkeeper Noel Leo. So with the dismissal of Gonzalez, brings in Newton Brown. So it looks like another left-hander. So quite a few left-hand batsmen in the tournament on both teams.
Yes, and as a left-hand batter myself, I really have no issue with it at all. The more the merrier, as far as I'm concerned.
Poor first delivery there by Shawnil to Brown. This one just angling down the leg side and called wide by the umpire.
And so after picking up that wicket, the first ball being bowled at the new batter, is a wide, a sighter down the leg side.
Good short pitch delivery there. They're looking for a quick run. So good delivery there by Shonil Edwards to Brown. Certainly working up a fair bit of pace and really cramping him for room. And this one was really at the throat of Brown, who did well to keep this ball down.
Yes, and we saw the same from the Vincentian seamer Franklin after he had picked up his first wicket. He seemed to have put on an extra yard of pace, and the same thing happening here with Shonil Edward.
So striving for the extra pace and with the movements. The ball has gone wide outside the off stump and signal wide by the umpire. So extras moves on to 6. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they move on to 37 for 1. So Shonil Edwards halfway in the over. And this one tentatively played there by Brown, perhaps expecting that ball to be dug in short at him.
Yes, just the way he played that one, it really indicates to us that he's being affected by the extra bounce on the surface. I know that coming from St. Vincent, they have a rich history of fast bowling, but I don't think that the surface there at possibly the Arnold's Vale behaves the same way as this one.
So, Brown well in defense. So a much better over by Shonil Edwards.
Yes, barring those 2 wides, he has not conceded a run from the bat.
Good delivery outside the off stump. Brown playing at this one, misses. The ball goes through to the keeper Leo. So at the end of over number 4, St. Vincent, they are 37 for 1. The end of a very successful over bowled by Shonil Edwards, picking up the wicket of Ian Gonzalez. Caught by Noel Leo for 16. He faced some 12 deliveries and had 3 fours in the process.
Just on that last delivery there, Greg, we saw that Shonil had some good seam presentation, and this one just moving off the wicket to beat the outside edge of the left-hander. So not the start that St. Lucia would have wanted, but Shonil Edward being able to remove the dangerous opening batter.
So it looks like Aaron Joseph will be coming in to replace Kevin Gassi, who struggled in his 2 overs, considered some 28 runs. And Joseph, a new ball bowler himself, certainly he would be pleased that he has a new ball in his hand to bowl.
Yes, Aaron Joseph getting his first opportunity in the tournament.
And this one is spunked away short outside the off stump, so the fielder was feeling 3/4 way of the extra cover boundary. Looks like Bolton Sayers out there. So Aaron Joseph, from what we know, Jamal certainly has the ability to swing the new ball.
Yes, he's definitely known for that locally, and with 2 left-handed batters at the crease, he has the opportunity to shape this one away from them, and if he could utilize the breeze going across the batters, we may actually see him bringing those deliveries back into them.
So this one just a bit short, split down to the long leg region where Shonil Edward fields. 1 run resulting, 39 for 1. So St. Lucia would certainly want to make further inroads into the batting of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I think they would certainly want to see the back of Gibson, because he has looked very impressive so far out in the middle. And this one, just a little loose shot outside the off stump there by Gibson. Certainly, one would say a lapse in concentration.
Possibly, but this one was short and wide outside the line of the off stump, and he has been at the crease for 14 deliveries. So I'm not sure if that's enough time to really assess the pace and bounce of the surface. But surely facing up to a new bowler just into his foot delivery could afford to give himself some more time.
So Joseph considering a wide, so the extras moved on to 7. So all the matches we have seen so far, quite a few of the opening bowlers, they have really struggled in controlling the ball here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. And this one is firmly pushed into the cover region. Chance for a run out. Good bit of work there done by the fielder coming off the mid-off region, sorry. And good piece of fielding there, Jamal James.
Yes, and that looks to be Jonathan Daniel. We would recall in the previous game, Daniel had struggled in the field, but it's good to see that he's really redeeming himself. He had made some decent contributions with the bat thus far, and it's good to see him doing the business in the field.
Yes, good bit of fielding there by Daniel. So St. Lucia need to continue to look to keep things tight, see if they could create some pressure on those two batters out in the middle, because we saw when St. Lucia batted, we had a good partnership between Bolton, Sayers and Jonathan Daniel, and we saw some 15 dot balls, consecutive balls were bowled, and that sort of created a bit of pressure. And then we saw that induced the false shot from Bolton Sayers looking to heave one over the mid-wicket region and was trapped LBW. So again, this one wide outside the off stump there by Joseph.
As Greg, in a previous broadcast, we had discussed the effect of the dot balls, and I was making reference to what former England captain Andrew Strauss was saying, that he always felt that whenever there were 2 or 3 maiden overs in succession, that this would have always brought about a wicket for his team. So we saw 15 dot deliveries. The batsmen had really dug themselves into a hole, as we've been saying, and then Bolton Sayers, trying to dig himself out, took the wrong option, trying to play the slog sweeper shot that he had never employed in the tournament thus far, leading to his undoing. So the St. Lucian bowlers would be hoping that if they could put some pressure on the Vincentian batters, just keep things quiet for a while, that this would lead to a wicket.
So the end of Joseph's first over, he considers some 5 runs. And Sean Edward, who had a bit of success in his last over, was coming in for his 3rd.
Yes, and it means that Sean Edward would have picked up his 5th wicket in the tournament, so he would actually be number 2 on the charts.
This one is wide down the leg side. The keeper Noel getting a bit of gloves to it, and certainly saving 2 runs for St. Lucia, because this one would have gone for 4. So 3-run result in the wide, and they run 2. So the score moves on to 44. And this one wide down the leg side again. So another wide. So this one, loose delivery outside the off stump there by Shonil Edward, and it is driven into the extra cover region, and it has gone into the boundary for 4. So a mixed bag there in this over so far by Shonil Edwards.
Yes, the real definition of overcompensation. His first 2 deliveries were down the leg side, so just trying to get things right, going outside the line of the off stump. The batsman really taking this one off the wide line, recognizing it as an opportunity to throw the bat at it, and fortunately for him and for St. Vincent, he gets the gap and he gets the boundary.
So St. Vincent and Grenadines, they have brought up their 50 for 1. They are in the 6th over, so a good healthy rate. The current rate 9.38, and the required rate would be 4.28.
And there is Shonil getting the batsman to follow this one. He was all hands on that occasion. The feet never went across to that delivery. And there again we see the bounce on offer at the DSCG. So when Shonil gets it right, he still presents a good challenge to the batters. Another beautiful delivery there again. The batsman being slightly squared up with the movement away, and this one was dug back of a length into the surface.
This one played into the mid-wicket region. Good bit of field in there, preventing a single. Good work done there by Royce Paul. Beautiful delivery there by Shonil Edward. This one pitching just about the off stump and moving away from the left-hander. So what a way to finish the over, Jamal James.
This one, it was almost as if it was a leg break delivery. Just looking at this one here on the replay. Ooh. Very beautiful delivery there by Shonil Edward, but he was drawn in by this one because it actually angled in and left him at the last moment. Fortunately for him, well, it's actually good batsmanship that he did not really follow this one with the hands.
Certainly this one was down the corridor of uncertainty. He had to play at it because it was angling in to him. So good end to the over by Edwards. So we see the second over being bowled there by, and he looked like he's bowled. This one came back, and Gibson is comprehensively bowled there by Aaron Joseph. We spoke about his ability to move the ball, and a much better delivery there, and looking for the big expansive drive through the coverage, and this one really coming through the gates, and Gibson was comprehensively bowled. So
yes, Gibson was really looking at the picture of class, and on this occasion really flummoxed by this delivery, and thankfully we have the benefit of the replay. Oh yes, the ball, he had been moving the ball away from the bat the entire time, but this one here, it cleaned up the middle stump. Very beautiful bowling here by Aaron Joseph. I was actually pleasantly surprised that he was left out of the team from the first game, but immediately after being summoned by the captain, really into his second over, he has removed the opening batter.
So it's Joe Williams, number 3, has made his way to the crease. Another left-hander, Jamal James.
Just keep them coming, Greg. Just keep them coming.
Yes, the tournament we've seen quite a few left-handed batters. So 49 for 2. And 2 relatively new batsmen out in the middle. And this one, after comprehensively bowled Ethan Gibson, Williams just served a juicy full toss on the leg, and he just put this one away for 4. So not the sort of follow-up delivery one would have expected from Aaron Joseph after having Gibson comprehensively bowled.
Again, it speaks to the inconsistency of the fast bowling that we've been discussing all tournament long. Every time they bowl a really good delivery, the ability to string a few good balls thereafter seems to be missing.
And this one, good delivery outside the off stump, really drawing Williams into the shot. At the last moment, he looked to bail out, but he looked like the ball had gone past the edge of the bat. So luckily for him, he did not get a touch to it. So good bowling there by Joseph.
Yes, a good comeback delivery. This should have been what he was looking for on the new batter's first delivery, but trying to replicate that full delivery in which he cleaned up Gibson and just presented a full toss.
This one much wider outside the off stump. Brown just allowed the ball. Williams, just allowed the ball to go through to the keeper. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines 53 for 2.
Yes, the run rate really not a problem for St. Vincent. They're actually going at 7.95.
And this one outside the off stump. The batsman William picking up the line very early. Shoulders, arms, allow the ball to go through to the keeper, Noel. So St. Lucia, they have been successful at seeing the backs of the 2 opening batsmen, Gonzalez and Gibson. They really look threatening Jamal the time they spend out in the middle. So they'll be pleased to bring in number 3 and number 4 at the crease. So this one right on the money. The batsman Williams equal to the task. So good end to the over. And a much better over by Aaron Joseph.
Yes, Aaron Joseph just showing why he was selected, repaying the faith of the selectors for this game, coming in and picking up a wicket very early on in his spell. And these two left-handed bowlers from St. Lucia really looking good.
So Edward so far, Sean Hill, he has bowled 3 overs, 16 runs, and he has picked up a wicket. And Aaron Joseph, he's bowled 2 overs, 9 runs, and he too have picked up the other wicket. And this one is full and it's caught
What
at
a
slip.
beautiful catch.
What a catch there. Dive into his right and taking a spectacular catch there. So what a dismissal there by St. Lucia, seeing the back of Newton Brown.
Yes, and we have the benefit of the replays there once again. We get to see young Theo in action. This one is angled in and chipping away quite late, and just look at that. Just look at that. Wonderful hair. And look at that celebration as well. Theo Edward doing the business in the cordon. Was not able to contribute with the bat today, getting out for a first ball duck, but a wonderful contribution with that catch. And Sean Hill Edward once more putting himself amongst the wickets, raising his hand for St. Lucia.
And just as you did mention a little earlier on, every time the bowlers have made the effort to pitch the delivery at a foolish length, they usually get the batsman into some sort of problems. And again, we see on this occasion, last occasion, it was a pitch-up delivery, really squared the batsman, took the outer portion of the bat, and the ball went through to the slip cordon where Theo Edward took a spectacular catch. So this, with the dismissal of Brown, comes in Javon Richardson.
Yes, but we know that when the ball is moving around, your best bet as a batter is to present the full face of the bat. But on this occasion here, the left-handed batter, you could have seen that he motioned to playing this ball on the leg side, and the ball having that curve away from him, and the outside edge was found and presented a wonderful opportunity for Theo Edward to take a marvelous catch. And just as we say that, Greg, after that beautiful wicket, here comes Sean Hill Edward bowling a wide delivery to the new batsman.
Yes, the inconsistency of the bowlers, unable to follow up a string of good deliveries. So this time he's right on the money. Brings the batsman Richardson in defense. So certainly we could hear the small crowd out there, very vociferous out, the sort of support that they are given to the young lads. Very animated out there in the stands.
Yes, Greg, the benefit of the home team.
And he was beaten for pace on this occasion there, Richardson. Really lit on this one, a bit casual, but the ball was through to the keeper, Noel.
Yes, Sean is showing us the full range here. The batsman had to play this one up on his toes, and luckily for him, this one didn't hit him on the glove and balloon to the fielder at slip or the wicket keeper. We've already seen young Theo Edward with a marvelous catch.
This one getting the outside edge, goes down to the third man region, just 1 run resulting. So with that, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they have taken their tally to 53 for 3. Richardson on 1, and Williams now was on 4.
Yes, Greg, but remember, as per the rules of the tournament, after this over, Shawnil Edward must take a mandatory rest. So they need to the Vincentian batters, just see out Edward. He has one ball remaining in his first spell.
Yes, Jamal. It's a mandatory break after 4 overs for the seamers. So the likes of Bolton Sayers, Sky Lafayette, and even Gassi perhaps could come back to replace Shawnil from the northern end. And the batsman Williams just contented in just defending. So the end of another over from Shawnil Edwards, the end of his 4th over, and as we did indicate, he has to take that mandatory break. So he has bowled some 4 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, but importantly he has picked up 2 wickets for St. Lucia. So at the end of over number 8, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they are 55 for 3.
Yes, at the beginning of the game, things were really getting out of hand where St. Lucia was concerned. They were met with real aggression from the Vincentian batters, but the 2 left-handed bowlers, Shawnil Edward and Aaron Joseph, doing well for St. Lucia and picking up 3 wickets, as Joseph is coming in for this is 3rd over. And it's good to see that skipper Tariq has employed a slip.
This one full, and the batsman plays it down to the mid-on region. 1 run resulting. So 56 for 3. And Joseph in his 3rd over. Again with the restriction, Jamal, after this he is only permitted to bowl 1 more over before he can take a break.
Yes, Greg, but with the 2 left-handers at the crease, I think it would be a good proactive move to introduce one of the off-spinners into the mix. Last game, I was personally disappointed that Captain Tariq, the talent that he is, was not able to finish his full allocation of 10 overs based on the way that he had managed his bowling. So I am hoping that today he can have a good run out. As you did indicate, Greg, it is a dress rehearsal of sorts for the finals.
So this last delivery there is split down to the Footman region for 1. So Williams has moved on to 5. Yes, as you indicated, it perhaps was a little disappointed to a certain degree that he didn't bowl his full quarter of overs, but then again, he needs to give all the bowlers a fair opportunity to put their skills on display.
Yes, and that's why I would be hoping to see more of Bolton Sayers today, who has bowled impressively. He bowled his 4 overs in the last game for only 6 runs, and we only saw him for 1 more over after that. So today, hopefully, it will be a day where we can see more of the bowlers.
Yes, because as much as St. Lucia needs to continue with the winning momentum, but this is a good match that they could perhaps look to experiment a bit.
A good hand there by young Theo once again, fully outstretched. He's showing some good agility in the cordon.
Yes, certainly. He's putting in the effort, knowing fully well that he was disappointed with the bat, did not contribute to St. Lucia's cause today, but he certainly is trying to make up in the field, and if given opportunity to bowl, he certainly would want to be among the wickets.
Yes, hopefully that should be on the cards.
This one is just tucked into the square leg region. Quick runs taken, and good bit of work there by Royce Paul, just getting around there, picking up the ball with one hand, and in one motion just fires it into the wicketkeeper, who took off the bill. So good all-round cricket there by the St. Lucia team.
Yes, definitely. And you did mention that Theo Edward may be hoping for an opportunity, and I'm hoping that all the bowlers who the skipper is thinking about who can make a contribution to St. Lucia clinching the title would receive such an opportunity. And just speaking of that, we see the introduction of Sky Laffey. Sky Laffey would have picked a few wickets for his captain and for his country, but he was a bit expensive in the last encounter.
Yes, Sky Laffey certainly was very expensive. If memory serves me right, I remember after 3 overs, he has already gone for about 35 runs.
Yes, but it was a good comeback from him to have taken 2 wickets, but he ended his spell with a run tally in the 50s. He has struggled when he has operated from this end, but the skipper persists with him from the media center. I actually felt that today was a good opportunity to see him from the other end.
So our statistician Roland Cox has just indicated to me 1 for 55 of his 10 overs. So certainly was a bit on the expensive side.
Yes, he'd be hoping for much better returns today. He has operated well to left-handed batsmen.
And this one outside the off stump, getting the thickish edge. The ball has gone down to the footman region. 1 run resulting. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they have moved the score on to 60 for 3. With Richardson now on strike.
And St. Lucia just beginning to slow down the Vincentian scoring rate. See a good delivery there by Sky. At one point the rate was way above 7, but it's now down to 6.43.
Yes, at one time they were close to 11 runs and over, Jamal.
Ah, goodness me.
So St. Lucia certainly clawing their way back into the game. Some 2 quick wickets taken by Sean Neal and Aaron Joseph.
Beautiful bowling by Sky Laffey, and this is the quality that we're accustomed to seeing from him locally. It's good to see that he is bringing it to the fore here today.
Yes, a much better start by Sky Laffey today. Last game, he really struggled in his opening spell.
Just on that delivery there, Greg, you can see that he has made an effort to complete his action with that right hand going past the left pocket. What we saw from him, and there we see it again, what we saw from him yesterday and in the previous game is that right hand is finishing on the right side, and usually when that happens, the ball would be pushed down the leg side, and we saw that he was one of those bowlers guilty of bowling 5 wides, I think on 2 occasions. So some thought has gone into his bowling, and it's good to see that he has made that adjustment.
So certainly the coach, Gary Maffrey, would have been taking notes of the deficiencies, and this one outside the off stump, just a bit too wide. The batsman Richardson not inclined to play a shot, just allows the ball to go through to the wicketkeeper Noel. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the current rates 6.10, the required rate 4.51. Again, just drawing the batsman into the shot. At the last moment, he looks to bail out of it, but start of a good over there by Lafayette, an over in which he considered just 1 run. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines 60 for 3. So from some more comments from you, Jamal James, it would be our new voice for this inning, Dwight Thomas.
Yes, we just witnessed a very good over from Sky Lafay, really representing the quality that we know that he possesses, but has not been able to summon thus far in the tournament. Welcome back, Dwight.
Yeah, good afternoon to our listeners and viewers. And we have Aaron Joseph to continue from the media center end. So after getting off to a very good start, the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team got off to a very good start. Their openers, both openers actually striking over 100. St. Lucia have been able to pull things back with 3 wickets. And Aaron Joseph is in the middle of a very good spell. As a matter of fact, this is his last over of this spell. And so far he's only considered the 13 runs and pick up that vital wicket of Ethan Gibson. And that one is down the leg side, off the pads, down to the man at fine leg where Shawnil Edward fields, and they've gone through for a leg by. The score now moves on to 61 for 3.
Yes, that wicket of Gibson was vital because Gibson was looking quite technically sound, well composed in defense, elegant when he was out on the front foot, and was clipping that ball nicely off the pads. He showed some good balance at the crease. So a very good delivery from newcomer to this year's tournament, Aaron Joseph, to dislodge him.
Yeah, Gibson looked good for his 17. He got 17 off the 15 deliveries. And Joseph bowls that one. His shot dug into the wicket. Umpire signals a wide. It's a dead ball, as a matter of fact. So the umpire says dead ball. But we have Joseph on that occasion testing out the middle of the wicket. And Shawnil Edward must be commended for the way that he bowled. He spelled 2 for 18 of his 4 overs. He just continues to impress with both bat and ball so far in this tournament. And Joseph bowls good delivery on about the off stump. Gone through backward point down to third man. Getting another easy single. And despite getting off to a very good start, St. Vincent and the Grenadines find themselves in some sort of trouble. Desperately in need of a partnership so far. These two has put on 8. They need a further 179 runs to win this game.
Yes, and Aaron Joseph doing the business for St. Lucia. There we see him testing out the batter with the short delivery. But I can just see that whenever this batter is facing the short delivery, he gets himself into an uncomfortable position.
Yeah, that's Joe Williams.
Yes, Williams doesn't look quite comfortable against the short stuff. Possibly why Joseph is persisting with it.
Just a ball short wide down the leg side. Good effort from keeper Noel Leo, but that's going to run into the boundary for 5 wides. Yes, umpire has signaled it. So that's 5 wides. Valiant effort from Noel Leo, but way too wide from Aaron Joseph there.
As you see this one on the replay there again. Yes, way too wide. A valiant effort here by Noel Leo to have even gotten a hand on it, almost parried it to the fielder at a fine leg.
And again, shot, and that's pulled away. That's going to go over the boundary for 4. So fantastic shot there from Williams. Aaron Joseph continuing to bowl short. On this occasion, Williams got some bat on it down to the deep square leg area for a boundary. So 4 good looking runs there from Joe Williams. He now moves on to 11.
Just swiveled on that short delivery. We were just discussing that he looked a bit uncomfortable against the short stuff, but on this occasion this one didn't make the height, didn't even get up past the waist, and most batters enjoy that sort of length. He's attempting the short ball again, but if Joseph is persisting on this line and on this length right, the field clearly isn't set right for that kind of bowling.
Yeah, he was guilty in this over of bowling way too short. If we could recall the wicket that he got of Gibson, he was right up full. So I think he's maybe better off bowling that length. But he's come to the end of his 4th over, which will be his first spell. He has 1 for 23. St. Vincent and the Grenadines now 71 for 3 of 11 overs. I think in the first innings, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they were guilty of giving 60 odd extras away. And so far, the St. Lucians have actually given 18 extras away, which includes 13 wides and 4 no balls. So that needs to improve from both sides. And it's going to be Laffey to continue from the media center end. His first over only went for 1. And even this delivery right on the money, exactly where you'd want to be.
Yes, and we had that discussion yesterday. Sky Laffey, and he's really making that concerted effort to complete that action. Even on that last delivery, we saw this one being angled in, but it has that slight movement away from the bat, and he's hitting much better areas, and so much so that the captain has reinforced the slip cord and given them 2 slips.
Definitely a good move based on the way Laffey has started this spell. And then again, a good delivery, a bit maybe wide outside the off stump. As a matter of fact, it's signaled wide by the umpire. A bit of a harsh call, I would say, but the umpire's decision is final. But Laffey seems to have fallen into a good line, good length. And he's not the paciest, he's maybe not the quickest medium pacer that we've seen for the day, but he definitely has the line and length. And what we saw from the previous game as well, he does vary his pace quite well.
Yes, this youngster definitely has what it takes.
Good delivery outside the off stump, well played by Richardson, just opening the face and allowing that one to come off the bat down to third man, where he gets a single. He now moves on to 5. He's been in for the 14 deliveries. The partnership between he and Williams has now gone up to 20. So they're doing some sort of a repair job, just what is needed at this time. Laffey will be hoping to break this partnership. He's pulled well so far. Just consider the free runs of his 1.2 overs. And good delivery. There's a big appeal for leg before umpire Gabriel says not out, to the disappointment of Sky Laffey. But that seemed to have just pitched outside the leg stump. So it's a good decision there from the umpire as we see the replay.
Yes, it also appeared to be a bit too high for my liking, but let's see. It definitely pitched on, and it actually had some movement back into the left-hander, and definitely a bit too high.
Yeah, that one actually straightened, and this time he's bowled a full toss, completely deceiving Williams. Williams is maybe looking for the umpire for no ball, but It definitely wasn't. He was completely deceived by that full toss from Laffey, almost bowling him on that occasion. Bit of misjudgment there from the batsman. But Sky Laffey continues to impress in his second over. He goes full delivery outside the off stump, and Williams just pushes it out to the short extra cover. The man catching that cover, and there's no run. Seem to have played that full delivery of the back foot, maybe expecting the short ball.
Yes, the deliveries from Sky Laffey definitely getting onto this batsman a bit quicker than he expects. We did mention previously that he seems to get himself in a bit of a tangle whenever the ball has been dug in shot at him. So possibly something that Sky Laffey could explore if he believes that he has enough pace to do it.
Again, another appeal, but that one came off the bat. Umpire says came off the pad, sorry. Umpire says not out, down to fine leg for a leg by. And we've come to the end of the Sky Laffey over. St. Vincent and the Grenadines are now 74 for free at the end of 12 overs. The not out batsmen are Joe Williams on 12 and Javon Richardson on 5. Just to give you an idea as to the St. Lucian bowling so far, Kevin Gassi, very expensive. His 2 overs cost him 28. Shawneel Edward, the pick of the bowlers so far, he's bowled 4 overs, considered the 18 runs and picked up 2 wickets. Aaron Joseph, 4 overs, 23 runs, 1 wicket. And Sky Laffey, who's just bowled the 2 overs, has only considered 4 runs. So the St. Lucian team again pulling things back after St. Vincent and the Grenadines got off to a really good start, but it looks like it's going to be a change of bowling from the Players Pavilion end. First sign of spin in this inning, and it's going to be Captain Tariq Edward from the Pavilion end.
Yes, a very good move indeed. Captain Tariq bringing on himself. Didn't enjoy the best of starts in the previous encounter. He's someone that when he gets going, he would give himself at least 5 or 7 overs in his first spell, but having to take himself off after having received some treatment from the Grenadian batters, would be looking to settle into a nice line and length quite early on.
It was a huge appeal again for leg before, but no appeal from the bowler himself, Tariq Edward, and he signaled that that was going down, hence the reason why he did not appeal. So good start for Tariq Edward. Free deliveries right on the money. This time pitches it up. The batsman goes for a big drive down to mid-on. Goes for an easy single. So William gets off strike. Now as his batting partner Javon Richardson back on strike. And like you said, Tariq Edward did not have the best of opening spells yesterday, but came back really well in his second spell. But he's going to be hoping to have a much better first spell today. Knowing him, he may not necessarily be pleased with his performances so far in this competition, especially the bat. So I'm sure he's going to be looking to do something special for his team today. And this time is straight, very full. Batsman pushes back to Edward, who fields off his own bowling. So very tidy start there from the St. Lucian skipper. That one a bit shorter, but again very well played, solid in defense. And we've come to the end of a very tidy over from Tariq Edward. Not much turn on offer, but he's found his line, he's found his length, and he's only considered the 1 run of that the 13th over.
Yes, and with that, the fielders and the umpire, they walk off to have a drink. But Dwight, one of the things I noted in that first over from Captain Tariq, there was one delivery that he gives some more generous flight. He bowled it to the left-hander, and he was looking to take him downtown. He really cleared that front leg and tried to go over the top. So I think that this is one of the areas that Captain Tariq would look to exploit, just to get a few deliveries above the eye line. He's not your typical off spinner in terms of giving the ball a lot of flight and looking for the turn, but I think that he would definitely profit by bowling a few of those deliveries to the left-handed batter.
Yeah, he's not one that would, I would say, look for too much turn, but he's one that actually tends to dart the ball in more often than not on a tidy line, tiny length. But definitely that's something that he could give a shot with the right field placing, maybe a long on. He could tempt Joe Williams, the left-handed batsman, into playing a false shot. So definitely he could look to get a wicket in that method, using that method.
Right, so St. Vincent and the Grenadines, their score now stands at 75 for 3. So Dwight, we know that Sky Laffey is bowling well, and most likely Captain Tariq would keep persisting with his bowling from the media center end. But when his spell is completed, as a former national captain yourself, which one of the bowlers would you summon to get the business done for you?
I think Royce Paul would be my best bet. I think if I recall the first game against Dominica, it was Royce Paul and Tariq Edward who really put a stranglehold on the Dominican batsmen. So when Laffey is done with his spell, I think Royce Paul would be a good option, the off spinner, especially with the left-hander still in the wicket. It's going to be, like they say, a good matchup. The off spinner taking the ball away from Joe Williams. And as we just saw with Tariq's last over, the one ball Tariq did give some air. He did look to go after it, not in full control. So that's definitely an option that the St. Lucians could look to explore.
I could agree with your assessment there, Dwight, but at what point in time would you introduce young Bolton Sayers into the attack? Would he get a bowl for you today?
Well, based on the way Bolton bowled yesterday, without a doubt, at some point he needs to be introduced. I think his first 5 overs, he may have just considered the 6 runs, so he was one of the better bowlers in terms of economy in the previous game. So definitely at some point, and he's shown his abilities, all-round ability so far in this competition, so I'm sure at some point he's going to be getting a bowl. I just think in terms of right now, the spinners would be a really good option in terms of trying to bring things back and also taking a few wickets, because again, the St. Vincent team got off to a really good start, and even right now they're still scoring at a healthy rate of 5.77. So if they continue at that run rate, they would get these runs comfortably. So St. Lucia would really need to bowl them out, and the best wicket taking options right now would probably be the 2 spinners in Tariq Edward and Royce Paul.
Yes, but young Sky Laffey may have some other ideas, seeing as he has settled into a really attacking line and length. But we've just had a break, and we know that usually something exciting tends to happen right after.
Again, Laffey continues where he left off. Good delivery outside the off stump. Williams just plays it to Theo Edward, who's at first slip, and there is no run. So Laffey into his 3rd over, only considering the 4 runs so far. So he's been bowling very tight, not necessarily creating any headaches for the batsmen, but he's not giving them any scoring opportunity. And as they say, pressure bursts pipe. And Tariq has responded by giving him a very attacking field with just the 2 fielders out. That's the 3rd man and the fine leg. Again, good delivery from Laffey just on about the off stump. Williams pushes it into the offside, where it's fielded by the man Sayers, and there is no run.
Yes, we've discussed how impressive Sky Laffey has been. But Dwight, seeing as you would have introduced Royce Paul had you been the one leading the side, and you also want to give Bolton Sayers an opportunity, it's just amazing the all-round ability and talent of the players selected in this team to represent St. Lucia.
Yes, they've gone for a number of all-rounders. As a matter of fact, based on what we saw in the first inning, the number 11, Aaron Joseph, showed that he definitely has batting ability. So if you ask the St. Lucian management, they would tell you they pretty much have 11 all-rounders on this team. I know we've not seen Theo Edward bowl, but I know he bowls some very good off-spin as well. Khan Elcock, who's not bowled as well, would consider himself a bit of a medium pacer. So plenty of options for Captain Tariq Edward. It's going to be interesting to see how he utilizes all his options that he has available. But good delivery again from Sky, a bit straighter. This time Williams just works it into the fine leg area. And that's an easy single. He now moves on to 14 and now takes the St. Vincent and the Grenadines score to 76.
Yes, and you did mention Theo Edwards, and truthfully, he did get some overs in one of the previous games. He got about 3 overs, did create an opportunity which was not held. And you mentioned even Khan Elcock. He does ply his trade as a medium pacer in local cricket. So just looking at the 11, in fact, just looking at the 13 players selected for St. Lucia, it is a fact that they can all hold their own with ball in hand, and they've all shown competence with the bat at the local level. So Captain Tariq really is spoiled for choices. Even Amari Venner, who would have been a reserve on the Windward Islands for the Windward Islands team last year, it did show all-round ability, picking wickets for St. Lucia in the two-day tournament held last year.
Yes, the fact that Amari Venner is sitting on the bench has come as a surprise to many. But Laffey continues to bowl good delivery outside the off stump. But again, the batsman just opening the face down to third man. And they come back for a comfortable single. And with this, we have come to the end of Sky Laffey's third over. And he's only considered the 6 runs so far. So very, very tight bowling from the young Sky Laffey out of Choiseul. The score now is 77 for 3 at the end of the 14th over. Slowly but surely, the St. Lucian team is actually bringing that scoring rate down. At one point, it was well over 6. Right now, it's at 5.5. So they're definitely pulling things back after the great start that St. Vincent had.
Yes, and a previous commentator in the chair, Greg Wilson, had informed that the rate was actually over 11 at a point, because I can recall that after the 2 overs, they were above 22. Obviously, another good delivery there from Tariq. But yes, Dwight, you had mentioned that you're pleasantly surprised by the exclusion of Amari Venner from the 11, albeit we do not know exactly what the reasoning is behind that decision.
It was a huge appeal for LBW, but the umpire says missing leg.
Yes, definitely some turn-on offer for Captain Tariq Edward, especially when he slows the bowling down.
Tariq bowled that straight, and that's gone through. Keeper Noah Leo is going to be interesting to see if there was some bat on that. And no, the umpire signals by. For a moment there, thought that was an outside edge, but umpire signals by. But Tariq continues to bowl very well, very tight in his line and his length. He's into his second over, and he's only considered the 1 run off the bat.
Yes, very good bowling by Captain Tariq, and you see that he's just taking that extra bit of time to ensure that he gets the field right. We've been discussing matchups all tournament long, and with the right-arm off-spinner bowling to the left-hander, it's definitely in Tariq's favor.
Yes, and he's set a predominantly offside field. He has the first sleep, man at short, third man, backward point, cover, extra cover, and the mid-off. So very attacking field on the offside with there's a deep square leg. That's the only man out on the boundary. And Tariq bowls down the leg side. Looks like came off the pad. He's going to run close to the boundary. Theo Edward makes chase, and it goes over the boundary right now. So that's, as a matter of fact, it's 4 wides signaled by the umpire. So St. Lucia gifting St. Vincent and the Grenadines an additional 5 runs.
Yes, Dwight, and this is about the 3rd or 4th time that this has happened. Just giving wides away by the 5s, and they're really going against the good work of the bowling, just handing the Vincentian batting effort these 3 runs.
And Edward bowls. Good delivery, tight on about the off stump and well left by Williams. Speaking of extras, again, St. Vincent was guilty of giving St. Lucia an additional 60 odd runs in extras. And so far, St. Lucia almost returning the favor. In the 15th over, they've given 25 extras away. So I think both management teams would be a bit disappointed with the amount of extras they've given away so far in this game. But we've come to the end of Tariq Edwards' second over. He's considered the 6 runs. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines at the end of 15 overs are now 83 for free. This partnership is now worth 30. So they're doing the rebuilding job and they're doing quite a good job as well. Joe Williams not out on 14 and Javon Richardson on 6.
Yes, Dwight, these 2 teams making extras out to be somewhat of a monetary loan, where I give you 60 and you must give me that amount back. And St. Lucia would be hoping that they would not pay back their loan.
Laffy short, wide, signal wide by the umpire there. So speaking of extras, here's an additional extra to the total. Now brings the total to 26. So that's definitely an area that needs improving. And as we know that both these teams will be contesting the final on Friday. So that is definitely an area that both teams need to improve in.
Yes, and just see Sky Laffey making his first deposit into the extras account. He's been bowling well up to this point, bowling his 3 overs, now for just 7. A beautiful delivery there once again. I'm very happy that the captain is still employing the 2 slips, and just look how close those fielders are in the offside ring.
Yeah, Tariq Edward has sensed an opportunity to put some pressure back on the St. Vincent team. So he set a pretty attacking field. There's 2 slips, like you said, and they feel that short cover is in tight. Hoping for a catch. Speaking of that, he now reinforces the offside. He's taking the man out of square leg and he's putting him at extra cover. So Edward is rewarding Sky Laffey for what has been a fantastic spell so far by setting a very attacking offside field. And Laffey returns the favor by pitching the ball on about the off stump. But well in behind it is Javon Richardson. And Laffey into his 4th over, only considered the 7 runs. All he's missing is actually a wicket.
Really building the pressure for his team, and I think it's the first time in the tournament that we're seeing this field set. Most bowlers generally bowl with a 6 free field with the bias on the offside, but Sky Laffey bowling with 7 and showing that he's fully able to bowl to this field.
Yes, the captain has set a challenge. Sky Laffey bowled to this field, and so far he's responding quite well. And Tariq Edward has now positioned himself at what we would say is a gully. So he has 2 slips and a gully. It's almost like we're playing red ball cricket based on the field that Tariq Edward has in play for Sky Laffey. But that is reward for how well he's bowled so far. He's been very tight on the off stump, not giving much away. And he continues a very good delivery that seemed to have just shipped away from the right-hander Richardson. So Sky Laffey continues to be very impressive in this spell. Like I said earlier, he's just missing a wicket to complete what would be an outstanding spell.
Yes, and I was just discussing earlier that we did have that discussion after the game in terms of just getting the action completed, and you can clearly see that he's making every effort to do that. And usually you would tell young bowlers that you present your left shoulder to the batter at the start, but in your finish your right shoulder must face the batter, and that right hand must be outside the line of your left pocket. So this is what we're referring to when we say completing the action, and Sky Laffey has done that for his entire spell. And in stark contrast to what he's been guilty of doing in previous games, just spraying a lot of balls down the leg side of the right-handed batters, especially when operating from the media center end.
Well, kudos to the management team. Could be something that Gary Maffrey specifically has worked with him on. And so far, he's been right on the money. We've come to the end of Sky Laffey's 4th over. And he's only considered the 7 runs. So excellent stuff from the medium pacer out of Choiseul. And we've come to the end of the 16th over. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines are 84 for 3.
Yes, and we see the St. Lucian fielders really hustling to get into position quickly. They realize that now they're in the position of ascendancy and just trying to boss the game, just trying to rush the game to get St. Vincent to face as many balls as possible in this phase of the game. Captain Tariq really pushing the issue.
And he's leading from the front in terms of bringing things back. The scoring rate down. Good delivery. And there's a big swat that comes off the edge. It's dropped as first sleep. They've gone for 1. And that's all it's going to be. But a chance created by Captain Tariq Edward. But that's been dropped by Theo Edward at first slip. Difficult chance, I would say, but a chance created nonetheless.
As we see it once more on the replay, this is what we were discussing previously, that whenever that first delivery that Tariq had tossed up to a left-handed batter, he showed the inclination to going over the top. He was really in no position to play that shot, and he found the outside edge. Possibly had it been a taller man at first slip, may have had a better chance.
Yes, Joe Williams given a life. Theo Edward took a brilliant catch earlier, but on this occasion he was not able to hold on. But Tariq back on the money. That's driven through the offside, and there's a chance of a run out here. No, but great communication from the 2 batters out there. Not the best of throws from Royce Paul. A better throw may have gotten him in trouble. But good communication, and they get the opportunity to rotate the strike. Williams is now back on strike to Edward.
Yes, and Tariq would not be disappointed to have a possible 3 deliveries at the left-handed batter who had just presented the opportunity in the previous 2 deliveries.
Edward this time straighter, and Williams just pushes it to Shawnil Edward at a shortish mid-wicket.
Yes, he needs to be brave and toss this ball up outside the line of the off-stump to this batter.
Edward's a lot flatter, faster, and that's gone through keeper Noel Leo. That's going to reach close to the boundary. Sky Laffey pulls it in. Great fielding from the youngster. And Theo Edward throws it back to keeper Noel Leo. They've gone through for 2 byes. So Noel Leo not cleaning up. But a lot faster, a lot quicker from Tariq Edward, completely deceiving Williams.
So we were just discussing that Tariq Edward not really fitting the mold of traditional off-spinner. He really bowls the ball quickly. But with that being said, Noel Leo needs to realize that as a wicketkeeper, your job is to really perform janitorial duties. Your job is to clean up everything that comes towards you.
Yes, Noel Leo. He's been guilty of giving a few byes away. But we've come to the end of the 17th over. St. Vincent and the Grenadines 88 for 3. Tariq Edward has now bowled 3 overs and considered the 8 runs. He's wicketless so far. Did create an opportunity in the last over. But we're now going to have a bowling change from the media center end. It's going to be Bolton Sayers who's going to take up the attack, and he's going to be bowling to Joe Williams, who's currently on 15. And not-out batsman Jevon Richardson is also on 7.
Yes, and we see Bolton Sayers marking his run. Another product from the all-rounder factory that is St. Lucian cricket. He's been really pacey in the spells that he's been given in the previous 2 deliveries. this time being given the chance to operate from the media center end for the first time. Many persons were saying that with him bowling from this end, that he would actually show us some more pace.
Yeah, Bolton says he's a lot quicker than you think. And he's going to be bowling to Richardson. And that's edge, and that's gone. So master stroke from Captain Tariq Edward. Bolton says first delivery. Richardson looking to cut. A bit too close to cut. He only manages to find the keeper, Noel Leo, who takes a comfortable catch. And the St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they've lost their 4th wicket. They're now 88 for 4. Javon Richardson goes, caught Noel Leo, bowled Bolton Sayers for 7. And St. Vincent in further trouble.
Yes, and St. Lucia continues to produce quality all-rounders. And Bolton Sayers undoubtedly among them. Dwight Thomas, you did call it Sayers, much quicker than you would expect. This one dug into the pitch, catching the batsman off guard. Feet really in no position to play that shot. And Bolton Sayers strikes gold. He comes on and immediately impacts this game. Wasn't really able to be his best with bat in hand, still made a vital contribution, but he picks up his first wicket of the tournament, and I think that it was about time, Dwight.
Yeah, well deserved. Earlier we mentioned how well he bowled the previous game without any rewards, but here today, first delivery, he's gotten rewarded by picking up his first wicket in the competition. And that's exactly what the St. Lucians would have been hoping for, to break this partnership between Richardson and Williams. And Bolton Sayers has delivered for his captain.
Yes, we have been mentioning it all day that a few tight overs, pressure tends to build, and the batters now often attempt to do something a bit different. And a ball where the batsman could have left or just played with a straight bat, choosing the option to go with the horizontal bat, off a delivery which was way too close to him, and just presenting a simple, straightforward catch to Noel Leo.
Yeah, he may have been better off looking to punch that one off the back foot with a straighter bat. Decided to go for the cut shot, but way too close for a cut shot. And the new batsman is Kirsten Franklin, who bowled a very fiery spell earlier in the day. He now has to do the business of the bat if St. Vincent are to get over the line today.
Yes, just look at the encouragement that Bolton Sayers is receiving out there on the park. The captain really appreciates the effort, and we're seeing that here in the form of 2 slips and a fielder posted at gully. So Bolton Sayers really given the Sky Lafayette treatment, being asked to bowl to a 7-2, heavily biased on the offside.
Yeah, Captain Edward been very aggressive, and that shot, Franklin looking to pull, doesn't make contact. He's looking to hit that maybe in the region of mid-wicket. That was outside the off stump. Maybe he's better off looking to maybe cut that through the offside. But Sayers working up some pace. And the one thing that we've seen consistently so far in these games at the DSCG is the carry. I mean, not necessarily the quickest of wickets, but there's definitely some carry in the wicket. If you do bend your back, you will get something out of it. And Franklin, when he had the ball in hand, he was able to do so. So maybe he's been given some of his own treatment. And a good delivery from Sayers, and Franklin right in behind it. So far, Sayers has bowled the 4 deliveries, not considered a run as yet, and he's taken the important wicket, breaking the partnership, that of Javon Richardson.
Yes, well, it would be good to see him getting a taste of that medicine. I was told a long time ago that there was something called the fast bowling union, whereby fast bowlers would only bowl aggressively to opposition batters, but when they would come against each other, they would have not been as hostile. But in this modern day and age, there is no such thing. The union has been dissolved, right?
Yes, very much so. It's getting back some of your own medicine, they would say. And Sayers previously looking to bowl shot to Franklin, who previous delivery looking to maybe hit it through mid-on. Wasn't able to get as much bat onto it, but he's quite prepared to take on those short deliveries by the looks of it. So it's going to make for an interesting battle between himself and Sayers. And that shot, he backs away and just pushes it out to Shawnil Edward at in the backward point area. And we've come to the end of Sayers' first over, which is that's a maiden wicket. So he continues where he left off in the previous game, being very tight and economical as well.
I'm very happy to see Bolton Sayers being rewarded with his first wicket of the tournament. We were just alluding to the pace that he possesses, that he's able to surprise you with that smooth run in. You wouldn't typically expect it, but then he has quite a whippy action. And being employed by Captain Tariq to take that wicket, and he responds immediately. I know that you were calling for Royce Paul, and I'm glad that the captain listened to me instead of you, Dwight, bringing on Bolton Sayers.
Yes, the captain decided to go with his medium pace, and it has provided the wicket that they so badly needed. And now when it's tossed up by Tariq Edward, and this time Williams deposits the ball over mid-on. That's gone for 4. So very attacking shot there by Williams. Maybe he's decided now is to put some pressure back on the St. Lucian bowlers, because so far they've just allowed Tariq Edward to bowl. Maybe Williams has decided now is the time to put some pressure back on the St. Lucian captain.
Yes, the thinking is right. We've seen time and time again that if you allow the spinners to bowl to you on the surface, they will be quite economical. So they need to really arrest the initiative from St. Lucia and be more aggressive in their approach. The required run rate is at 4.71, but they're actually going at 5.02.
In terms of run rate, I think St. Vincent are going quite nicely. I think what would worry them is the fact that they've already lost 4 wickets. Edward short, looking to run that down to third man, doesn't make contact. And we need to remind our viewers that Rashawn Lewis, the only player to make a century so far, who got 137 in the previous game, was left out of the game today. I think it's fair to say that he was maybe rested with the final, thinking of the final on Friday, but he's not in the St. Vincent team today.
Yes, and in my conversation with
Shot.
That's a lovely shot. Just interrupting what I was saying, and he could do that anytime when he plays like that. The off spinner choosing the option of tossing up that delivery, but this time it landed in the slot, and with the full face of the bat and a violent stroke. Just look at him there, creaming this one through the offside.
Yeah, very good shot there from Williams. Not much finesse in that, more power than anything else. But Tariq Edward a bit too full on that occasion. He's going to be hoping to pull his length back. Still want Williams coming on the front foot, but that's definitely too full. That's almost a free hit. Much better length. A lot flatter this time, and maybe a lot quicker as well. And Tariq has come to the end of his 4th over. He's considered 16 runs so far, and he's wicketless. At the end of the 19th over, St. Vincent are 96 for 4, with Joe Williams on 23 of the 40 deliveries. And he's not out. The other not out batsman is Courtney Franklin, who's yet to get off the mark. St. Vincent still require further 145 runs for victory. Only 6 wickets in hand. The required run rate is only 4.68. Very manageable required run rate, but again, they've already lost 4 wickets, and that would be some sort of a worry for the St. Vincent camp.
So as we see Bolton Sayers into the mark once more. Once that ball is dug into the pitch, we see Franklin here just exposing all three of his thumbs and really heading towards square leg.
Yeah, he seemed to be favoring the offside. Maybe he's making a bit of room to smash Sayers through the offside. But a very attacking field employed by Tariq Edward. He's got 2 slips and a gully. So he's definitely looking for that 5th wicket. And Sayers bowls. This time Franklin makes room again, but this one is on the patch, so he just works it to the vacant mid-wicket area. Goes through for a single, and with that he gets off the mark. Puts Joe Williams back on strike, the more senior of the batsmen. He's been in, like I said, for 41 deliveries so far, Williams, and he's on 23, which has included 4 boundaries.
Yes, it's been a really good counter-punching cricket from Joe Williams. At this point, he seems to be the one holding things together for St. Vincent. As we see a beautiful delivery there by Bolton Sayers. Really impressive, the quality on show here from young Sayers.
Yeah, Sayers, he's been bowling a bit back of a length, but that one, he brought that one up. Williams again fit, going nowhere. Just decided to push the bat at this one. Just misses the bat. And as we see the replay there, very good delivery from Bolton.
Coming close to the sun, pitching this one up. The batsman's foot just planted, just prodding straight down the pitch instead of getting his foot across to the ball.
Sayers bowls this time short of a length, and Williams right in behind it. What I've observed so far with Williams, he seems to be much more comfortable playing off the back foot. When it's pitched up to him, he really gets onto the front foot, prefers playing off the back foot. And maybe that's something that Sayers could look to exploit by getting him to drive.
Yes, and we just see a field change with the captain removing the fielder at one of the slip fielders and the gully fielder, and reinforcing the leg side. So preventing that easy drop and run single.
Bolton Sayers continues to show his all-round ability after being very good for St. Lucia with the bat so far in this competition. He's now in the midst of a very good spell into his 2nd over, and again only considered the 1 run, and he's also the one who just broke the partnership. Sayers bowls again, shortish delivery, and Williams right in behind it. Very easy. That length is very easy. He seems very comfortable playing that sort of a length. So Sayers would hopefully look to get it a lot fuller than what he's been able to the last couple of deliveries. But we've come to the end of the 20th over. St. Vincent and the Grenadine 97 for 4. In need of a partnership. So far, Franklin and Williams, they've put on 9.
Yes, it was a comfortable length for Joe Williams, but we saw on that last delivery that Sayers is just rolling his fingers at the side of the ball. So it's not something that we had seen from him in the previous game, but he's clearly another thinking cricketer.
Yes, and we're gonna have a bowling change from the pavilion end. It looks like Captain Tariq Edward has now entrusted Kevin Gassi to return for his 2nd spell. Remember, he came in for some treatment in his first spell. The first spell he bowled 2 overs, went for 28 runs. Gonzalez and Gibson, the 2 opening batsmen from the St. Vincent team, really went after him. So he's going to be hoping to come back with a much better 2nd spell. The field placing is going to be a lot more relaxed. Previously he bowled in the power play, so now he has protection. He has the 3 men out on the boundary. And he started a full wide delivery. Franklin again looking to back away, trying to get that through the offside, only able to inside edge it into the onside. But Gassi still has a slip. He has a third man, and there's 2 men deep out on the onside, which is a deep square leg and a deep fine leg. So he definitely has more protection than he did in the power play.
As Gassi is bowling to 2 left-handers once more.
And Franklin goes for a big heave, looking to deposit that somewhere over wide long on. He's not able to make contact, but Courtney Franklin making his intentions quite clear that he's going to be very positive and very attacking.
As Driver with his front foot positioned outside the line of the leg stump, and this ball on a 5th stump line, it would have always been difficult for him to make contact with this one.
See ball short, and Franklin looks to pull. There's an opportunity at mid-off. No, it's gone over the man at mid-off, and that's gone into the boundary for 4. So very aggressive shot there from Franklin. Very good looking shot there as well, showing some aggression.
And with that shot, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they bring up the 100-run mark. So Kevin Gassi proving to be leaking boundaries once more. Not what Captain Tariq Edward would have wanted from one of his premier seamers.
Courtney Franklin came into this game with 29 runs so far in the tournament, but he's looking to be aggressive this time over the offside. There's a chance at third man. There's a good effort there from the man at third man, but he was not. That was Daniel, but he's not able to get it on the full, but good stop nonetheless. Again, Franklin looking to be very aggressive, looking to hit that one over the offside, only able to get the outer edge down to third man, and he would have to count himself lucky that did not carry to Daniel at third man.
And Franklin clearly showing that he wants to take on the ball, and he seems to like the look of Kevin Gassi. But I think that St. Lucia, they were hoping for that leaping dive from Jonathan Daniel to effect that catch, but opting not to put out the dive and just saving what could have been a certain boundary.
Courtney Franklin looks a very aggressive cricketer. I could remember when he was bowling, it was all action, aggression, and he's come out of the bat swinging. So he's not going to take a back seat. And Gassi shot, and that's played into the mid-wicket region. Just drop shot. There's an opportunity for a run out, but good communication from the 2 batsmen. They go through for another single. But good aggression on that occasion from Gassi. Williams not in control of the shot delivery. But he's gotten a single. They now move on to 103 for 4 at the end of the 21st over.
As do I remember the moment that we saw Williams, we had mentioned that when playing the short delivery, that he gets himself into a tangle. He basically gets blocked off. He does not really extend his arms fully, as is what is taught when coaching younger players when trying to deal with the short ball. So because he's not really getting full extension of the arms, he's really being cramped, so he finds himself quite late on those deliveries. And we saw Aaron Joseph trying to target him on that area, but he didn't really have the pace. But the opening bowler Kevin Gassi does have a bit more pace than Aaron Joseph did, and really troubled Joe Williams on that occasion.
In terms of pace, so does Bolton Sears. He's going to be a lot quicker more often than not than the batsman would think. So maybe he will test Williams out. And this one again, a shortish delivery right behind it. Again, I'd love to see Sears maybe pitch one up, get Williams driving. When he's been asked to drive so far, he's not done it with any sort of confidence. So I'd love to see Sears get him driving. He does have the protection on the offside. Captain Edward has now employed a sweeper in Shawnil Edward out on the offside. So he does have protection on the offside. That one is again shot. Williams very comfortable, just playing that from the crease.
Yes, another occasion where we see Bolton Sayers running his fingers down the side of the ball. It's good bowling from him, but Dwight, as a former national captain yourself, would you persist with Kevin Gassi at the pavilion end?
Well, I was a bit surprised Edward recalled Gassi to the attack, but he has confidence in his opening bowler. So I would at least give him another over to see how he does. That one is wide. It came off the pads. A bit of a slower ball there from Sayers. So mixing it up quite nicely. Very good take from Noel Leo.
Yes, I too was thinking that the time is right for Royce Paul to begin his operations, but the skipper persisting with an all-pace attack at the moment. But Bolton Sayers is into his third over.
That one is short, and that's pulled away. Fantastic looking shot there from Joe Williams. That shot on his body, and he just pulled that to the vacant square leg area for another boundary. Like I said earlier, I think this is what he's waiting for. He seems to be very quick on the shot deliveries.
Yes, Dwight, I did indicate that he does get himself in a bit of a tangle, but this one, as we've seen evident in the replay, it never got up past waist high. So a comfortable height, and for a batsman who's not really extending his arms fully, this is where he would want the ball. If you're bowling short to him, all batsmen are really comfortable with balls on that length.
Yeah, Sayers guilty of bowling short, or maybe not even short enough. Maybe he needs to get it somewhere near between the shoulder and neck area to really test the Williams out. But on that occasion, it was just a short delivery about waist height, and he was able to swivel and hit that through the square leg area. That one is a lot fuller, much better length, much better line as well outside the off stump. But Williams very disciplined, allowed that to go by, and he's now moved on to 28.
Yes, it really was a magnificent shot there from Williams. I think he would have surprised all the fielders out there with the superb timing that he had on that one. He's really been the lone soldier for St. Vincent, batting out there for 55 deliveries for his 28 runs. But interestingly enough, Dwight, every over the St. Lucians seem to be licking a boundary.
Yes. St. Lucia guilty of maybe bowling a few too many boundary balls, and it looks like it's going to be Kevin Gassi to continue. So far, he's been very expensive. He's bowled the 3 overs and considered the 34 runs. But Captain Tariq Edward has confidence in his opening bowler, so continues to persist with him. And as for Joe Williams, he came into this inning having scored 54 runs in the previous 2 games. His top score 33. So he's definitely looking to surpass that. He's already on 28 of the 53 deliveries. And he also has a not out. So he did get 21 not out in the previous game. So he's been amongst the runs for the St. Vincent team so far in this competition. And with Rashawn Lewis out of this game, he's definitely one of the batsmen that they're looking to get a big score. And so far, he's gotten off to a really good start. He's put on a partnership of 19 with Courtney Franklin.
Yes, and speaking of Lewis, I was stating earlier that I had a conversation with Dighton Butler, and he did inform me that they're being cautious with him because he does have a niggle, and he made an impressive century already. So in as much as this would be considered
That's short, there's a chance there. Yes, and Theo Edward takes a comfortable catch. Kevin Gassi takes that one in short, and Courtney Franklin again looking to hit that over the offside. He's only able to find Theo Edward at the extra cover, and he has to go. So Courtney Franklin goes for 6. Caught Theo Edward bowled Kevin Gassi. So Kevin Gassi repaying the 5th shown in him by Tariq Edward.
Yes, we had felt it was time for the inclusion of Royce Paul into the attack, but Captain Tariq, and we've seen it even from the Vincentian captain, just making a master stroke. But this was really intelligent bowling here from Kevin Gassi. We saw that the batter was exposing all 3 stumps, backing away from those pacey deliveries, and he bowled this one wider of off stump, and you could even hear it. This one hitting the toe of the bat, and Theo Edward moving smartly around to his left was able to effect his 2nd catch of the day.
Yes, and with the fall of that wicket, we now have Devontae McDowell, the opening bowler. If we recall, was very impressive. Picked up 3 wickets earlier today. So after doing the business with the ball, he's now being asked to do the business with the bat as well. St. Vincent and the Greens find themselves in further trouble at 107 for 5. They still require another 134 runs for victory. That's starting to look like a really tall order so far.
Yes, but luckily for them, Williams is still at the crease. He has been, as we've said, the glue that has held the innings together for them. And McDowell, although being the opening bowler and leading wicket taker, needs to bring his batting, sensible batting, to the fore if St. Vincent, if they are to challenge this total.
Supposed to McDowell, good area and very well played. Just runs that down to 3rd man, and he gets an easy single to get off the mark of his first delivery. So very positive start. And another left-hander comes to the wicket. We've seen so many of those left-handers in this competition so far. Seems to have more left-handed batsmen than right-handed batsmen. So left-handers dominating this Windward Islands under-19 competition. Cassie bowls good delivery, gone for him, all beating all ends up. Joe Williams is beating all ends up. Very good delivery from Gassi. Much better area. This is the area that Captain Tariq Edward would be hoping that he puts a lot more deliveries in. So much better comeback over from Gassi when you considering the 1 run so far.
Yes, Gassi, not the most economical today, has come in for some treatment, but this delivery here was a timely reminder of his quality.
Gassi again bowled wide outside the off stump, full delivery, Yorker length, and Williams digs it out to Khan Alcock at the shortish cover.
Yes, and if you would notice, right, whenever this ball is pitched up to him, just on that 4th or 5th stump line, his foot really, the front foot really is not getting out to those deliveries. But once you come anywhere close to him on that fuller length, then he can cream you through the offside.
I see wide outside the off stump, well left by Williams, inquiring about whether it's a wide, but the umpire clearly says no.
It looked to me like this one was within the line, right?
Benefit of the doubt on this occasion goes to Kevin Gassi. So far, St. Lucia has bowled 28 extras in response to the 60-odd bowled by the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Gassi, 1 delivery away from his 4th over. And good delivery, good length outside the off stump. Again, William lets it go by, still inquiring about whether this one is a wide, but that one was a lot closer. So Gassi has come to the end of his 4th over. He's only considered the 1 run. So after going for 34 in 3, he's now bowled 4 overs, 1 for 35. And importantly, he has gotten the wicket that was required.
Yes, a good bowling from Gassi seems to have really redeemed himself and re-established himself as one of St. Lucia's strike bowlers. Has not been having a good day thus far, but picking up the wicket of Franklin, we're hoping that things would improve for him. But we've been calling for this youngster's inclusion for a while. Bolton Sayers being given just 3 overs in his first spell. He just considered the 5, but he makes way for off-spinning all-rounder Royce Paul.
Yes, Royce Paul is the new bowler from the media center end, and he's going to be bowling to Devontae McDowell. Paul's shot outside the off stump. Not much turn on offer, but pretty flat. Again, Royce Paul is not a big turner of the ball. He's more known for his variation in terms of pace. And again, that shot, that one actually came on with the arm. And Dowell just pushes it to Sean Neil Edward at the short extra cover. So good tidy start from Paul. Full good delivery. There's an appeal for LBW, but that's going down the leg side.
Yes, we're seeing here that Royce Paul is the type of bowler who really mixes up his pace. This one tossed up much slower, just on the line of that leg stump.
That one beats the bat. There's an appeal for caught behind. Umpire Gabriel says not out. But that was some sort of variation from Paul. Bit of a variation in his action.
You can see that he releases this one just with that index finger, allowing it to slide on, and with the angle carrying the delivery into the left hander.
Oh, good delivery against from Paul. Very good over, first over. Maiden. He's bowled that over in quick time. But Royce Paul, he doesn't even look like he's trying to turn it. It looks like he's just angling those deliveries in to the left-handers.
Yes, this over was done in a flash. He came in and he hit his lengths right away, not really presenting much of a scoring opportunity to the batters. And the captain persisting with Kevin Gassi from the players' pavilion end.
Yes, Gassi bowled a very good last over. Good comeback after taking some tap in his first 3 overs. And Gassi, good delivery, very good delivery from Kevin Gassi. That's more of what is required. Shortish delivery outside the off stump, but very good carry to Noah Leo. So Gassi is still running in hard. Maybe that wicket that he had in the last over has given him some confidence. But very good delivery there from the young man. Joe Williams still not out. He's been there for the 58 deliveries. And he's moved on to 28. Gassi, that's wide. And the umpire signals wide. Very wide outside the off stump. So extras now moves on to 29. Gassi himself has been guilty of 2 wides and 3 no balls so far. So he would look to tidy up. But St. Vincent find themselves 109 for 5. Current run rate 4.51. The required run rate has now gone up to 5.11. So the St. Lucians are bringing things back nicely. They require further 132 for victory. And Gassi, good length, good delivery outside the off stump. Williams lets it go by.
Yes, and it's been a while, Dwight, since the required run rate has eclipsed the current run rate. So it speaks to how well the St. Lucian bowling has pulled back the game.
Yes, they've pulled it back nicely. Let's not forget St. Vincent got off to a really quick start in the first 3 overs or so. And Gassi is short and Williams is looking to pull. Doesn't make contact, but that's a much better delivery in terms of a short delivery. That one was just about helmet height, which is where it needs to be if you're going to be bowling short.
And this is exactly what we've been speaking about. If you look at the way that he attempted that shot, his arms never really got out in front. So had he made contact, most likely that ball was just going to go straight up in the air.
I see bowls shortish delivery. Williams right in behind that. That one is not as high as the previous bouncer. So he's right in behind that, just pushes it out to Captain Tariq Edward, who's at backward point. As sharp as ever. Tariq Edward, I think, is so far leading the way in terms of outfield catches. He's gotten 4 so far. So definitely one of the better fielders in this competition. Safe pair of hands. Cassible's good length delivery again. Williams, fit goes nowhere. It's all hands with him.
Yes, but Williams has been quite gutsy and has given the counter punch when needed, just keeping within the rate.
And things we've gone a bit cloudy over here at the DSCG. And Kevin Gassi is in the midst of a very good second spell. And again, good delivery, good end to his 5th over. So he's pulled things back nicely. He's now bowled the 5 overs, 1 for 36. And at the end of the 25th over, the halfway stage, St. Vincent and the Grenadines 109 for 5 in all sorts of trouble, I would say.
Definitely seems to be the case. And Royce Paul, operating in his previous over, he bowled, what was it, a maiden, and seems to have settled into some beautiful areas.
Paul bowls and punching off the back foot. There's a good fielding by Edward, getting a hand to that, but comfortable single in the end. So Devontae McDowell now moves on to 2, and he brings Joe Williams, the more senior of the pair, back on strike to Royce Paul.
Yes, you just see here Royce Paul just letting that one go with the index, didn't really try to spin that one.
I could recall one of the coaches always saying, if you're a spinner, you need to spin it. And I don't even think Royce Paul is making an attempt to spin it. Seems to be bowling some straight deliveries.
Yes, but I believe that he's doing what is required at this time. One of the strengths of the finger spinner is that they're able to land the ball more often than not where they want to. But this time that he's over pitching, and Joe Williams, like we've been discussing, he's capable of the counter punch. This time finding the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on and picking up the boundary for his team.
Yeah, Royce Paul a bit too full and too straight on that occasion. I know Williams needed no second invitation, just hit that through the onside for 4. It's the first boundary in quite a while. So he's trying to apply some pressure back on the St. Lucians and back on Royce Paul. Paul again, this time straighter. Going down leg, the umpire says not out.
So Royce Paul completes another quick over. It's the first time that he has considered runs, having bowled a maiden over previously. So his figures now stand at 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wickets for 5 runs. But the captain would have wanted a tighter over from Royce Paul.
Yes, the required run rate continues to go up. It's now at 5.29. I don't think St. Vincent and the Grenadines would want that required run rate to get past 6. Because if it gets past 6 with 20 or maybe 15, between 15 and 20 overs, it's going to be a tough ask to keep that run rate for such a long period of time. And it looks like a change of bowling. No. Tariq Edward has now changed his mind. For a moment there we thought it was going to be Aaron Joseph, but he's stuck with Kevin Gassi, who's into his fourth and final over of this spell. So far he has the 1 for 46 in his 5. Much better second spell after going for 28 of his first 2 deliveries. So he's putting things back nicely. And that one is wide, and that's driven through the offside by McDowell. That's going through the cover boundary. It's going to get close to the boundary. As a matter of fact, it goes over the boundary right now. So fantastic, 4 good-looking runs there from Devontae McDowell. Fantastic looking shot. Kevin Gassi just bowling a bit too full, a bit too wide, and McDowell taking full advantage of that.
I'm not sure if the St. Lucians are underestimating the batting of McDowell, because here is Kevin Gassi over pitching and he does not have a sweeper on the offside. But just look at the class in that stroke here. He almost looked like Kumar Sangakkara with that one collapsing the back leg and cover driving for the offside.
Typical fast bowler's response, and dug it in a bit short, but McDowell equal to the task, just pushes it to the offside. And St. Vincent of the Grenadines are really hoping for a bit of a partnership. So far the pair has put on 11. They will be hoping for a lot more than this if they are to get back into this game, because right now I would say St. Lucia are in full control. But all it takes is one batsman to get going and this could change. Gassi, good delivery outside the off stump, but very well played. Excellent fielding by Tariq Edward as well to get a hand onto this. Might have saved one for his team. Tariq Edward continues to be a live wire in the field, but McDowell gets off strike, and Joe Williams would now be facing up to Kevin Gassi.
Quietly, Dwight, I have been impressed with the effort from McDowell thus far. He is really playing his role. When the ball has been in his zone, he has been competent enough to get that boundary, and he seems to be quite adept at rotating strike.
Yeah, McDowell, if you recall, very impressive opening spell today, and now he's trying to do the business with the bat, showing his all-round ability. We've seen lots of good all-rounders in this competition so far, and McDowell is putting his hands up and saying, I'm also a good all-rounder. So far he's been very impressive with ball, but he's got a job to do with the bat here. Kevin Gassi in his final over of this spell is 5.4 overs, 41 runs. It's been a bit expensive, but it's going to be looking to end well. Again, good delivery, beating the outside edge, just a huge appeal, and the umpire has given him out. So Kevin Gassi has gotten his second wicket. Unfortunately, the set batsman of Joe Williams has to go on 32, and the Grenadines slide further into trouble now, 119 for 6.
Captain Tariq, he knows the quality of his opening bowler Gassi, brought him on to take a wicket, and Gassi has given him 2 in this spell. And there we see him in this replay. The ball slanting across the batter. Just look at that. There's no foot movement from him at all, just staying leg side of the ball, following it with his hands. And keeper Noel Leo did not have to move. A disappointing end to what was really looking like a good innings here from the set batter. And St. Vincent really in a spot of bother now.
Yes, St. Lucia really putting a stranglehold on St. Vincent right now. They're 119 for 6, only 4 wickets left in hand, and they've got a further 122 required for victory. So St. Lucia well in control of this game. And the new batsman is going to be facing up to Kevin Gassi. who's come back well again. Like we said earlier, his first 2 overs, he went for 28 runs of the first 2. But this spell has been much better. And the incoming batsman is Kobe Butler. Was very expensive when he bowled. Was guilty of bowling numerous wides and numerous no balls in his spell.
Yes, and St. Vincent will need for him to basically return those runs. They will need for him to step up with the bat in hand. They are now 119 for 6. Kevin Garcia with his tail up now.
And Kobe Butler is replacing Solomon Bascom, the Windward Islands under 19 player. So he's got some big shoes to fill. Garcia is very straight, very well played by Butler. He's coming in at number 8, but just playing this delivery looks like he has some batting ability.
Yes, but this was a good delivery from Garcia, a good delivery. First up, we have often complained that after the fast bowlers would have bowled a good delivery, that they have been inconsistent. They have failed to follow it up with another good delivery. But on this occasion here, Garcia bowls a good one to the new batter. But he looked quite competent, as you did mention, playing with a straight bat and keeping that last delivery from Garcia out. And Royce Paul continues to operate from the media center end, this time supported with a much better field. So the boundary options blocked off for the left-hander now.
Yes, and it's going to be Paul to continue. And good looking drive there. And down to the man at the sweeper boundary for 1. That's it's McDowell getting off strike. Must commend Kevin Garcia. Again, his first 2 overs went for 28. His second spell, he bowled 4 overs, 2 for 13. So good comeback from the young man after being treated. Been given some treatment in the first spell, but good comeback. Shows his mental strength. And Paul bowls to Butler. Good delivery, very straight. On this occasion, Royce Paul is looking to actually turn that one. The fact that he's bowling to the right-hander, maybe he's now looking to turn it into the pads. Hopefully look for a bowled or LBW decision. That one, good delivery, and he's beating the bat. There's an appeal for stump, but the umpire says not out. So Royce Paul continues to put pressure on the St. Vincent and the Grenadines batsmen. So far he's into the 3rd over and only considered the 6 runs. Very tight bowling there from Paul.
Yes, Royce Paul showing us some good variation. Earlier on, we were discussing that he had not tried to spin the ball, but we're seeing some spin from him as he's operating against the right-handers. And he's bowled 4 deliveries thus far and has only conceded the 2 runs. Captain Tariq really blocking off the boundary scoring options.
And with that single, Butler now brings McDowell back on strike. And this time Royce Paul, there's a huge appeal for LBW and the umpire has given him out. So he has to go LBW to Royce Paul. That is Devontae McDowell. In the opinion of Vanilas Gabriel, that was plumb. So McDowell has to go back. Royce Paul picking up a wicket. He deserves one. He's bowled extremely well. And St. Vincent now 121 for 7 in some serious trouble.
The batsman walking off pretty disappointed. And this one, a much quicker delivery from Royce Paul, wrapping the batter on the pad. We're just about to take a look at this replay. Yes, this one wrapping the batter in front. He was motioning that he would have been hit outside the line of the off stump, but it was clear to me that before he got that part outside the line, he was wrapped in front of the middle stump.
And the new batsman is going to be Elron Glasgow, number 99. He's coming in at number 9. He's got a big job on his hands. If he is to take St. Vincent and the Grenadines to victory, they still require 120. They're 121 for 7. And Royce Paul is in the midst of a very good spell. In his third over, 1 ball away from completing his third over. He's taken 1 for 7.
This was actually the variation delivery from Royce Paul, bowling this one in, getting it to go almost like a leg spinner. I know that he's been working on that delivery into the new.
And Paul beats the bat. There's an appeal for stumping again, but the umpire says not out. So Royce Paul completes his third over. Very good over from the off spinner. He's picked up 1 for 7 in his third over, and St. Vincent 121 for 7. We're going to have some comments from Jamal James, and we're going to have a change in the commentary seat, and it's going to be Greg Wilson.
Yes, beautiful bowling by Royce Paul. We were wondering when skipper Tariq Edward would have employed his services. A bit late in my opinion, but as soon as he's come on, he's really done the business for his captain and for his country. And he's shown us some variation, some good flight. He has actually spun, he's extracted some turn from the Darren Sammy surface. And there is a bowling change at the players' pavilion end, and a change in the combox with the return of Greg Wilson.
Yes, good afternoon to our viewers again. St. Lucia really has Dins reeling right now. They are on the ropes. And the new bowler being introduced, Aaron Joseph. His first spell, he had 4 overs, 23 runs, and he picked up a wicket. So going for the big expansive drive outside the off stump. Butler getting the inner portion of the bat. The ball trickling down to the short fine leg region, able to scamper through for a single. So the sort of promising start we saw from Gonzalez and Gibson, Jamal, after about 3 overs, they had already raced into the 30s, and certainly St. Lucia have been able to pick them back.
Yes, and one of the popular sayings, it says it's not how you start, but it's how you finish. So although off to a brilliant start, they really took St. Lucia by surprise, injecting that impetus from the onset. But whereas they would have gotten 22 runs from the first 2 overs, they are now 122 for 7.
So again, Joseph getting the outside edge. I mean, this late in the inning, one would have thought that St. Lucia in the ascendancy would have provided the bowler Joseph with at least a slip, and really getting the outside edge of Glasgow. And we saw a valiant effort there by Sky Laffey, moving to his left but unable to prevent the 4.
Yes, and you have a left arm bowler into the operation and the right-handed batter on strike. The big breeze taking that ball away from the right-handed batter. Everything is telling the skipper that the bowler needs a slip, but on this occasion not employing one, and we saw that healthy edge getting down to the boundary and even fine enough to beat the fielder at third man and go for 4.
So the captains tend to be a bit hesitant in providing the support required to some of the fast bowlers. St. Lucia really needs to press home the advantage. You see Glasgow driving this one through the straight to the mid-off fielder, and it looks like Jonathan.
Looks to be Jonathan Daniel.
Jonathan Daniel.
No, that's actually Kevin Gassi.
My apology to young Daniel. Gasty having ball completed his spell. Just perhaps been switched off for a moment. What should have been straightforward fielding, he perhaps made a hash of this one, gifting St. Vincent and the Grenadines 2 easy runs. Glasgow had the batsman 2 easy runs. So the score moved on to 128 for 7. St. Lucia 3 wickets away from a further victory.
Yes, and Royce Paul into the attack. He's bowled his 3.1 overs, has conceded just 7 runs, and has picked up the wicket. And in all honesty, he's looking quite threatening, challenging both edges of the bat and getting those deliveries above the eye line of the batsman, really teasing them into the big stroke.
And powerfully driven to Theo Edward at the short cover region, and Theo really has fielded superbly today, taking 2 smart catches, especially the first one in slip.
Yes, he has represented himself as a quality fielder.
And this one turning back into the batsman Butler, equal to the task. So the required width 5.56, the current 4.31.
Yes, and Royce Paul having bowled 4 dot deliveries thus far. The batters, Cody Butler, seemingly content to just block out Royce Paul. They would require, the Vincentian team would require some more productivity from him. And just as I say that, the Harry is bisecting that gap on the offside, bringing up a valuable 2 runs for his team.
So at the end of the over, St. Vincent and the Grenadines 130 for 7. Glasgow on 6 and Butler on 4. So it looks like Jamal, they are going to have a drinks break, and with some 20 overs remaining in the display, 5 minutes to 5. So if we are to get those 20 overs, we are going to go well past 6 o'clock. So looking at the scorecard very quickly, Gonzalez was caught. Noel Shonil Edwards for 15. Gibson bowled Aaron Joseph for 17. Brown caught Theo Edward, bowled Shonil Edwards for 5. Williams caught Leo, bowled Gassi for 32. Richardson caught Leo, bowled Sayers for 7. Franklin caught Theo Edward, bowled Gassi for 6. McDowell was LBW Royce Paul for 8. We have Butler, who's not out on 4. And Glasgow, who's not out on 6 for St. Lucia. Gassi opening the bowling. He has bowled 6 overs so far. 41 runs, 2 wickets. Shonil Edward, 4 overs, 18 runs, 2 wickets. Aaron Joseph, 5 overs, 30 runs, 1 wicket. Sky Laffey has bowled 4 overs, 7 runs, no wicket, much improved performance on the last game. Tariq Edward has bowled 4 overs, 16 runs, no wicket. Bolton Sayers 3 overs, 1 maiden, 5 runs, and he has picked up a wicket. And Royce Paul 4 overs, 1 maiden, 9 runs, 1 wicket. So we'll take a quick break and we will resume after the drinks break.
The Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs invites everyone to participate in the St. Lucia Moves video competition. To enter, create a 1-minute video doing exercise or any physical activity. Add the St. Lucia Moves jingle to your video. Upload the video to your social media pages on Instagram, Facebook and TikTok. Use the handle St. Lucia Moves to tag us along with 5 friends. You can also use the hashtags Ministry of Health SLU, St. Lucia Moves, Ready, Set, Move and Love Your Body. The competition rules: group and individual recordings are allowed. The jingle can be downloaded from our social media pages. Be creative, but content must be appropriate for all ages. Prizes will be awarded for the video with the most likes. Some videos will also be featured in the St. Lucia Moves compilation video. The deadline for submission, April 28, 2023. St. Lucia, let's see you move!
Join Winners TV for live coverage of the WINLOTT Windward Islands Under-19 cricket tournament from Sunday, April 16th to Friday, April 21st. The WINLOTT Under-19 cricket tournament features the best youth cricketers in Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dominica and host, St. Lucia. Action takes place at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground daily. Spectators welcome. Entry is free. Winners TV, St. Lucia's sports network, is the official broadcaster of the WINLOTT Windward Islands Under-19 cricket tournament.
In the 2023 Windward Island Under-19 cricket tournament, in the match St. Vincent and the Grenadines versus St. Lucia. St. Lucia required another 3 wickets to pull out their third victory. St. Vincent and the Grenadines chasing a total of 241 runs for victory. So they are still some 121 run adrift. And looks like Aaron Joseph will be continuing from the Players Pavilion end. And good first delivery there after the break, Jamal James.
Yes, Aaron Joseph has maintained his disciplines and again pleasantly surprised after the break that the skipper isn't going for the kill by employing a slip fielder. We saw in the previous over from Aaron Joseph that he was able to get the edge.
Yes, certainly Aaron Joseph got the outer edge in the previous over, and there was no support in the field. In the slip cordon, the ball raised down to the boundary for 4. So one would have thought that some more support would have given, considering that St. Vincent and the Grenadines are some 121 run still adrift. So another extra to the total, and extras have contributed a healthy 30 runs. When St. Vincent and Grenadines were bowling, they considered some 61 extras, Jamal. So extras certainly have been one of the problematic areas for all the teams.
Yeah, definitely, Greg. And the majority of those extras tend to come from the fast bowling department of the teams. They have really struggled to cope with conditions at the DSCG.
So St. Lucia, they will be looking to wrap up the inning as quickly as possible. And this one wide down the leg side, so a bit of indisciplined bowling there by Aaron Joseph. Bowling wides both sides of the wicket.
Aaron Joseph, he does have the right idea, because we see internationally when the left-arm seamers are brought back for a second spell with the old ball, they tend to go around the wicket in search of the reverse swing, angling the ball back into the stumps, right-handed batters. So Aaron Joseph does have the right idea, but the execution on those two occasions, bowling those wide deliveries, just was not there.
So St. Lucia certainly needs to push on, at least with the over rate. It's already 5 o'clock. And big expansive drive getting the thick outer edge. The ball races down to Laffey on the footman boundary. So 1 run resulting.
Yes, and this is why I felt that Captain Tariq would have taken the ball immediately after the resumption, but opting to go with his left arm paceman Aaron Joseph. Both Tariq and Royce Paul have completed 4 overs, so I assume that they would both bowl out today and bowl those overs quite quickly.
Yes, we have seen Tariq Edward and Royce Paul, when they bowl in tandem, they tend to joy up the runs and put enormous pressure on the batting team. And with the sort of slow over rate that St. Lucia are having presently, and with just 3 wickets required to wrap up the inning, one would think that it may not be a bad idea if they could come and bowl in tandem.
Yes, but the umpires can also assist by asking the players to get on with the game. See Royce Paul being reintroduced after the resumption of play. He is bowling to a 5-4 field, has 5 men on the offside.
So this one is played to the left of Con Edward at the point region, and the scamper pro for a single.
Yes, Royce Paul has really hit some good areas in his bowling today. Hasn't really strayed from that line outside the off stump.
So this last delivery there, perhaps too close to attempt that cut shot. The ball went through to the keeper. This one given generous air. It struck high in the air. Laffey comes around and he ticks and he drops it. For a minute, it looked like he had taken the catch, and the ball just popped out of the hands of Sky Laffey. So another chance gonna beg in there for St. Lucia.
Yeah, Royce Paul really being robbed of a wicket, has really bowled well and deserved that wicket. Good quality bowling out here, inducing that false stroke, and Sky Laffey was unable to complete the catch. It went up high into the air, and Sky had ample time to settle under this one. You see, Royce Paul had beaten the batter in the flight. He was nowhere close to this one, and Sky Laffey was unable to settle under this one. He tried to take this one on the move, and typically fielders are taught that you get under the ball quickly and you settle under it to take the catch.
So St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they have moved on to 46 for 7. Glasgow on 8 and Butler on 6. So Royce Paul completing his 5th over, 1 maiden, 12 runs, and 1 wicket. So from the Players Pavilion end, it looked like the captain Tariq Edward. He has heard your cries, Jamal, and he has brought himself into the attack, looking to wrap up this inning as quickly as possible. So his delivery goes across the batsman, looking to play a defensive shot.
And we saw this kind of bowling from him in the previous game, just coming around the wicket and slanting the deliveries away from the bat of the right-handers. This time he's bowling to a much better field. When he did so in the last game, he operated without the third man, and now he has one inside the circle.
So good tight stuff there by the captain. The halfway marking is in the over. And this one wide outside the off stump. Batsman looking to cut to the point region. No run resulting. And looks to heave this one into the mid-wicket region. Just giving this one a bit of air. Much slower delivery on this occasion.
Is really catching the batsman off guard. He bowled this one from way behind the crease in line with the umpire and just gave it some more generous flight. And on this occasion, they're coming up to the crease and firing it outside the line of the off stump. So good variations from the experienced Tariq Edward.
Yes, a maiden over indeed, but I would love to see the spinners really look to spin the ball rather than just pushing the ball through. This is more of a defensive ploy to me, rather than looking to get wickets.
Yes, I agree totally, but the way that Tariq Edward normally bowls, he might flight 2 balls in his over. He would see his flighted delivery as a wicket-taking option, but not his stock delivery. But Royce Paul, on the other hand, his stock delivery is the one where he really gives it some air.
So this one is struck in the short cover region. Canel Cox unable to prevent this single. And the score moves on to 137. So St. Vincent is still 104 runs adrift. And with just 3 wickets in hand, so St. Lucia at this point would have the advantage. And the big shot 2 bounces into the hands of the captain Tariq Edward, who is 3/4 way on the long on boundary.
Yes, so Royce Paul had listened to you on that occasion, just tossing up this one, and the batter tries for that big shot. In his previous over, he would have really set up the batter and got him to sky one, but coincidentally Sky Lafay and not taking that catch.
So you're saying Sky Lafay could not deal with the skyer?
Royce Paul continues to bowl tidily, and coincidentally Sky Lafay placed that short cover. Oh goodness gracious me, another edge for the cordon.
But this one was a very sharp chance, and it went past the diving hands of Theo Edward, who has proven that he is a competent catcher in the slipped cordon. But this one went down to the Foodman region, and Can Elcock retrieving with an additional 2 runs. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they move on to 140 for 7. So still 101 run adrift.
This one had some extra pace on it from Royce Paul, and the batsman playing at it with some hard hands, and this one really taking off after hitting the bat.
So another delivery just fired in there by Tariq Edward. This one goes across the batsman Glasgow.
Yes, a bit curious that Tariq doesn't have the slip posted for himself. So you see there, he tried to toss up this one. So by my count, at least twice and over, he's trying to spin the ball.
Again, this one is just fired in. The batsman able to scamper through for a quick single. So certainly, Jamal, I think it is more defensive ploy than rather an attacking ploy by the St. Lucian captain. Just firing the ball across the right-hander's body.
It could also be that he realizes that his over rate is extremely slow, so just trying to get through his spell.
Excellent bit of fielding there by Tariq, and almost effected the run out as well. Dive into his left. So tremendous bit of fielding there by the captain Edward.
Yes, and we've been discussing his quality as a fieldsman all day long, and we will continue for what I suspect will be a long career. He's really amazing in the field, and his nickname in St. Lucian circles is Maxwell, not just for his big hitting and off-spin bowling, but for his sharpness and awareness in the field. This one here is tossed outside the line of the off stump with a bit of pace on it, and keeper Noel Leo not having the best of times behind the stump, and you can see the frustration on the face of the captain. This one going through the legs of Leo.
So Leo really having a torrid time behind the stump from the last game against Grenada.
Yes, so the St. Lucians must really not begin to get complacent out there. The Vincentians finding a way in the last few overs to keep up to the rate.
Yeah, but one thing that St. Lucia needs to take into consideration that the 10th week, for the 10th wicket, they were able, Shonil Edwards and Aaron Alexander, they put on 66-run partnership for the 10th wicket. Yes. So with just 7 wickets down, they should not take the St. Vincent and Grenadines team for granted.
Yes, and Aaron Joseph really did well, and his inclusion into the team really did wonders for the team in terms of amassing the total that they got. Royce Paul is really in the middle of a good spell, and skipper Tariq, they have not really gone after him. He has just been let down by the fielding. So there we see again another dot from Royce Paul. This is actually a good field set. The batter is going to be forced to go over the top of the fielders if he is to get some runs.
So white signal on this occasion by the umpire.
So there we see Royce Paul mixing up the pace there. Again, Good variation from him, but on this occasion, a bit too wide.
And caught at slip there by Captain Tariq Edward, placing himself in the slip region. Royce Paul on this occasion getting the outside edge of Glasgow, and the ball went straight to the captain Tariq Edward. Regulation catch there, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they have lost their 8th wicket at 148.
Yes, we were just discussing the variations of Royce Paul and the sharp fielding of Tariq Edward, and they partnered to have removed the 8th wicket of St. Vincent. A sharp catch, a low down from Captain Royce Paul, persisting with that line outside the off stump, drawing the batsman into that defense, poking at one outside the off stump really, and presenting a simple opportunity to the slip fielder.
So with the dismissal of Glasgow comes in the skipper Luke Wilson. And Jamal, the ship is certainly sinking, so the captain needs to come to the rescue.
Yes, Luke Wilson has had a good day in terms of his tactics, his strategy out onto the field. He has made some good decisions that have reaped some rewards, but his team, his country, would need him to come good with the bat. He should not see it as his team being out of the contest just yet.
So good first delivery there to Wilson by Royce Paul.
There is still plenty of time in the game to get over the line. He should be inspired by the partnership of Shawnil Edward and Aaron Joseph, as we see him just tugging this one into the leg side. A good fielding effort on the boundary to prevent the fall. So the captain coming out with some aggressive intent, Greg.
Well, certainly there are acres of real estate out on the leg side. I think it was a safe shot with Royce Paul not getting that big of a turn. So really getting himself 2 runs, and in the process St. Vincent and Grenadines, they have moved on to 150.
Yes, and they would need to keep playing in an aggressive fashion if they are to overhaul the score. The run rate has now jumped to 6.5, and they're currently going at 4.17, and the St. Lucian captain Tariq is really firing those balls outside the line of the Ostam, and is really taking away the big shot. He's not allowing them the opportunity to get under the ball.
So this one just going past the outside edge of the batsman Butler. And this one is firmly gripped.
Just look at that effort from the captain. Just look at that, diving full length to his right, preventing that single. This is really good bowling from him.
And slower ball. This one was tossed up, given generous flight, and Butler only succeeded in hitting it down to the fielder off the long on boundary. So the captain Wilson, another left-hander again, Jamal James.
Yes, and this left-hander is charged with the responsibility of seeing things through against his opposite number. So it's captain versus captain out there.
And this one is just fired in by Tariq Edward. It's a good contest between the two captains.
Yes, and Tariq has picked up wickets in every game that he has played thus far, but wicketless in his spell.
And this one down the leg side, and we see the batsman Wilson inquired of the umpire Leo Amede, why isn't this one wide? And shot ball angling down the leg side, perhaps would have missed out on an opportunity to score runs. And this also is the end of the 37th over. So additional 13 overs required, and St. Vincent, they are still 90 runs adrift with only two wickets remaining.
Yes, and as we speak, the run rate has jumped to 6.92. This is what they require now. And Royce Paul, along with his captain Tariq Edward, this is the stranglehold that we've been speaking about. They've really shackled up the aggressive intent of the Vincentian batters. It's been a long time since they've been able to really strike a confident boundary. The spinners have been bowling very well in tandem. As we see Royce Paul continuing, he has figures of 8 overs. He's picked up 2 wickets and has conceded just 21 runs.
This one is struck through the point region. They've gone for one. Fielder coming off the boundary, just resulting in that 1 run. So the skipper Luke Wilson will be on strike, and Wilson certainly has shown that he has the positive intention. This one is punched through the cover. Good sweet sound ball meeting bat. Bolton Sayers coming off the extra cover boundary, and he is able to restrict them to just 1 run.
Royce Paul maintaining good disciplines. This one is tossed up and beating the batter outside the line of the off stump once more. So I think that if Royce Paul continues to tease those batters, I just sense that he's going to get another wicket.
Sort of flat horizontal shot. The ball races down to the long off region where Jonathan Daniels fields, and it's only 1 run, so the score moves on to 154 for 8. So St. Lucia required 2 more wickets to get a foot victory. An attempted sweep shot there by Wilson. Apparently there was a bit of bat on this one. No signal by the umpire. So 5 balls bowled so far by Paul. And sort of a quicker delivery. This one is worked into the short mid-wicket region where Charlie Edward fields. So the end of the 38th over. So some 12 overs, 72 balls to get 86 runs.
The task just growing in difficulty for the Vincentian team. In the previous over, before Royce Paul began to operate, the rate was below 7. The rate has now jumped to 7.17. So there needs to be immediate aggression if St. Vincent are to really swing things back in their favor.
Quick delivery outside the off stump. They appeal there by the captain Tariq Edward.
Tariq basically on his knees, begging for that decision to go his way, but I don't believe that there was any bat on this one.
So this one
is
top edge over the keeper, and Sky Laffy running back from a short fine leg region, able to just restrict the batsman to just 2. So on this occasion, Edward just inducing a false shot there from his opposite number, Luke Wilson.
Luke Wilson looking for the boundaries here, but hasn't been able to make it happen for his team thus far. There you see he got a full toss, but unable to make the best use of it.
And this one is struck straight back past the bowler, and the fielder coming across from the long off region, unable to prevent the 4 runs. So good positive blow struck there by the captain, Luke Wilson.
Yeah, Luke Wilson just responding to my comments that he has been unable to find the boundary. Captain Tariq just tossing up this one into his arc, and he's showing that he can indeed put out the full swing and find the ropes.
So this last delivery driven to the right of the long off fielder, one run resulting. So Edward, just one more delivery to complete his hit, and this is fired into the pads of the batsman Butler. No run resulting. So at the end of over number, is it 40? 49. The St. Vincent and the Grenadines 162 for 8. So they rate 7.18.
Yes, so despite the fact that Captain Wilson was able to find the boundary once in the over, the rate continues to climb. As you mentioned, Greg, it's now at 7.18. They need to continue with more aggressive batting. Butler is 14 runs of 32, and Wilson is 11 of 12. They need to step up their strike rates.
So they need at least a boundary every over, coupled with a few 1s and 2s.
Yes, but Royce Paul proving to be very economical and not really bowling many boundary balls.
So this one is struck to the right of Shonil Edwards at the short cover region, and Sears coming off the extra cover boundary, restricting the batsman to just 1 run.
So while the required rate has jumped to 7.3, Royce Paul is operating at 3 runs to the over. So Royce Paul really making life difficult for the Vincentian effort. Another dot delivery from Royce Paul.
So certainly the spinners are tightening the screws on the St. Vincent and Grenadines players, flat batted, but Tariq Edward is in the way.
I love this bowling from Royce Paul. Every time he's tossed up the deliveries, he's ensuring that he's tossing up wide outside the line of the off stump. And there we see the fielder at short cover, Tariq fielding the last 3 deliveries. So Royce Paul and Tariq Edward making life difficult. And the 4th delivery going straight to the fielder at short cover. So they work in tandem, not just in the bowling, but also in the field.
So just 1 run coming off the last over of Royce Paul. So after 40, St. Vincent and the Grenadines 163 for 8. They are still 78 runs adrift. So 78 of 60 deliveries.
Yes, but with just 3 overs between Tariq Edward and Royce Paul. One or two of we would see some of the fast bowlers back in action pretty soon. Tariq Edward has bowled his 8 overs, has been wicketless so far, and that has not happened in the few games that we have played. He's always found a way to take at least 2 wickets.
So in this last delivery, we see the captain, Luke Wilson, just looking to muscle this one out of the ground, only succeeding hitting it to the fielder at the long on boundary, resulting in just 1 run. And this one is slapped through the extra cover region. Sears coming off the boundary. Again, just 1 run. So Edwards really looking to fire those delivery in, not looking to flight the deliveries so far. Again, this one fired outside the off stump and called wide by umpire Amide. So extras continue to help the cause of the St. Vincent and Grenadines team. Extras now 37.
Yes, and Captain Tariq just needs to keep things simple.
So this one clearly pitching outside the leg stump. And Wilson looking to turn this delivery into the square leg region, unable to make any contact. And the optimistic appeal there by the wicketkeeper. He was not supported by the bowler, so that's a clear indication that perhaps there was no bat involved. So Edwards continuing to keep things tight. This one full toss, and Wilson unable to get much out of it. Just 1 run resulting, the ball being struck to the fielder on the long on boundary. So 5 balls bowled so far in the over, and this one is played into the mid-wicket region. Fielder comes off the boundary. That's Aaron Joseph, resulting in just 1 run. So another tight over there by Captain Edward. He has completed his 9th over. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 31 runs, and yet to get a wicket. So Jamal, some 9 overs remaining in the inning, but 2 wickets more required for St. Lucia to pull out a victory, but some 73 runs still required. So some 73 off 54 balls.
Yes, and with Tariq Edward and Royce Paul, they have between them, we have Royce Paul coming in for his final over. He has bowled admirably.
Yes, certainly Royce Paul. 9.1 overs, 1 maiden, 25 runs, and he has picked up 2 wickets.
He's made scoring difficult, especially when he hovers around the line of the off stump.
Short and struck in the direction of Tariq, who was put in the dive. He has stopped the ball partially, and the batsman unable to come through for a run. So Tariq really making life difficult for the batsmen as well in the short cover region. And this one is struck straight back at Royce Paul, who gleefully accepted. So a soft dismissal there by Butler. So St. Vincent and Grenadines, they have lost their 9 wickets for 168. So Royce Paul, in his final over, he has picked up a 3rd wicket.
Yes, Royce Paul really deserves all the success that he has gotten today. This is the reward for some decent, tidy bowling. He has really stuck to that area outside the line of the off stump, has dried up the scoring, and as we've discussed many times in this broadcast, whenever you apply pressure in terms of dot balls, a wicket is always looking around the corner. And Royce Paul, after having bowled 3 dots, the batsman, you could have seen him itching to go, but this one had a hint of turn back into him, trying to cut this one, the horizontal bat stroke, but that hint of turn taking that ball straight back into the hands of Royce Paul, who collects an easy catch and puts his 3rd wicket in the bag.
So with the dismissal, comes in Watson Seaton. So the writing is pretty much on the wall, one may say, but in the St. Lucia inning, the last pair, they contributed some 66 runs without loss. So if there's anything to go by, there's an appeal, and umpire is unmoved. So good first delivery there to Watson Seaton. And quicker delivery on this occasion.
Yes, another left-hander, Watson Seaton, and this brings Royce Paul's spell to an end. He's bowled quite well, picking up 3 wickets for 25 runs.
Yeah, Royce Paul, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 25 runs, and he has picked up 1 wicket, and 3 wickets, sorry. And it's worth noting, Jamal, that in terms of the extras, in his 10 over spell, he has only bowled 1 wide. So certainly he has a ball with good control.
Yes, Royce Paul has enjoyed a good day's play. Would have made a good contribution with the bat and followed it up with some excellent figures of 3 for 25. But there we see Captain Luke Paul taking sole responsibility for the scoring and turning down a single of the first delivery.
Yes, looks like the captain wants to shepherd Watson, and this one goes for the almighty drive through the covers. Bill's was taken out in a flash by the wicketkeeper Noel.
Greg, he basically has no choice at this point with the rate at 9.52 required. He needs to be swinging for the hills now.
Getting an inside edge, and luckily the ball did not ricochet onto the stump. So certainly Captain Wilson, with number 11 at the crease with him, he has decided that he's going to take matters into his own hands, and on this occasion just work this one to a backward point, and he's going to beat the fielder into the fence, and it's 4 valuable runs for the St. Vincent and Grenadines team. So with that 4, they move on to 172, sorry, and the Captain Wilson, he has moved on to 18.
Yes,
Seaton yet to get off the mark.
He's been looking to bludgeon the ball all innings, but this time here, just picking the gap and just timing this one. And the breeze here towards the Johnson Charles stand really assisting to to pick up that boundary.
So the last delivery there, looking to hit this one in the mid-wicket region. Ball going across the batsman, unable to make any contact. So with 5 deliveries left, one would think that the captain Tariq Edwards would at least close the field and try to restrict Wilson from getting a single. And he pushes this one into the cover region and able to pick up an easy single. So at the end of the 43rd over, also signals the end of the spell for Tariq Edwards. He has gone wicketless in this game. He's bowled 10 overs, 1 maiden, 46 runs, and with no wickets. So with St. Vincent and the Grenadines still 68 runs adrift, 68 required of 42 deliveries. More from you, Jamal James, and then it's going to be the voice of Dwight Thomas, who hopefully would be bringing in a victory for St. Lucia.
Yes, and this is the first time in the tournament that Tariq Edward has been unable to pick up a wicket. He has bowled well, he has bowled economically, but didn't enjoy the best of returns. And speaking of returns, welcome back, Dwight Thomas.
Yes, good afternoon, viewers and listeners. Hopefully it's not a long stint, with St. Lucia only requiring 1 wicket for victory. But with my return also brings the return of Shawnil Edward, who bowled 4 overs earlier, considered 18 runs and picked up 2 wickets. So he'll be looking to finish things off. Bowling to Luke Wilson. And first delivery is a slow ball. There's a chance at long off. It's not going to carry. Lands safely. Laffy does the fielding. And Luke Wilson now moves on to 20. St. Vincent 174 for 9. Pretty much need a miracle from here if they are to win this game.
Yes, the required run rate has now jumped to 9.8, and there we saw Shawnil Edward outfoxing Captain Luke Wilson with the back of the hand slower delivery. He just split this one way too early, ball going straight up in the air, but the fielder at long off possibly wasn't alive to the opportunity, and maybe a quicker fielder could have gotten under that and effected the catch.
Shawnil bowls another slower delivery, completely deceiving Watson Seaton. Was way too early into that drive. So Shawnil, coming back for his second spell, has decided variation of pace is the way to go. So far, 2. Again, Edward continues to impress with both bat and ball. He's going to be hoping to finish things off, which would give him a 3-wicket haul.
I suspect that he would have been setting up the batsman with these off-pace deliveries thus far. There he goes with a delivery more pace on it, and Seaton gets the single.
And with that single, Seaton gets some round of applause. Maybe for the fact that he's now off the mark. For a moment I thought he got to a century, but it's only 1.
Yes, but it really was pretty disappointing that Shawnil Edward bowling to the tail, 1 wicket to go, and he's not being supported with close-in catchers.
Yes, but he's going to be bowling to Wilson. And another slow ball. Again, Wilson this time looked like he picked it, just pushed it into the backward point area where Laffy does the fielding. So again, Shawnil in his second spell. So far he's bowled the 4 deliveries. 3 of those have actually been slow ball. So his method of delivery to Luke Wilson at least seems to be slow ones. And St. Lucia looking to take that 10th wicket. On the other hand, St. Vincent looking to keep St. Lucia in the field for as long as possible. Another slow delivery. This time Wilson opens the face down to the man at short third man. They go through for a comfortable single. So well played there, Wilson. The score now moves on to 176. Captain Luke Wilson is on 20.
It's Dwight, but interesting of you to say that St. Lucia are looking to take the last wicket. It doesn't appear so to me. It looks to me as if they're waiting for the 10th wicket to fall, or perhaps the overs to be done, because when your premier fast bowler is operating to the tail and you don't give him a supporting field where he can actually take that wicket, I just have a few questions about that.
Yeah, Edward is now bowling to the number 11 and there is no slip, which is a bit of a surprise, but that one is way down the leg side. That's going to be called a wide by the umpire. So maybe Edward looking for the full and straight delivery, not being able to line this one up.
This one appeared to be another off-pace delivery to me, Dwight. He has only bowled with his full pace on one of the deliveries that he has bowled so far. This is not typically what you see of a fast bowler being re-employed to clean up the tail.
That one, good delivery. A hint of movement away from left-hander sitting there, beating all ends up, but he survives. I think from the St. Vincent point of view, that's the most important thing. Gives the strike back to Captain Luke Wilson, who's on 21, who's been very positive in his approach. But he's got lots of work to do if St. Vincent are to come out victorious. They still require another 64 of the 6 overs, which means they would have to go at 10.67 runs and over if they are to get to victory.
A quick question for you. Who would you have gone with at this stage? I see that the captain has redeployed Aaron Joseph, but which bowler would you have chosen to have done the business for you at this point?
I think Aaron Joseph is probably the right choice right now. He's so far he's bowled the 6 overs, 1 for 33, so he's bowled quite well. Again, I'm a bit disappointed that we've not seen more of Bolton Sayers once again. His 3 overs going for 5 runs, and he did take that important wicket for St. Lucia, that of Javon Richardson. So once again, Sayers would only find himself bowling a couple of overs despite how well that he's bowled throughout the tournament so far.
I would agree with you, Dwight, and I'm actually disappointed not to have seen more of Sky Laffey.
And here's a chance, and that might be it. Yes, it is it. Fantastic catch there. That's a brilliant catch. Good way to end thing. And it's that man, Theo Edward, once again. Theo Edward, his 3rd catch of the inning. What if that's the best of the lot. Fantastic catch by the young man. And with that, the Luke Wilson goes. Caught Theo Edward bowled off the bowling of Aaron Joseph. And with that, St. Vincent inning has come to an end, 177 all out, which means St. Lucia win by 64 runs.
Yes, very happy for Aaron Joseph. Possibly the ball not in the area that he would have wanted, a half all down leg stump. But just look at the effort there from young talent Theo Edward. Really a sharp fielder, really proving himself in the field, taking his 3rd catch of the day. Really happy for the returns of Aaron Joseph, his 1st game out in the tournament, and repaying the faith shown in him by the selectors and the team management today. So with his inclusion into the team, Dwight, he could have possibly really set the cat among the pigeons, possibly a selection headache for St. Lucia going into the finals against this very opposition on Friday.
Yeah, St. Lucia did make a couple of changes. It's also good to note that St. Vincent did leave out 2 of their top players in Roshan Lewis and Bascom, maybe in preparation for that final on Friday. But St. Lucia did bring Aaron Joseph in, and so far he's been brilliant. But just to give you a recap of what transpired in this inning, St. Vincent 177 all out. We had Gonzalez caught Noah Leo of the bowling of Shawneel Edward. He went for 16. We had Ethan Gibson bowled Aaron Joseph for 17. Newton Brown caught Theo Edward bowled Shawneel Edward for 5. Joe Williams caught Noel Leo, bowled Kevin Gassi for 32, top scored. We had Javon Richardson, caught Noel Leo, bowled Bolton Sayers for 7. Courtney Franklin caught Theo Edward, bowled Kevin Gassi for 6. Devontae McDowell LBW to Royce Paul for 8. Kobe Butler caught and bowled Royce Paul for 16. Elron Glasgow caught Tariq Edward, bowled Royce Paul for 10. And Luke Wilson, the last man to go, caught Theo Edward, bowled Aaron Joseph for 21. So that is how the St. Vincent, lineup went. 177 all out.
Yes, Dwight, but I must say kudos to the St. Lucian management and the coaching staff, because many a times we would have seen tournaments gone by and some players would have sat out for the entire tournament, but in the 3 games thus far they have given an opportunity to each player in the 13. So well done to the St. Lucian management, giving our boys an opportunity to shine. But right before we end our broadcast, just one question for you. The finals is on Friday, but before that, let me just remind the viewers of how well our bowling department has done. And Kevin Gassi bowled his 6 overs, picked up 2 wickets for 41 runs. Sean Hill Edward bowled 5 overs, very impressive, picking up 2 wickets for 22 runs. Aaron Joseph having his introduction into the tournament today, bowling 6.1 overs, picking up 2 wickets and going for 33 runs. Sky Lafay bowled excellently today, represented his country and his district Choiseul very well, bowling 4 overs and just conceding 7 runs. Captain Tariq Edward went wicketless today, bowling 10 overs, 1 maiden, no wickets for 36. Bolton Sayers continues to impress with all-around ability, bowling 3 overs today. He had 1 maiden, conceded 5 runs and picked up 1 wicket. Royce Paul, the pick of the bowlers today for me, bowling 10 overs. He had 2 maidens, picked up 3 wickets and only went for 25. And Dwight, before we end, I would just like to ask you, as a former national captain yourself, the selection headache is there. Which 2 players would you leave out from our 11?
Well, that would be dependent on the conditions on Friday. So we just that would be dependent on the conditions. I think St. Lucia has put a marker down today, considering that they're going to be playing the same team, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, in the final on Friday. But it's a final, anything can happen. I know St. Lucia did come out victorious today, but like I said, St. Vincent do have 2 players in the pavilion. I'm pretty confident will feature in that final. That could be the difference on Friday.
Yes, Dwight skillfully answered, evading that question there. So it remains to be seen what would be done. St. Lucia having recorded the 3rd successive victory at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. They will take on St. Vincent once again, this time for championship honors. Join us on Friday. We will be on air from 9:25 a.m. as we will see once more the Battle of the Saints. Thank you for joining us, and do tune in on Friday. Good evening.
The Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs invites everyone to participate in the St. Lucia Moves video competition. To enter, create a 1-minute video doing exercise or any physical activity. Add the St. Lucia Moves jingle to your video. Upload the video to your social media pages on Instagram, Facebook and TikTok. Use the handle St. Lucia Moves to tag us along with 5 friends. You can also use the hashtags Ministry of Health SLU, St. Lucia Moves, Ready, Set, Move and Love Your Body. The competition rules: group and individual recordings are allowed. The jingle can be downloaded from our social media pages. Be creative, but content must be appropriate for all ages. Prizes will be awarded for the video with the most likes. Some videos will also be featured in the St. Lucia Moves compilation video. The deadline for submission, April 28, 2023. St. Lucia, let's see you move.